it is? I quit. I open my own hotel.
Hello, Chatto! It's Tuestat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we are trying to put the regrets and misery of our Champions League final defeat behind us by smashing the Club World Cup. We'll get to play against Auckland FC, maybe even later, Auckland FC, because they're in it twice for some weird reason. We have absolutely no money for signings because the board took £600,000 of my transfer budget away. I've had to sell someone big. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła fucking Kraków, and we're dancing.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Or whatever this is. There we go. He's done it. He's only gone and done it. I meant wage budget. Ah, lovely. It was bound to happen eventually. Wills, thank you very much for the 32 months. Well timed and everything. And Harvey Andrew and BB Gamer, thank you very much for the follows. Wisła. You know what I meant. That doesn't count. You are clutching at straws, sir. I will not stand for this. Well, I will, because that's how I would do these things. But right, juice prediction outcome. Oh, still a lot of naysayers. I'm noticing. Where's that button? There we go. Dancing castles of fate. I mean, yeah, it's because it's harder to do stirrups when standing up, and when my calf is strained again. So I'm moving a little gingerly today. I'm a sore boy. Right, will he mess up the intro? No, he won't. Bang. Oh, it feels good. It feels nice for once. Whew. Have you sold? I say sold someone big. Technically, it's players that we don't care about selling. One of them I'll be sad to see leave, but genuinely, when the season ticked over, I was like, here come the budgets. Love to see it. And it is Duru, but also someone else. There's another player that I feel like we'd be more sad to see leave, but also understand that it's probably his time. So, ticked over, and it goes, oh yeah, you're now... Basically, I noticed it because I tried to offer a new contract to Coffee, and it said that maximum I could offer him was 28 grand a week, and I thought, that doesn't seem correct. So I went in and looked at our budgets, and the board had removed £600,000 of our wage budget. So I basically have had to shuffle... We had no transfer budget, so I sold a few people, moved that back across, sold some clauses, and we're now finally back into a state where we've got a little bit of money to spend. But yeah, the board just kind of went, I see you've got all that cash. Be a shame if we took it all away from you. So yeah, not ideal. To catch you up on the Fantasy League, obviously, things haven't really changed a great deal on that side of things. Let me just... where's my button gone? Where has my button gone? Oh, it was there. Which doesn't work anyway, to be fair. Lol. Are you going to load or not? There we go. It's the same as last one because there weren't any games, but we are doing fantasy today because we've got the Club World Cup, and I am playing... I've cooked something, chat. I've been busy in the kitchen. Never let bro cook again. But I've been down to the organic striker market, picked up some of the finest, delicious squad rolls, and you just wait and see. I'm sure it's going to massively work badly. Venetti, no, he hasn't actually, but we haven't had a chance to sell that many people because remember, this is weird. This has never happened in this save before. Not even when we got to the World Club Cup previously, for some reason. There was a mini transfer window that opened up right before it for us. But he's on fantasy. I believe that's because he wasn't registered for the Club World Cup squad. I had a limited number of players I could put in it, and with some of the players that came back from their loans and became first team players, I figured that they would probably be in there instead. In fact, I don't know why he's not there actually. Either that or he's injured or something like that. But I don't think he's available. I'll have a little look. Let's have a look now. Because there are a few names that you may not recognise in there. Some of them are returning loan players. Let's just check actually in the medical centre before we do anything else. Current injuries. That's what it is, yeah. Venetti's out with a groin strain for the next 6 weeks. So he'd miss all of today's stream anyway. So he is still here. And Aranda, unfortunately, is also out with a fractured ankle. And you'll notice that Aranda is also back. Yeah, so some of the loan players randomly got 11-month extensions last season, and I have no idea why. Aranda being one of them, who's now back here, which kind of sucks, particularly as he's injured as well. So I don't think he would have got a loan extension anyway because of the injury, sadly. So we did lose a couple of quite crucial loanee players. However, a few of them went straight back to different clubs. I suspect it is a contract thing. So what I did after last stream is I went through, sorted out all the contracts for next season now and the contracts for the season after that. So that's good. So we shouldn't have that issue again. What I will say, though, is that the loan extension script didn't work because it needs to be readjusted for the Saz skin and not for the Mr. Teeny skin. So it's just as well I decided not to do that on stream because I had to do the whole lot manually. And it was tedious, let me tell you. Thankfully, I had the F1 on the other screen, so it was absolutely fine. But my God, I'm glad I didn't decide to do that on screen. That would have been a nightmare. So yeah. One FC Auckland is there, or Auckland FC is there. That's in our group. Then the other Auckland FC is in Group H here with Freiburg, Tottenham, Colo Colo, and them, of course, themselves. Scouseraw!
Refs
Thank you for the 21 months.
Nations having their ticket allocations taken away at the last moment. What's the opposite of sports washing again? Thank
a bloody
goodness
good
for
time.
Matto, Chato and Wisła.
Oh, thank you, Jason. Yeah, I update on the transfer room in bot as well. I need to make one, in fact, right now. I put a video tutorial out for it on the Patreon yesterday, but it's an unlisted video, and it's also linked in the Discord as well, so you don't need to be on the Patreon to see it. I was just building the infrastructure in the back end, so that is now... There's now a video tutorial that guides you through how to actually use it, just in case anyone was having any issues with it, so that's now all sorted. I might make a couple more tweaks to it, maybe a speed slider for it, but other than that, I think I might be ready to put it out properly soon, because no one's found any problems with it yet, which is odd, to be honest. The whole point of this was to find issues, and no one has, so I guess we've done okay there. Reminding what I could with this Surrender's tactic. Oh, I wonder how similar it is to what I'm running. Oh, really? I love how similar it is both in and out of possession. That's quite fun, actually. Mine doesn't look like that. I absolutely can show their squads. Yeah, sure, why not? Jellyvards, good name. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Who do you support? Let us know. If you are new to chat and just followed earlier as well, let us know who you support in the chat. I like getting an idea of who supports who, just because it's fascinating seeing the demographic breakdown and seeing if there's like any weird pockets of certain clubs. So, FC Auckland's squad for this that's their fixtures, Matt. I mean, that's important as well, isn't it? Yeah, we'll leave that on for... Oh, I like that. That's the kit you were showing me last stream. I do like that, except for the badge on the side, because it just changes the colours too much. So that's their team. In terms of real players... They've got, let's just sort by age, it'd be easier, wouldn't it? So Liam Gillen, Abdulrahman Magdi, Ariaf Peel, Lucas Harrington, Beckham Baker, amazing name. And then that's literally it. That is all they've got. What's qualification for the new Club World Cup? So basically now, it's a really complex one, Lord Justinian. I believe the way it works is, if you reach a certain level of the Champions League, you can get in. But countries, over that 4-year period, but countries can only have a maximum number of teams that enter for them, which is why in one of my saves, Galatasaray and Red Bull Salzburg got into it whilst never getting past the round of 16 or something, because too many other countries had teams that got too far, so they weren't allowed any more teams in it. So it's a very weird and convoluted system. His foundation, is he actually? That's kind of cool. So he would have been there the entire, well, not the entire time, but like realistically the entire time. Look at his average ratings. Bro's kind of crushing it there. Look at that. What a player. I mean, hey, when you find your niche, right, why would you want to leave? Just keep doing what you're doing at that point. So yeah, who have they got? Oh yeah, they've got a guy called Dave Birmingham who...
Do not hate me.
Chat, I'd like you to meet Iraqi international Dave Birmingham. I'm sorry, this sounds like a joke. Iraqi international Dave Birmingham. Wonderful. And the boy Taylor, thank you very much for the follow. Where do you reckon he was born? Either it'll be somewhere in Australia, because he came through an Australian side, or somewhere like, I don't know, Mosul. But I'm feeling Australia. I reckon he's... No, I'm going to go... I'm going Tasmania. I'm thinking he's from Darwin for no apparent reason. Let's see. Where is bro from? Oh, you have to go on that one, don't you? He was from Giraffe, chat. It just gets better. He's from Giraffe. He's got 17 potential jumping reach. I'm a big fan of Dave Birmingham, the Iraqi Giraffe. I'm going to give him a scout. What's his injury right now? A virus. Oddly non-specific. And he's like not even that bad either. We're going to get to play against Dave Birmingham. I'm really hoping we do. Ah. So, they really do need to do something about the monobrow systems, don't they? Really, they do. So, obviously after last stream, we signed loads of players, and most of them have actually joined us because of that weird little transfer thing. So what I'll quickly show you is the guys that did join us. Most of them didn't turn out to be any good. In fact, I don't believe anyone was like notably good. The guy I spent the most money on was Michael Cleary. I like his attributes, but it looks like he has very little ceiling, even if he does have Irish caps. So there's that. We got that Jacques Jonkers guy who was a Belgian amateur. He's actually pretty good for a Belgian amateur at this stage in the save. There was... Oh, God, who else was there? Most of them were just random guys we picked up on free transfers. There was Raoul Vilchez, who the game refuses to show his full name for some reason. I still haven't figured out why that's happened. North Korean guy. Titus Kumpumba was one that we were a little bit more excited about. I like his attributes to an extent, but he's still not fantastic. But that's okay. I think... Oh, yeah, there was Kelvin Chiwunga, because we actually were paying him quite a lot of money, because he has quite a few caps. And there was one other player that annoyed me, if I recall. Oh, who was it? Was it this guy? No, not Kiseko. He's actually pretty terrible. There was a guy from a South American side, I think. Maybe it's not him. Oh, no, it was Vilchez. Yes, so Vilchez... Oh, no, it wasn't Vilchez. There was someone else, basically, that got a cap almost immediately upon joining us, and it screwed us out there. George Rahambush, who's a Patreon regen, he was the guy that got released when he had a cold for absolutely no apparent reason. It's very strange. Here we go. So this is how you qualify for the Club World Cup, for Europe at least. Winners of the Champions League for the last 3 years, then other 9 slots for the 9 best teams in coefficient for the last 4 years with a maximum of 2 per nation. Yeah, so that's how, presumably... Oh, yeah, we're number 2 on the, ranking chart for Europe these days, which is weird considering how far we've dropped off, but I guess we are consistently getting to the round of 16 every single year, and I think that's probably getting us a lot of coefficient points because we get quite good in the group as well. Oh, Assman, yes, this is Assman. This is his actual name. Assman Shimonohitsi, which is fun. Eintracht Braunschweig, okay. Sitting second in the league, hell yeah, that's incredibly impressive for the Bundesliga, so fair enough. So you're in the 2nd season. What would you say, if you were to give a new player a tip, Harvey, what would you say the biggest thing that you did in that save that you think has led to that success? I'm always curious to know what people have done. Next year's Assman. Yeah. But it shows us in the name pool. Clearly, Chuchuo, it's I believe that we will win. If I'd have said that before the Champions League final, I believe that we would have in fact won. Marconi. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, they were all kind of disappointing. Oh, this was the guy we picked up who was a Brazilian, who was just knocking about. So what I've done in terms of scouting is I've set up a load of scouting on Holy Scoop, Anarith's secondary report thing as well, some more of Holy, all that kind of jazz. Because today I want it to be a mix of, we go through games, and then we look at scout reports and just sign people. And also people will be joining us because the window opens again after the Club World Cup anyway. Now, I did make 2 sales, as I explained. Duru has gone to Porto, £25 million. It's not as much as I would like, but he did only have one more year on his... Yeah, I'm going to do transfer room in 1 second. That's the one thing I wanted to set up live. So... It sucks to lose him for 25 million, but he only had a year left on his contract, so there wasn't really much we could do, and we did get some money in for him. Now, will I regret selling him a little bit if we end up moving to this new tactical style more frequently in the league? Perhaps a little bit, but if nothing else, it's going to give an opportunity for someone like Sharpek to come through this year and play a shitload more football, and I'm willing to accept that. His record, actually, for Nigeria is absurd. He's so good. Like, he is an unbelievably good footballer. Genuinely. He just wasn't doing it for us. And maybe that's just because Gomez was better, really. And the other thing is, I did have a look to see how much it would cost to give him a new contract. And to put it this way, he was looking at 90 grand from us. And I just didn't want to give him £90,000 a week, really. It just didn't seem fair on everybody else. Digibite, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Hope you're having a fabulous Tuesday morning. Who do you support? Let us know. Yeah, this is the new Saz skin. Saz is sort of slowly rolling out some skin stuff. He has got a new version of the skin to come out, but he's waiting for the next sort of update to the game that should be coming, hopefully, maybe this week, before the World Cup. My guess is today, honestly, on that. But as usual, it'll be right when I finish streaming, because that's just how these things go, right? So yeah, we'll get a new version for Thursday's stream. In addition, I have set up World Cup Fantasy and World Cup Predictor. So if you do WC Predict in chat, !WC Predict, and !WC Fantasy, that will get you the links to both our Fantasy League for the World Cup and our Predictor League for the World Cup. It's called like Chip Challenge or something on the FIFA website. So I've set both of those up as well. In addition, the Whiz Quiz now, for the purposes of the World Cup, is now no longer foreign Premier League players. All the players that you'll see in the Whiz Quiz now are players that are in the World Cup squads for this specific World Cup. I basically scraped a Wikipedia article I found and made a new player pack specifically for the World Cup. So it's a slight different on the Whiz Quiz. I haven't tested it yet because I can't really test it that easily. So we'll be trying that out today as well. So yeah, those are the new things there. Do I have to do the German fix? You'd love to see. Also, I put in the new name fix properly this time as well. International teams. I actually have, DJ, yes. That was one of the things I did this morning. We've got that built into one of our views. I believe it's actually the one I've got selected here. Oh no, that's Anarith's amateur one. The one I have it in is, I think, Holy Scoop. So what I do is I look for that, and then knock that down to 16. That's what I've been using anyway for that. And it's worked quite nicely. But yeah, that's why we've got about 1,200 players sat on the reports right now. Some of them will be these types of guys, basically. And I did see some interesting nations in there, so I'm quite excited to have a look through those later, because we've got enough scouts to sort of really burn through them, which would be decent. Based on continental winners. Well, it is, isn't it? The continental winners automatically qualify for the Club World Cup. But now they wanted to expand the tournament. Please make noise when you're playing. Weirdly, one, it doesn't. Particularly, but two, I noticed lately there was a Windows update and I think it's changed my fan profile, but it doesn't seem to have affected my internal temperatures, which means I'm quite glad because my computer is now dead silent pretty much the entire time. But no, it shouldn't be making too much noise. What I must admit is, you know, that when I did that stream on 26 on the alpha build that we had, basically the pre-release build that I got to stream as part of like a thing with SI, you should have heard the noise my graphics card made when I put that thing on for the first time. There was an update that was released after that pushed it a little bit differently, but the first version of that I got, holy shit, it sounded like my computer was going to take off, basically. It was wild. It was bad. Nah, it's mostly just because it's doing processing and stuff. It will depend on how powerful the laptop is and stuff like that. It will matter, but certain screens you'll notice it will flare up more if it's having to process things. Mine does. I mean, I obviously can't hear it because of my headphones, but I imagine that you probably can't even hear it on the VODs, honestly, just because the microphone's so heavily directional. The other signing I made out, which is the slightly sadder news, but I also felt like it was time, is Dusan Abramovich to Arsenal. 37.5 million rising to 42 million. So again, it's not as much as I would have liked, but once again, he had 1 year left on his contract, so we were kind of limited to getting those guys out, basically. Certain place first time, working there well. Oh, interesting. So I've been experimenting more with opposition instructions over the course of the last 6 months in game, and I think it's been really helping. So maybe that's something to look into as well. Hello, Mushroom Man. an away day thing. Pog had one of those the other week. She went to this place in Kettering. I can't remember what it was called, but she said it was actually kind of banging. The loan farm will have dropped off quite a lot because of the push Neopor meets the guys going back. Though, that being said, they haven't actually gone back yet because they don't go back till the end of the month. So at the moment, the loan farms, it's still got a bit shorter because of some of those weird loans that finished. So it's down to like 289 now, but I have already done the extensions. So, and a few new loans are going to be going back as well. So a couple of guys that, I wonder if I can show you in here actually. It might let me. If I just filter this by loans and then confirmed. It doesn't show them. I was kind of hoping it would. No. I was hoping it would show the confirmed loans that we've already sent out because they haven't actually gone yet, I don't think. Or maybe they did go actually because the window was technically open. Future transfers. Oh, does that show loans? Oh, if that shows loans, then we're just looking there. No, apparently not. I think it doesn't show loans, unfortunately. Oh, active only, of course. Sorry, I forgot there's a second filter. You're right. That makes way more sense. Confirmed. There we go. No. Wait, what? Hang on. It's a cancelled loan. How weird. I thought that was going to fix it. Because there are some loans that have been agreed. Maybe they already went through. They may have already gone through, actually. Let me just fix this so it doesn't show the wrong thing anymore. Unresponded offers. Took that back on for the time being. Yeah, I saw something. Maybe it's just the screen's a bit glitchy. How very strange. Point is, a lot of the big loanies that came back, a lot of them have already found new loans, which is kind of sick. Two slightly different sides, which is not the end of the world. I think I know exactly, if it's probably the same place, Mushroom Man. They had like a Go Ape style thing there and all kinds of zipline-y things like that, basically. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, Leafy. I might get a chance later this week if I make that video, potentially. Oh. But we'll give you for Nick's... Oh, they didn't. Basically what happened was, I think, we were starting to fail FFP. We aren't anymore, but our budgets were starting to get a little bit low. And as a result, when they offered our new budgets out, because of some of the signings I'd made, which you'll see over the course of this stream, because we actually have quite a lot of money spent on future transfers that haven't joined us yet, I think we overspent a little bit there. And I offered a load of new contracts to loan players, which had to sort of bump our wage budget up a little bit. So we were spending quite close to the limit. But yeah, they basically nixed 600k from me, which I've slowly got back through selling clauses and obviously those two sales. But we're still only at 17 million now with 45k in wage budget. That could still change, particularly once the new guys join us as well. That could potentially, because look, we've got a load of guys coming in that could be, I mean, not all of them are joining us today, I don't think, but a few of them will be. Quite a big chunk. Some of which, I mean, 2 million, 1.5 million, 7 million, 12 million, 17 million. You can see there's a good sort of, well, 51 million pounds worth of future transfers currently exist. Which is probably why they're in a bit of trouble. But I did at least get the FFP back under control. Because it was saying we were going to fail it. It's now projecting us 50 million plus. Mostly because of those large sales. But that was a little bit concerning. Because I thought we'd failed it going into the new season, which was very concerning. So, that's good. I figure, why not just jump into a game to get things started? Because we're playing against Katsina United, who I believe are Nigerian? Yes, they are. Love to see it. Olafemi John's homeland. Now, that's obviously not the tactic I want to play. This is... Welcome to the kitchen. With me. Chef. Someone famous. Don't worry, that's the combined view. This is an in possession. Don't worry about the players at the moment. This is just from who was in the previous tactic. So remember I had that idea about how I wanted to have a tactic that was basically just about being ridiculous. You won't say that when we win the next game 5-0 against this Nigerian side. This is just the in-possession role. So basically, these guys, the reason they're still John and Naeem is because they obviously play as wingbacks out of possession. So I wanted to keep them in there. Oh, it does. But wait until it wins. A couple of channel forwards, because we like channels. Free roll here. Playmaking winger, playmaking winger. Midfield playmaker, attacking playmaker, advanced centre-backs too. So these guys get involved in the attack as well. I'm excited. Out of possession, it actually looks largely similar to what we normally play. The only difference being we have an extra... And notice how they're all pressing. It's just full on, I'm going to press the shit out of you. If you just joined us, welcome to my attempt to ruin life. You won't be... And also, for instructions, it's not that dissimilar to what we were already doing, with the exception being a bit narrower, obviously. And... Did I change much about it? Obviously, we're progressing through the middle. Largely, it's not dissimilar defensively to what we were doing before. But imagine if it worked. Stay with me. Imagine if it works. So let me just adjust the squad, because obviously Gomez is on international duty. Bro's decided that, no, I don't want to play in the Club World Cup. I'd rather play for Mexico at some meaningless tournament. I'm not even sure what he's in right now. But we decided we needed a more aggressive strategy for the league, and I feel like this could be it. The other thing I might potentially change, I am tempted to stop using our short corners. Because I actually think a lot of our junk XG comes from short corners, where we play it to the edge of the box and just get these pot shots from nobody. I wonder if it's now time to actually go back to a normal corner strategy. We're just whipping it into the near post or the far post for some big men with headers. Because I reckon that we're really failing ourselves by not actually scoring a lot of goals from just set-piece corner type stuff. So that might potentially be something I'll look at after this game if someone reminds me. Because I think that would be just another strata for us to look for. Oh, it's the Gold Cup. Okay, fair enough. Oh, he's not. He's just the player that sat in there because I switched the tactics over. So let us move players around. Basically, I put in the tactic, but I had the players selected from a previous tactic, so it just moves them around randomly. Kowalski will play instead of Jens to start further back. I want to make sure I get this correct, actually. Let me just change this on the in possession. No, I can't, can I? That will be Montparousse's role. Gomez will have to drop out, which is fine, because it means with the injuries to Aranda and Vanetti, it means Sharpak will play here there. Steinbeck can't play there either, but that's okay, because he will occupy one of the two defensive roles. I will drop Pud for the time being, just to bring him in. And then that means the other midfield role will go to probably Jens, I guess, who's currently sat in a striker role. So we get rid of that. And then I can bring back in Hayatu. That's more like it. Two good strikers. We do, they're just not currently here. We have Gomez, Aranda, Vanetti, but we've got Hayatu and Sharpak are the current strikers that we've got access to right now. Those are the only strikers at the club, basically. We had 5 strikers at the club that are actually here that are decent. 2 of them are injured. One's on international duty, and the other 2 that are left are these 2, basically. Right. Okay. You can't play here. You can't play here. And let me just filter these guys up by unavailable, because otherwise we're not going to have anyone for the bench. This bench is going to be quite small anyway. Pazos is also back, sadly. I will hopefully find him alone as well if I can do. But for the time being, he's in the first team squad. Geisler's also back. And a few more guys like that. So that's where it currently sits. This should be an interesting test. Either this is going to be a 3-all draw, or we're going to have 97% possession. Out of possession has that, basically. So it's actually not too dissimilar to what we were already playing. The only difference is now we have one less centre-back, obviously. So I didn't want a guy from centre-back having to push in the midfield. So we basically just have it. So there's 2 pressing defensive midfielders there, 2 pressing central midfielders ahead. It's just basically we're going to press all the time. It looks so weird combined. Yeah, the reason I did it like that, although, hang on, let me just make sure this is correct. Yeah, so basically Montparousse and Jens are the 2 that are more advanced, so therefore they become the CMs, and then the 2 wider ones, Kowalski and Joao Carlos, they become the DMs. That's fair. That's how I wanted it to be set up anyway. Make or break, I want to say make or break. Fun or slightly more fun. But I think the set pieces is definitely defeat. I don't know. I genuinely, chat, what do you think is going to be the outcome of this game? Score-wise. And also how we play. I genuinely think we're going to win like 4-0, but maybe I'm being overly confident in the fact that this is a completely untested tactic. 7-3. 7-3 would be fun. I think we'll have the strength regardless. I think they must have done, or there's different rules for how you qualify for the Club World Cup from the African leagues. It might be that you get in there a bit easier. Imagine if it was 1-0 and it'd be a penalty or something. So Auckland haven't played a game yet, I don't believe. Or no, have they? No, they haven't, because the game that they're playing is in our group, and then they're also in the last group too, so they haven't played either of their matches yet. Changing it again. Really? Oh, here we go. Oh, so it is just the winners. So what are they changing it to for the next one then? Because I quite like it in a way. What the hell was that? Did that have them listed by alphabetics, but then have the numbers still listed not alphabetically? Oh, are we still on key highlights, or did I switch? Oh, look at me go. I was sensible and actually changed it up to the right highlight package before stream. It's just so weird seeing that. Well, possession looks good. If nothing else, possession looks good. 80%. 81% possession. Expanded again. How can you make it bigger? I don't understand how it can get any bigger than that. Okay, so 48 is a lot. Oh, go on, Johnny boy. On the other wing, interestingly. Why was John on the right wing? Wait. I think I preemptively might have set my... I took the corner. Wait, I thought it was a throw-in. That looked like a throw-in. Won't be a good test. Well, I mean, you can only play the team that's in front of you, and this is the team that's in front of us, so this isn't a game designed to test us. This is a game designed to see if this even works, right? But I don't know why he was taking the throw-in, I suppose. He shouldn't be taking the throw-ins on the right-hand side. I might have to have a look into that. Basically, I think what I did is I delegated set pieces to my assistant before stream in the hopes of him doing that corner thing, but I wasn't sure if I'd saved it or not because I had to restart the PC, but apparently I did. Oh, Naeem, back he gets it. Oh, it's a bit too deep. Their keeper has basically got the same kit, by the way, which is a little bit strange. Johnny boy cleared away. Okay. Everybody's forward now. By the way, our deepest player is these three guys on the edge of the box. There is no one beyond that. If they get the ball off us, we could be cooked. Manor, it's blocked again. So I think what's happened there is my assistant has changed who's taking them in certain positions, and as a result, it's likely causing that. But we'll see. Would really do with a goal sometime soon. See if it works. You need a South African club to see if it actually works. I don't really understand what you're trying to say, my friend. To test if it works, you want to play against a team that also plays football, and that is currently what we're doing. Steinbergen! Oh, good save. Naeem has a knock. Shit. Or a European club. The nation of which the club is from does not affect whether they are a football team or not, I'm afraid. Right. Oh, yeah, it doesn't like that because they're out of possession, so I will bring on Coffee. I have to get used to that because it doesn't like their in possession ability. Nice. Keeper, that's true. The keeper is basically a ceremonial goalkeeper at this stage. Right, let's go. Oh, so we're still taking short corners. It's like my assistant has basically dicked about with the takers, but not the... There we go.
Good morning, Matthew.
Stewie, thank you for the 47 months,
Absolutely nothing significant about the number 47 other than it's a prime and the number of losers at this year's World Cup. Anyway, speaking of losers, any news on Marco Silva? Have you signed Willan yet?
Silva's gone. Silva has left the club, but I believe they're still waiting on the outcome of the elections for Real Madrid, so then Mourinho moves on, so then Silva slips into the Benfica job, most likely. And honestly, he's left the club now, so I couldn't care what he does. With a whole bunch of youth guys. No. We're playing with basically the first team, and then a few players smattered in who have been forced to play in the team because of injuries and other commitments, basically. Did he win? Imagine. Do you mean that guy that wants to sign Haaland isn't going to win? Gee, young up-and-comer Florentino Perez. Goodness me. Cryptic Bills, thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you're having a fabulous morning. Who do you support? So 1-0. For some teams, you should play the younger guys. Correct, but it seemed a bit pointless to start a new tactical build with players that aren't actually going to play in that tactic. So I figured that we'd probably best test it with the first team first. And then a couple of guys that are sort of smattered in there. Well, this is nice. Oh, lovely. Oh, no. Oh, that was actually quite a nice build up there. It's very intricate. There's a lot of bodies in there. We'll probably be blocking as many of our own shots as they are. But that's okay. If they can't get the ball off of us, they can't score. Kowalski with a bit of room. And by that, I mean not very much room. Kowalski, Johnny boy! 2-0. Nice. Okay. We are at least winning. I'm amazed that Mourinho's managed to get that job, but there you go. Oh, yeah, it was Klopp as well, wasn't it? Yeah. Amazing. And now we'll never know if that was possible. Apparently they now want Elise, regardless of whether Bayern are even willing to do anything like that, because, you know, Bayern actually are quite a large side who have a say in that and a contract and everything. No, I can't actually. So the squad I had to pick a squad for the Club World Cup, so all I could do was pick our best team essentially for it, which is what I tried to do. We're overperforming our XG, which is an unusual statement for us. 16 shots by half time, maybe 17. Go on. It's not groundbreaking, but it could be a lot worse. Like, it actually seems like we're creating chances. But I'm told they're off, as they should, whatever that is in German. I do wonder if having the strikers like play a bit wider might help us as well. Because it seems like they all get too clustered in the centre when we're trying to get breakaways, as if you could even have a breakaway with this tactic. Okay. I mean, we dominated. 17 shots in the first half. We take that. You register for the Club World Cup because you fit into youth prospects. My friend, it's going to be okay. You get a 30-man squad, and I picked the 30 best players, some of which are youth prospects. That's who we picked for the tournament. Often, fuck, that's the one. It was just an official telegram from Bayern with that written at the top of it. Okay. Tap understands goalkeeper on a free transfer. He's been learning Spanish since he was 8, Andrew. Like, I'm just saying. Jay, thank you so much for the... Wait, 6 months? Holy Christ. Thank you, man. That's insanely nice of you. That is a hell of a commitment. You may not like me in a month. Just be careful with that. But I appreciate that, man. I really do. That's very kind of you. Right. One little tweak I want to... Already done this. Oh, no, I did it. I couldn't remember whether I'd put things... I kept having ideas, that like, but I didn't want to test it in the match. And it turns out I just did it already. Right, love to see it. Steinbergen is doing very well, as you can see in this game. He's recovered from his injury. Generally speaking, he normally has 3-star CA as well. I mean, look at his attributes. He's got even more pace. Not to fit some youth prospects. My friend, I don't know what to tell you. We picked a 30-man squad. It has some youth prospects in it. You want to put youth prospects in your squad? Go right ahead, sir. And we did. Hence the 18-year-old starting centre-back. But if you want to pick my tactic for me, you're welcome to. Do you know what? If I just stand here. Oh, dear. Fast centre-backs, yeah. Bear in mind, they're not set to cover or anything, right? Oh, he's got so much better. And bear in mind, meet our new kid. Meet the new boss. 2 years younger than the old boss. Yeah, he's 3-star CA. That's just what football will do for you. He's genuine. Yeah, I forgot to show him at the end of the recap video, which is annoying because I was really hoping to pull like this before and after type job because it was his first real full season with us, I suppose. But I think he's great. Sharpek is hopefully going to be good. The thing I like about Sharpek as well is how well he played in that Champions League final when he came off the bench. I would not expect anything from him, but bro was just doing stuff. I mean, he didn't do anything enough to score, but he should have created the chance that should have at least equalised for us in that game. That ball he played over the top to Montperouse that Red Mumbler had to score. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jay. That's very kind of you, sir. I like my niche too. Personality. I believe it's fairly determined. No, wait, that's not true, is it? Oh, fairly professional, which is enough. But mostly it's just getting him game time has been probably more important than anything else in there, I would say. I'll buy him. Oh, they're not playing till later. Hello, Vultex. Second half's dropped off a tiny little bit. Oh, this is my attempt at saying, hey, we don't score enough in the league. It would be nice if I built a tactic that was designed purely to score as many goals as possible. Consider the consequences be damned type beat. And so far, it's scored twice. So I'm not overly over the moon with that. John again. That was nice. That was better. I appreciate that. Alec, thank you for the 25 months, friend. That's super kind of you. I do appreciate that. I might make some subs in a minute. Oh, maybe not. I'll let this one play out. Back post header again? Oh, going short. Okay, I like this idea. Hayato! Oh, okay. I think he's got a hand on that, in fact. Yep. Oh, getting confused by the influx of people in the UK. Yeah. Oh, if I could find a way to get a Wisła shirt with Steinbergen on the back, one day it would be... Oh my god, that's a nasty tackle. That would be the dream. Like, I love my Montiel shirt that I have with the MTK one because it's rare that I've ever had the... Oh, here we go. Right, so he's offside now. Just get across. Just get all the way across. There you go. Problem solved. Not good at finishing. We have good finishes. It's just sometimes the chances fall to players who perhaps aren't really who I'd want them to, and that is part of the problem. But obviously, these aren't our first choice strikers in this game. We just haven't, unfortunately, got the other guys with us, sadly. Or we do, but they're not available for the game. So Alvarez will come on. Might just do the bench like this, in fact. It's probably slightly easier. Paulo Enrique for sure. Probably instead of Jens, actually. Joao Carlos has kind of done nice. Maybe Molski for a little bit? For the fun? Perhaps even instead of Momper. Get Molski in. And... Ooh, I have to forget that this isn't a friendly. I believe they do, Felix. I think. But they're probably quite expensive. But they're not easy to get hold of. To be fair, I mean, Steinbergen at this rate will have 20 pace by the time he's no longer a teenager. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that is such a lovely goal. Holy shit. Molski was injured for about 3 months, which sucks because he missed a lot of the end of the last season. That was such a lovely goal. Straight from a throw-in, no less, too. Look at this one-touch stuff. Round the side to Coffee. Drops it in. Who was that? Was that Molski? Just rolls it back perfectly to Paulo Enrique. That was absolutely glorious. Okay, more of that, please, tactic. 3-0. Are we still overperforming the XG? Yes, we are. That's the main thing I'm looking for, honestly. More than anything else, just a tactic that means we'll actually take the chances when we get them. We're still getting some junk chances, clearly. But they're obviously quite a defensive team. So that would make... Oh, my days. No. Please score off this play. It'll be perfect. Drop it back to him. Go on, have a bang. Every player is in the box. Steinbergen and Coffee's on the end of it. Dewman, thank you so much, man, for the 5 gifted subs. That is extremely nice of you. As always, I'm just over the moon grateful and extremely appreciative of it. We do grab our 4th goal of the game now as well with that. Steinbergen, will he get the assist for this? I mean, he shouldn't do really, but it's gone to him anyway. We have got a 4th goal. What did I say? 4-0. If we stay at 4-0, I'll be very happy with this. I'll fully take that. Sorry. Apparently his name is actually pronounced Asiapong. Sorry. Asiapon. Asiapon. I need to remember that. Because he's doing better lately. £86 plus postage. Wow. Thing is, we tried to get a shirt from Wisła before Christmas. Pog tried to get me one for Christmas. They took the money and then just never sent the shirt. So we ended up having to get a refund in the end because they just never actually did the thing. So that kind of sucks. But maybe I'll look into that again because it would be nice to get one. Oh, Hayatu! It's 5-0 and it's another assist for Molsky. My guy. He's kind of cooked there. That is lovely. I like the vision. Sell at end of season. Good point. Yeah, end of season sale. I like the little interchanges again. We get a bit lucky here, but Molsky just holds onto the ball. Little poke round the side. And then Hayatu onto the end of it. 5-0. Okay. Next season's gets to come out. Yeah, I probably could get an old one because I don't really care. If anything, I'd want it to be from this season more than anything else because that would sort of be, you know, more thematically relevant, I guess, to what we're doing. Are we just like towards the end of this game? We've started to find something a little bit more now. Cleared away, but we'll have bodies on the edge of the box. One of whom is Sharpek. Go on, take his man on. Or go on. Oh, I was hoping he'd go for a banger there. It's Kowalski. He's never going to shoot from here. Oh, that's a penalty won by Molsky. My guy. 2 assists off the bench, and he wins the penalty, which if we're playing FPL, would also be a 3rd assist from Bartolomei Molsky. Well, it looks like if nothing else, just because of the lack of midfielders that we'll have, domestically at least, we're going to have... we are going to have opportunities this season for him to be in the squad. Hayatu smashes it home, and I think that's a hat-trick for Charles Hayatu as well. Nice. Not seen a lot out of Sharpak just yet in this game, but that's okay. Maybe I should move him to the left side of the strike force, actually, given that he is left-footed. He only really plays on the other side because that's where our normal strikers work. So, or is he on the left already? He might already be on the left. No, he's not. Seems silly to have him on the left, on the right-hand side when he's left-footed. Maybe that's why he's struggling slightly. 6-0 in the end. Oh, I say in the end. It hasn't technically ended yet. This is actually... What I'm surprised about the most, really, is that we haven't conceded a goal. In fact, we have only really conceded 1 chance that I would say is like actually dangerous, despite how aggressive this system is. Oh, the link-up's going again. Pop it through. Oh, Molsky's got to finish. No! That would have been amazing. Look at the link-up. Okay. I'm quite excited about this. The little one-touch link-ups that we're pulling off around the box now is starting to get kind of fruity in a really nice way. Oh, slip him in. Makes the run again. It's Sharpek this time. Oh, he's going to be selfless. Nice. Pulls it across. Alvarez, he's got to bring it back to him, surely. Look at the amount of bodies in there. Mana! Oh, over the bar. As a back pass. The 5th goal. Was that the one when Molsky slipped it through to Hayatu? Because that was surely an assist from Molsky. I mean, no one's perfect, right? But surely if it was Molsky slipping the ball through to Hayatu, that isn't a back pass. That's just him playing a really nice little ball. Oh, he's got the ball again here, Molsky. It's 7-0. And Molsky's grabbed his 3rd assist since coming off the bench. What a guy. Yeah, we literally have a high press when we're in possession of the ball. I thought he was going to shoot this here. He probably should have done as well. But look, he just looks up. Doesn't have a shooting angle. Alvarez is there. 7-0. I mean, obviously, Cazzini United are not a good quality side, but I feel like in the past, we'd have these types of games, create a similar amount of chance volume. Wait, what? But we'd only win the game 2-0 or something. Here, we have, maybe the tired legs has probably helped. We've just pressed them into oblivion, which means, of course, we will also be absolutely knackered, so we'll have to be very careful with resting players and stuff if we do play this in the league sometimes. But I don't know. The question is, chat, do we play this against Barcelona in the next game? Because I'm kind of tempted. because we are playing Barca at the end of the week, and that would be quite fun. Steinberger now, Henrique. I wonder if there's actually one more chance here. Alvarez. It's a little bit too late for him. We got to, right? Ozil sleeps in Mosky pajamas. He might win man of the match here. Quality of team is at play here. Correct. But the quality of team is always at play because it's a football match between two teams and the qualities are going to differ. However, we also play against a lot of bad sides sometimes and don't put the scorelines on like we should do. And what I wanted to see in this game is whether we could actually obliterate a team in terms of chance creation for once, right? Well, against quality teams, it's not going to work, obviously. Oh, Mosky again. Go on. 4th assist? He's unselfless. He's unselfless? Like, I'm not saying that beating Katsina United means we're going to win the Champions League playing it. That's not the idea. The idea was to have a tactical setup that would actually overperform its chances created and allow us to be a bit more crazy in games from time to time when we want to, rather than have to rely on a bit too much junk XG to get chances and win games. And I think, small sample size for bad teams, yes, it's a tactic to allow you to have a bigger results when you need them. That's the whole point of it. We've had too many situations where we've played badly against we've played well against bad teams and not taken our chances too frequently. I wanted a system that was going to allow us to, in theory, not suffer the same fate so frequently. Because goal difference is a huge thing that does matter. Plus, it's nice to score more goals. It's just fun, isn't it? Well, I mean, not ensure, I don't know if it will be able to ensure winning, but it will certainly help us win. Now, what classifies as a bad team, I don't know. Although, watch us rock up with this game against, with this tactic against Barca and win. Like, that's the thing. Game week 3, that's Auckland FC, who genuinely will be better than Katsina United, for sure. But, right, we got man of the match and clean sheet, of course. Did Mosky get man of the match there? Oh, I think Hayatu may have got it in the end, actually. Yeah, I think Hayatu did. 24 points. He's quite a decent haul for him. I told you fantasy would be a bit weird today. Katsina. Oh, yeah, I was saying Katsina, wasn't I? Yeah, Katsina. Okay, fair enough. 2 games in 3 days. Yeah, I mean, our lot will be tired. We'll do the rest thing, obviously, because that seems to work reasonably well, but obviously not going to work that well here. But I'll just yell at them there. It's about as good a result as you could have expected, right? I'll absolutely take that. Yeah, which Auckland FC are we going to lose to as well? Like, that's true. You're right. They'll be even more. That's a great point. They'll be more tired because they'll, of course, played an extra game than us. Really good point. How's Anwar? Oh, please don't be too serious. 7th Heaven. I haven't seen that in ages. Oh, I forgot you get shitloads of money, don't you? This actually might be enough to save our season in terms of finances, because I remember last time we played in the Club World Cup, we got an absolutely absurd amount of money for playing in it. It was ridiculous. It's being hosted. That looks like Saudi. I'm guessing they're hosted in Saudi for a while. It feels like every single one of them was in Saudi. I think the last one was in Saudi as well, wasn't it? Let me quickly go to the squad and do a rest, just to make sure that we're rested at least for the next game. Particularly as we don't exactly know who's going to be available and when our guy's going to come back. Rest for 1 day. Particularly as Gomez, I think he's going to be... Oh, is he in Egypt? Never mind. That's cool, actually. Shouts I should do something. I feel like they probably don't, but I'm okay with that. I'm just kind of... Yeah. Is that really doing bad financially? Did you just wake up on the contrarian side of the bed today, my friend? The amount of money you have in the bank is not actually relevant to your FFP or the amount of budgets you have. So we started this season with obviously a bit more money than that in the bank, but I had to sell some players because we were failing FFP and our transfer budget, we were literally negative £600,000 on wage budget. So we had to sort of get some extra money in through the door. So the overall club's money is actually somewhat irrelevant because it's only counting over the last few seasons, and we've been a bit spenny lately, in fairness. Barcelona just put 11 goals past Auckland FC. Andrew, I'm so sorry for what might be about to happen to your boys. First game in, not great. I'm going to be honest. It is weird of them all, particularly as they injected cash before the summer started. They gave me some money, then went, I'll have that back. No problem. You'll love to see it. For Slot was very funny. Yeah, I don't know why we do that anyway. I don't think I'd want him, honestly. They lost their other game 4-1. They lost their other game 4-1 to Freiburg. So they've already been clubbed a couple of times. We can't click the games from there, can we, sadly? So Barcelona went easy on them. We wouldn't have done so. So on the Sunday, they played Freiburg and lost 4-0. And conceded... So I don't know much about these players, in fairness. But it's not a great start for the lads. I'll be honest. And then the next game... That looks like a very similar lineup. You're right, they were indeed Or was it 8-0 at half time? But, I mean, frankly, it was 11-0 after 56 minutes. They could have gone a lot worse. It's the same lineup. Right. This is, can we see their fitness levels? I don't think we can we? Or can we? Maybe it's on here? I'm very excited. Also, fun fact, we get to play Auckland FC last, which means between now and... Oh, no, technically Tottenham get to play them after us. But they'll be playing on the Tuesday. They play on the Sunday, then the Tuesday, then they play us. And then they still have to play Spurs after that. They've conceded 15 goals in 3 games. I think it gets worse from here. Oh, actually, will it, though? Because they've got Katsina United and Colo Colo. I think us three will put a decent amount of goals par. Their one chance of getting something is against Katsina United, but I think they'll absolutely club them. Oh, yeah, sorry. If you wonder what's going on, Auckland FC got drawn into the Club World Cup twice because they won the OFC Cup and also won something somewhere else, and as a result they got drawn in twice. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's a glitch and it shouldn't happen. But yeah, I think we've got to be aiming for double digits, right? I'll be amazed if they don't concede at least 40 goals thus far. Twice the money. They probably do, you know. I don't know how much money it is, but it's probably not a bad amount, honestly, is it? Can we see their fitness level? Hey, they're doing okay. Oh, Dave's hurt. No, Dave! Oh, we already knew that, didn't we? So actually, they're doing all right. They may be. I don't know how they've exactly done it, but it is bare funny. Ah, here we go. These were the guys I was on about. So, Spanish Scourge one. Love. Another Spanish Scourge one. Gone. Wisła Płock. Martin Rose. Mesa. Love to see that for him. Larache. Ooh, that's annoying. But oh well. Another one there. And another one there. No Officer Hambusher. Things you love to see, though. Oh, Dave. He'll be back. Yeah, that was a fun glitch. That's definitely getting a weird FM for sure. I'm going to make a load of weird FMs just for the World Cup as well, because we've had some crazy international stuff going. I ran an international sim overnight just to see if I could see anything funny happen. Palestine got to a World Cup. They beat Australia to get there. So that was quite fun. That's definitely going in there. Just what we were talking about. Steinbergen's developing even further. Good Christ. Oh, yeah, we get players. We do. We get some of the new boys joining us too, don't we? In between, which I can't register, obviously, but holy shit. Mid-block. I am, by the way, going to play this system against Barcelona come hell or high water, because we'll sneak through. We get through in second place anyway, so I'm actually content with even if we lose to Barcelona, it will be funny as hell. I qualified for the Club World Cup twice. Yeah. Think of the thumbnails like, do I have to do the side tilt? Or is it a point? I feel like it's a point. I need to get Will some new thumbnail faces, genuinely. I've been saying this for like 2 weeks. They definitely won the OFC champ. But there was some other method with which they got in, but we can't remember exactly what. I feel like Jagiellonian have been having a takeover for forever, basically. It's never going to happen, is it? Oh, actually, speaking of, in that sim I did, where I was just literally running the game normally to look at international tournaments, with just base leagues loaded and stuff, and my database set up, Jagiellonian got to a Europa League final in it, which is bizarre. Sick, though. To be fair, I do have a save file directly from before that, where they're qualified for it. So that would make a fun little mini challenge, wouldn't it? See if you can... I wonder what would happen if you took over Auckland FC in that situation. How the game would even react to that. Like, would it let you register 2 squads, perhaps? Probably not. Oh, wow, okay. I guess Real Madrid are not as good these days as PSG, but still. So Spurs and Freiburg draw their game, which means there's a chance for Auckland FC to get through. Oh, that's... how much do we care about you? He's actually... God, the fact that someone of his quality is on loan at a team like that is insane. The loan farm has been chefing lately. Right, transfer window's open. Let's go. This should be quite a lot of players. I'm expecting a lot of people through the door here, some of which will have cost us a lot of money, some of which are players I took wild punts on for absolutely no reason. I'm prepared to be wrong about a lot of them, but I saw a couple of attributes on a few and I went, fuck it, why not? 100 grand here, 100 grand there. I also spent £5 million on a goalkeeper because his physicals were insane. 16 signings, okay. 1 million, 7 million, 5 million, that's the goalie. 17 million with a D ratio, that's not good. 12 million. This might be why the board were a little bit on... Let's just see if the finances change. I think that money's already been accounted for, right? Or it hasn't. And we are now overspending our wages again. But that's fine. I can dump that back across. I was expecting that. We don't have a lot to work with, shall we say. Right. Oh, I forgot about Soboslai. Failing FFP. Ah, shit. Not again, man. That's only the projections, in fairness. Oh, no, we're fine. Just barely. Or did that change when I moved the budgets around? It might be. Genuinely, it changed when I moved the budgets around. Okay, so we'll just start at the top, honestly, and go through these. Let me just send them all on their Polish courses. Probably will miss the handshake circle for this one. I have no idea who half these guys are, honestly. I'll be honest with you. Let's just go. £1 million. Ksaba Bodnar. Right, so this is the kind of players I was on about. No, you probably were, Hayden. I think maybe it changed it when I moved the wage budget over or something. Because it was taking into account me spending that transfer fund, perhaps. How very odd. Oh, the song request didn't work. Let me get you points back for that. So you could see by looking at this guy why I wanted to sign him. Because attribute-wise, he's actually really good. Even if his ceiling isn't there potential-wise. So I'll get him straight onto the loan list. Because he's actually kind of decent. Yeah, it just assumes you'll spend the money. I'm guessing. Next up, though, an A- for an... Wait, 81... Tell you what, sure, the potential ain't there again, but value's not bad actually for him. And it's 16. He's actually got very good attributes for his age. I can't even put him on the loan list, can I? I don't mind him actually. For 81 grand. That's a good deal. Next guy I suspect is like... Oh, I know this guy. This is the centre-back that had really high PA, I think, but I didn't like his attributes. I still don't, but he does still have high PA. Basically, he can't jump to save his life and he can't tackle, but he does have seemingly have very high PA. If he'd have come in and he had no PA as well, I'd have been very worried. But if nothing else, I don't know what he is, honestly. He is just like a guy you sell on, isn't he, really? I don't know what I'd even do with him other than sell him to someone else. You should sign him. I did. Hence why he's playing for us. Level-headed. He is at least driven. I nearly hit release on a free there. What am I doing? Yeah, he's getting under... Like, he's getting caps at a young age, or getting those kind of caps at a young age. He's basically a defender that can't really do most of the prerequisites for defending. So either he does something on the loan farm, or in a couple of years I sell him to a large German side for £40 million, and we make a profit. Because I did pay £7 million for him, which is quite a lot. But at the time I was like, oh, we got loads of money. And I realised now that actually that was a poor decision. Check the agents. I mean, this guy came from Dinamo Zagreb, so that's more likely... Well, it's got a good name, though. The problem with this is... Can you even multi-select on this screen? You'd have to do each individual player, and I don't think it would really be that... It's not a very usable screen, unfortunately. If you could multi-select, then I'd scout them, but doing it one by one would just be an absolute pain in the arse. Right, so that's he. Kenneth Mohammed, 91 grand. He can't be that bad. Again, though, attributes, right? He's 18, so admittedly, you've got to take that into account. But I was just seeing these guys and going, you know what? They're okay for quite cheap. Agent name and player database. There possibly is, actually, yeah. That would at least do it, but that just seems like a lot of faff for looking for players that we're probably going to find anyway, considering those guys were mostly at, like, Dinamo Zagreb anyway. Although, another quiver in our scouting bow certainly can't hurt, right? Honestly, with that other guy, I don't think I can even bother to retrain him. I think he is just going to be, like, selling for profit type of guy. This guy, who did I sign him from? I've forgotten. Rivers United. They statistically produce some solid players from time to time. Ridiculous transfer spends. I don't know, actually. You mean from us or just in general? Because the highest player we've ever signed was 60 minute, which is a lot. But I don't know about the main save. We did look at one point, I think, but I've already forgotten. Oh, remind me in a second. We'll have a look after I've had a look at these transfers. This was the goalie. If I remember, he has insane physicals, but the rest of him is a little bit suspicious. Yeah, okay, he had 5-star PA when I signed him. He had a release clause at Leipzig, and I was like, I quite like his physicals. And his mentals are quite good too. He just isn't very good technically. He's only 17, but I'm a bit worried about the PA. He's at least resolute. But yeah. I'm honestly not sure lad should even really be a goalkeeper. He's basically just an outfielder, isn't he? Like, unironically. His passing is 12. His first touch is 16. The only things he's got good, goalkeeping-wise, ironically, are outfield roles. He should be... Can you You can't do that, can you? Oh. It does make you wonder, though. Could you maybe get them to learn it by just playing them in the role? He feels like a centre-back. Do goalkeepers in, like, the underneath actually have outfield attributes? Or are they kind of not existent? Where's the... Oh, no, there isn't an outfield rating, is it? It's a goalie rating. I reckon he's one to keep an eye on. I don't know why I clicked that as if that does anything. They do. Oh, interesting. Does make you wonder if he's got like because he's actually really good. I don't think you can. No. What we could do though is put a nickname on him of just like CB and try him as a centre back in some matches just for the memes in like a cup game or two this year or something if he doesn't find a loan, just to see how he performs and whether the attributes that he has underneath perhaps matters. I could send the save to Hadrian actually. That would be Adam Hansen. That would be a good idea, actually. Never gained familiarity, but played like 3-star for 3. Really? So you don't get any sort of orange or redness here? That sucks. That would have been sick. Right. His name is Manuel Hansen. I just put a nickname on him so we remember to play him as a centre-back if we want to for the memes. Wow, this guy's A-. Literally none. Nah, that sucks. To see his outfit stuff. Yeah, we would... Oh, we could... Oh. I don't know if you can. Let's have a look. I think it only lets you compare it to goalkeepers, right? Yeah, it only lets you compare goalkeepers. Look at the game being smart. And I assume if I select a centre-back first, it still won't let me do it. You hate to see it. Rip your 2k points. What? I don't understand. Did you bet on something? Forgive me. Oh, was it a lookup? It was literally 2 minutes ago. We were busy looking at a player. Just as always with these things, I feel like I say this a lot, but with the lookups, I don't do them like the second they come through. If we're in the middle of something really specific, I usually wait until like a pause point, then I do them. Like it was literally 1 minute ago, my friend. Patience is a very important thing in life, right? But we'll do it now anyway. But I just don't want to set a precedent of that because otherwise it would just get silly. So yeah, he's actually at New York City FC and has been there for... Oh, we went on... Wow. That has not panned out. Well, we're going through players. Yeah, absolutely. But like, again, with the lookups, if I start doing them in the middle of that, we then end up not finishing what we're doing. And it just, you know how my brain works, right? I get distracted. So that's why I try to make sure we find a stopping point to then do the lookups. Yeah, I can find a... Wow, I can't believe that. He's basically not playing. He's barely playing for New York City. Realistically, it's mostly bench chance, right? I mean, how many games has he actually started in senior games, excluding B teams? So 1 there for Bayern. Obviously, we're just talking about league here. 1 there, so 1 and 1. 1. Then none for years. So 3. 7. 8. Is it even double digits? 10. 10. He's played 10 games from the start. Oh. Pair of that for players. You can't retrain him to a centre back. You can't retrain a goalkeeper to play as a centre back. That's what the first thing I tried to do, just for the memes to see if it was possible, but you can't. Which sucks, because it's like, what if you find a youngster that comes through your academy that has been mistrained? I suppose by the age of 16, 15, they'll probably already be established at that point. Yeah, I mean, he's been there long enough, I guess. Unless he did actually have that originally. I'm guessing he didn't. I think that's just because he's been there for 5 years now, right? Because, what, 33? Oh, actually, has he? Maybe he just has that in real life. Love to see it. That's... In a way, I'm kind of glad we did the lookup now. Obviously, we're going to do it anyway, but that is... What a strange career. On a pre-contract, he'll be rubbish. But this way, if he's not playing games for New York City FC, he's not going to be doing a great deal for us. Plus, we've just signed Dominic Soboslai. We don't need him. Who was next? Was it Awada? Oh, the value on him. Who did I sign him from? Wait, is that even a top flight side? Holy shit. Yeah, he'll get a massive upgrade for sure. Should be like, oh, I wish it was the Riddler record. It was so sick. I like him a lot. He's fun. PA's probably the issue on him, I suspect. But the fact is, Algeria under 20 caps. I think I saw him actually in an Algeria national team squad as well. He just didn't quite get the start. I think that's where he was scouted from. Really nice on both feet. Technique is decent. 18, so there is that. But I like him. And for the price we've paid, it's nice to see a couple of guys come in that get those instant values. This guy here. Oh, this was an Iranian centre-back that I quite like the look of. PA. Do you know what? Actually, I give a shit about the PA. The tackling was the one thing about him that I was a little bit... But there was just so much to like about him outside of that I thought for 200 grand... You know, it was worth a go. Absolutely average Kiwi, yes. Links are absolutely fine. We just sort of work on a trust system, basically, with links. Like, if I see a link and it's like first time chatted, then I'm a little bit like, ooh, you never know. But yeah, let's have a look. Oh, is this it? Oh, this is from 2 months ago as well, so it's actually this exact year. What if culprit 15-year-old regions with funds? Oh yeah, look, passing and first touch are really high. So yeah, whoa, holy shit. Okay, he's way better than our one, to be fair. Aston M96. Thank you very much for the 4 months on Pride. That is super kind of you, friend. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. No longer morning. So I don't have my clock visible again. I'm trying out that thing where I have OBS completely full screen, so I can't see it. And I'm in the aim of perfection today, so I'm going to say afternoon. 5 seasons of the Prem with ratings. Oh, this is one. Oh my god. I'm assuming his Huddersfield time at the time was like a decent Prem side because he's signing guys off of Real Madrid. But either way, that makes me more excited about the... With Hansen, I was just signing him because I thought, oh, that's kind of funny. But this is actually 0 clean sheets. Well, I guess he wouldn't have a lot of clean sheets playing as a centre-back, potentially. Okay, yeah, so we'll definitely give him a game or two in the Cups or the League perhaps this season. For the memes. Oh, I think the reason he's rating Julian Wirtz really badly is because he did cost us 17 million quid. Nah. He's got high PA. I think he's actually really decent. For an overpriced Belgian, I think he's really solid. Physicals are a little bit Mentals are solid. Technicals are decent for the role he play, which is both of them, regardless of what we need him to do. He can pass, he's got good technique. I think as overpriced Belgians go, he's not as overpriced as I was expecting him to be. I was worried that he might end up having no 5-star PA. He's not on a huge contract in terms of his wages. He does have a balanced personality, which is the one thing that worries me slightly, but I think he's okay. And occasionally you do have to splash a little bit. This guy was £2.8 million. But I think these guys are just so stable and solid that they're 100% worth just... I think this was one we did sign on stream, I think. I remember the name Gluehack, because I was making jokes about his name. But he's okay. He's not spectacular. Right, Gardenetho has Wonder Kid mentality on him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think we'll be alright with him. This is Leo. £12 million from... Who was it from? Botafogo. I like this because it means that, like, with us losing Dusan, obviously he's a different type of player. He's more of a Jens Kowalski type player, but he's got crazy good tackling, work rate's decent, positioning's already awesome. He can also pass to a reasonable extent as well. He's got great bravery, his concentration's exceptional, fairly determined personality, no indications of high... He's a little bit on the short side, but I like him a lot. And having a guy like this, presumably he's gone to the first team, yeah. I'll obviously put him on the loan list just in case, but I think he's one of those kind of guys that with us moving out some of the more expensive, the older players that weren't playing as much, we can replace them in the squad with these guys on the bench. So they come through a bit more. We've got more of a young core coming off. Certainly no indications of high jumping reach, no. He's very no-nonsense. Yeah, he's only 19. 12 strength is actually not bad, to be fair. And that will, as long as it's not when they're like 19 or 18, as long as it's not single digits strength, I'm usually relatively okay with that. It will continue to grow as they improve. Starts doing a bit. I started doing strength training yesterday. I am feeling every bit of it and feeling pain in muscles I didn't know existed. So I understand why he needs to get on that. I like him a lot. This is a Spanish Scourge dude. That's absolutely fine. That's why he's got the S on his name, so that's fine. We'll just set him to the loan farm. Yeah, he's probably the least flary Brazilian ever. You need one guy to control the rest of them, right? Or something. I don't know. I have a limit of 8 players on loan in my save. It looks like you do not have a limit. How is that? It would depend on what league you're managing in Flasin. Because some leagues have specifically hard-capped loan limits. Norway being one of them, I believe. In fact, Norway is most likely the one that you... Are you managing in Norway by any chance? Because that is a pain in the arse now. Norway took some of the FIFA rules and implemented it domestically, which is a pain. Yeah, I figured. So basically, Norway is one of the worst building a nation saves you can do these days because of that specific rule. Most countries don't have that implemented yet. Most of them only have that for foreign loans. Norway implemented it domestically. It's a shame because I had a really good time with my building a nation Norway. So yeah, I would 100% avoid Norway in future building a nations if you are on that one. So I am so sorry about that. He's basically Harrison Reed. Yes, he is. He's... Hey, if we ever play Liverpool, we know what's up his sleeve. Speaking of Liverpool, it's Dominic Szoboszlai. We had to, right? 1 year of Dominic Szoboszlai. Except I gave him a 3-year contract. Of course I did. Ah, look at him. He's the opposite of that goalie. He can play everywhere. He looks... I mean, Dominic Soboslai looks great all the time. Let's be honest. Bro is my hair idol. But the natural fitness is helping. He's not the fastest player, but he's got such good technicals and mentals that you stick him in a team and he's going to go perfectly into our rotations. Basically, for the league matches, he'll get so many minutes just knocking stuff about there. Staff attributes, he must do, surely, right? Actually, no, if he did, it would be in here, wouldn't it? So, no, he doesn't currently. Man, oh, the DAP to break the world. Yeah, you can remove that sort of thing from Norway. If I ever did it again, which there is a part of me that says if, things still look good after we do Denmark next year, maybe I do return to Norway and then we do exactly that for 28. I don't know. Just don't know what state the game's going to be in by then, do we? Adamus and No-Go. These were just random amateur guys I picked up, I think. Straight into the loan farm with you. And this was that Vietnamese goalkeeper that basically, he's 18, he has 7 Vietnam caps, and 3-star PA for a Vietnamese player from a Vietnamese club was enough to make me go, fuck it, let's have a little look at him. He has got torn wrist ligaments, which sucks. But he's certainly one of the better domestic players I've seen in Vietnam. And it's the 7 caps, really. I don't know if he even had that many caps when I signed him initially, so... And he's consistent, which I guess is something. And he's leaking dat. Sweden for building a nation. I've never done Sweden for building a nation, but I have done Sweden in the past. I had a good time with it. I don't know what the rules are like. Yeah, leaking dat as a keeper is probably not the best. Oh, speaking of, this is South Korean guy, right? Hwang Dae-won. This was a guy we did look at, and I later went back and bought him because he was cheap enough, and I thought, oh, actually, well, the value's decent enough, and he's got a professional personality. It was the one that saw it over the line, and there's one more guy at the very bottom here who is... Who did I sign this guy? Oh, Peñarol. Yeah, he's that guy we were looking at from Peñarol, Alessandro Castellini. The shortest man alive. He is 5'1" with 2 jumping reach and 4 strength. So he will get bullied. You probably want big man, little man with this lad, is what I would say. But the rest of him's okay for his age. Although at 18 to only have 4 strength, lad needs to start eating a bit of protein, is all I can say. He's probably never going to quite make it through with us, to be fair. Right, we did that potential look up with Leonard Carl. And then found that whole rabbit hole of things as well. Ringeling. There is a few Ringelings knocking about. We've got, well, actually only 2. Sam Ringeling, who's a real player, and a guy at Tottenham, actually, Yari Ringeling. There's also Christian Dinger here. And Konstantin Winkel. Germany never lets you down. Wow, okay, that's a good Ringeling. Where was he born? Obviously the Netherlands, but... They had it. Nice. 200 grand a week. Oh, fun fact. I was doing the Patreon recap yesterday. 5 of you play for Everton. None of you started at Everton. Or none of those 5 started at Everton. It's the weirdest thing. I was looking through it. Let me get the other... The hell this is this? Which one is it I use for Patreon recap? Is it that one? Yeah. I was looking through it just because going through it the way that I do. Look. 5 of you playing for Everton at the same time. Brandon Ward, Kakota Dye, Gary Langston, Adam Cooper and Leslie King all ended up at Everton in the same exact team. It's like Everton have a type. Very strange. I don't think there's any other clubs in here that have got more than 2. Melbourne Victory have a couple. Obviously Pushcha do, but that's not really the same. And obviously we do. So strange. The pro club street, Page Everton, good. I feel like Australian players, we do obviously scout Australia and stuff, but I just feel like we never find quite what we're looking for. Fine order in for Steve. He's doing a full tour of the Netherlands. Starts at Ajax, goes to PSV for huge money, and now it looks like he's signing for Feyenoord. Steve's going to hate this. And that makes me secretly happy just because it's funny. Sorry, Steve, if you see this. Him and us back to Wolves. I thought he was being linked with a move back to Mexico, but honestly, I'd be so happy for him if he went back to Wolves. It seems that we've actually offered Harry Wilson a contract as well. Now, that's ultimately meaningless, I suppose, but at least we're trying to keep hold of him. And there's really no signs of us appointing a manager before the start of the World Cup, which just sucks, man. Particularly as all the people we're still relentlessly being linked with are just...
Hi Chato and Matto, my life has changed a lot. All is good, but I don't get to watch all the streams like I used to do. I do genuinely miss it. The vibes always lifted my mood. Anyway, looking great Matto, wearing a size XS?
No, this is a small, or is it a medium actually? I don't know. I was going to buy some new clothes, but since I'm now trying to get swole, I decided to hold off on that just in case I need to go back to wearing mediums again. But I mostly wear smalls these days, which I've never been in my entire life, so I'm quite happy with that. Steve, thank you very much for the £10. Did you see the thing I just showed, or do you need me to show it again? Because it's just hilarious that you came in the second I was talking about that. If you didn't, I can recap it for you. Thank you, Brian. That's very kind. Compared to how I used to be. Oh, so I was planning to start the Ely City running thing next Monday because I've got all the stuff for it now. But with this calf strain, I'm a little concerned about that because I don't want to be injured doing that. So I may have to give that another week, which is fine. I can just make a different video in the meantime. So yeah, it looks like you're about to move to Feyenoord, Steve. You're under a contract bid from Feyenoord. Seems that your time at PSV has come to an abrupt end, with you still having more international caps. No, exactly, Hayden. No, that's the thing. I thought I did it I say a calf strain. It's some calf pain that flared up and I was like, ooh, that's a bit weird. So I stopped, came home. This was last Tuesday. Missed Thursday's run, missed Saturday's run. But then yesterday I was doing strength training, and most of that's not to do with my legs anyway, because I have runner's legs. But I was doing some goblin squats, and I started noticing a little bit in my calf. Not too much, because obviously it's not designed for the calves. But then today I went out, and about 2k in, I just started noticing the tightness coming back. So I was like, nah, we're going to get away from that one. I want nothing to do with that, because I already have Achilles, a bit of weakness there anyway. So I think I'm just going to give the running a rest for the rest of the week. Focus on the strength training instead. It's shred. But yeah, looks like you're off there potentially. Now, it could change, but you never know. Hello, Alma. How are you, my friend? Welcome in. Right, let's go to the next one. Because we're going to be getting more signings throughout the window as well, because a lot of them will be turning 18. But I think most of the big guys are through the door. Most of that £51 million. Let's just see who's left, actually. Because there is definitely still a few more to come. It's mostly... I think this is mostly just meme signings, actually, that were really young we were able to get. So I think most of the main guys are through the door, which kind of leaves us with who we should have at this point, which is good. Lucinio wants a new contract. The problem with Lucinio, basically, is he has a year left on his contract. And I don't want to lose him for nothing at the end of the summer because he's too good for that. Depending on what he wants, I'd be tempted to give him a new contract just so we could get better sale fee out of him. Because if we don't sell him this summer, because I know it says he's wanted, they haven't bid on him yet. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to hold off on it for now. But if he hasn't left in this window, I will sign him for a new contract because I don't want to lose him for free. But he can't talk to other clubs yet. So if he does go in this window, then it's fine. But if after that he hasn't, then I'll give him a new deal. So I'll just move on from that for the moment. On of our new signing, which what? Stupid, sexy sabble slag. No, I'm definitely not. I had a bit of a calf tickle about a month ago, and I stopped running for a week, and then that was absolutely fine for about a month. And then what it was is I was doing single leg calf raises before I went on my runs to try to strengthen that, but I worried that what I actually did was I fatigued that muscle a little too much before I went out for my run, and it ended up basically getting a bit too much. So I'm going to be really careful with that, as much as I can at least. Transfer room, I didn't. Let's do that now. Transfer room in. I've got to obviously delete some of these because the ones in here are from, I believe, the test one I set up. Oh no, maybe not. I thought it was from the test one I made when I was doing the tutorial yesterday for the actual bot itself. Let me just go find my bot. What the hell is it? That is the question. There, and there, and there. No, that's the wrong one. What the hell is it? Is it under outputs? I think it's number 11. That's the one. Right, get that loaded. Hopefully this works in this version of the game. I can't imagine it wouldn't do, but let's try and find out. Okay, sick. Shin splints, yeah, the first thing I did when I first started running ever, when I firstly properly got into it back in 2019, February or whatever, I was like, oh, this is good. I'm going to do loads of this. So I went out running every day, going further and further, and then I gave myself shin splints. It was the worst. And I also had some knee issues anyway, so I'm trying to be really careful. One of the reasons I wanted to do strength training, in addition to just not being an absolute tub of lard despite weighing nothing, because I have zero muscle mass basically, and I never have in my entire life, and I feel like that's just good for health in general, was to try and strengthen my legs for running as well. Play basket? No, we were just doing the transfers. We were letting the players join us basically. We had about 16 guys to go through, some of which were quite good. Lard light, indeed. I'm like, I can't believe it's not fat. You know, that's basically me. In your forearms? Oh my god. Yeah, I can't imagine that would be... God, I haven't even thought about that. That would be horrible. Like, at least with running, you can sit... At least with your legs, you can sit down, right? But your forearms, you kind of just need to be doing things, right? Well, I must admit, I was getting some sort of... Felt like a growing pain a little bit in my right forearm yesterday, but it might have just been because it was starting to hurt a little bit during the grip with the dumbbell rows, for whatever reason. I'm still trying to, like, lock in on the exact weights to do for each one by basically just... can I max out three sets of 12 with these? If so, I can move it up slightly and kind of go from there. Because some are a lot easier than others, it turns out. That's exactly it, Jay. Plus, I used to be much larger in terms of body weight in general, which means that my legs were naturally stronger in general from carrying around like 210 pounds of human, whereas now it's carrying around 155 pounds of human. It's quite a big difference in that. So I've always had quite muscular calves and quads and that. But even back at school, when we'd go into like the multi-gym or whatever it was called, the leg press that I could do was like way beyond what a lot of people would have imagined just because I had strong legs. Hello, Dave. Start talking. He can't talk to other clubs in August. The only time he could sign for a new club would be in January, so it's going to be fine. Basically, my logic is if we can't sell him during this window, then I'll just offer him a new contract, because that way we can get long-term stability and can sell him for more money. But the other thing I don't want to do is, the reason I don't want to offer him one now is because if I offer him a new contract and he signs it, it will basically eliminate him moving this summer, and we would quite like to move him on if we can do. Just because he doesn't play as much, and that the hatred of big matches really does hold him back so much. I slacked on weightlifting during the winter because of horrible weather. That's exactly it. This is one of the reasons I wanted to bring that back in. That, and I wanted to be a bit stronger. I wanted t-shirts to not sit on me so fucking weird. I wanted it to be so that it wasn't like, considering how little I weigh now for my height, I still have like, not a gut, but like a little bit of excess around my stomach that I suspect the only way I'm actually going to get rid of that is by recomposing my body and getting muscle instead, basically. And I just got sick of looking at myself, honestly. I realize this is a bit like deep, dark stuff, but I just kind of got a bit sick of going, dude, you look like a skeleton that's melted, you know? And the contract leaving due to unhappiness. True, but I feel like that's a risk we've got to take. Bear in mind, it is only June in the window, so we should have plenty of time to, in theory, move bro out. Considering he has interest, I just don't want to start trying to entice it too much, because it will just drop it way down too much. Hello, Cameron. How are you, my friend? Just trying to find a balance with these things, because I've always been like overwhelmed by things like gym stuff, which is why like I don't have a gym membership or anything. So I was like, right, how can I find a way that is going to work with my sort of schedule and the way that I work in life, and it's got low friction? So the way that I figured that out was these adjustable dumbbells that will basically let me do most things with some resistance bands for a couple of other things, and then just some bodyweight stuff. And that seems to be doable because it's just less friction. It means I don't have to go up to go to the gym or anything like that. I can just do that things. Bright summer day. Let's see. Oh my god, it is. It's nice out there now, actually. Nasty cough. There's nothing worse than getting like a cold in the middle of the summer, because it just feels completely seasonally and unthematic, right? It shouldn't be. Pog's dealing with that right now, actually. Yes, I do, Burkowski. So basically what it is, the script that you're seeing right now, I mean, technically you could download this, but it wouldn't actually work very well for you. But what I have built is it's basically like an interface that lets you create a script that you would want. So you calibrate it to your computer settings, like your own version of the game with the skin, the resolution on that, and then you can build whatever you want inside it, and then it creates the script that runs like this. If you do !transfer in, maybe? I don't know if I actually set a command up for this, but that's on the Patreon anyway, so never mind about that. It's in the Discord too, though. There's a section in the Discord called like transfer room automation. That's in there as well. I forget what the command is for it, because ultimately it's still on the Patreon there, but I did make it available for everyone else at the moment, just so we could get more eyes on it. But so far, we've had a lot of success with it, which has been good. I don't know what it is. Transfer bot? I don't know. I'll have to check. I'll let this finish because I can't touch it at the moment, because obviously it's controlling my mouse. Calisthenics was good back in the day, but I don't know. It didn't feel like I was getting what I wanted out of it, ultimately, because I did used to do that back in the day. Talk about... Yeah, I mean, that's why I always try to talk about like shit like that, because I think it's important. I just sort of... I want to make sure that the amount of me ultimately talking about stuff like that or personal shit is sort of a reasonable percentage, but not too much, you know? Because ultimately, you're not here to hear me talk about that. Well, my mouse actually fell asleep. That's how long that was doing it. Right, let me just check Nightbot. I'll figure it out. Or I just didn't make a command for it at all. That would also be something I would have just done. Just not working apparently. Oh, really? That's weird. Oh, I wonder if it's because of... cooldown times. Let me try it myself. There we go. Oh, that's a weird link. Honestly, I would say the best place is just to go through the Discord, because that's behind a paywall at the moment anyway, so it'd be better to just go through the Discord if you do want it. Yeah, exclamation mark Discord will get you in there. Haven't enjoyed most, but running outside free. Yeah, it's... Motivate yourself to get running out. I think what it is... Going out the first couple of times, you'll know if you like it or not. But getting back into it is slightly different. For me, it's thinking about what it does for me. So I know that if I go running on a stream day, this is certainly what it used to be. I used to use it to regulate my mood, and it allowed me to focus a bit better when I was fighting the unmedicated ADHD, right? So that's why I used to run on stream days, because it would allow me to sort of stay a bit... And I think it just improved my mood in general, which I felt like made me better as a communicator and as a content creator for live settings. Now, I do it for that as well. But in addition, I do it to try to make sure that my cardio health stays better, because obviously the pills raise my blood pressure, and also my resting heart rate gets raised as a result of that. So trying to stay on top of my cardio is as a way of keeping that down in addition. So I'm sort of fighting against it. And obviously, because I keep really detailed stats of all these things over long periods of time, I can actually see the effect that it's had on my resting heart rate, for example. We were starting to get back up into like the mid to high 50s again in sort of February kind of time. But since I've been running, now we're back down into the low 50s, high 40s again, which was back to sort of where I was before it, which is certainly helpful. Better sleep, better things like that, and better mood in general. Didn't come up. Yeah, I think it's just likely because of the... Wait, did Discord not work? Discord command should work, right? There you go. Sometimes there are a cooldown on certain ones that mean that you can't spam it too much because of various things. And I forget what some of them are. So some of them might have longer cooldowns than others. But everyone has like different sort of resting heart rates. Mine's always been a little bit on the low side. Well, not a little bit. It's always been like, people go, oh, well, that's actually quite low, even when it's not for me. Exactly, Mike. Yeah, it helps you be more balanced, I suppose. And that's all I've been really looking for out of life, is more balance. And it's helped with that. And also, you get out of the house, you get sunshine, and even when it's a bit dodgy outside, you get natural light on your face, particularly if you, like me, and you work quite a sedentary job where I work from home. I don't even have to leave the house if I don't want to at times for a long period of time, other than to go shopping and stuff, right? So it's an excuse to get out of the house and see geese, more importantly. You know, it's something quite nice just to be able to run down by the river and look at the baby geese and stuff. Not just because I like geese, but just, yeah, all that sort of stuff, you know? General thing. Oh, yeah, no. It's basically certain commands have got a cooldown so that you can't spam them for certain... Like, for example, the quote bot and stuff. Because if you didn't have a cooldown command, chat could just spam it and it would fill the entire chat. Stuff like that. Clearing your head. And this applies to lifting, I suspect, as well. But you generally rarely ever feel worse afterwards. I also find it really hard to be anxious and run at the same time. It's like my brain has to choose one, and if I'm running, it has to choose that. So that was a really good thing for using it for regulation as well on top of that. But it's not. This is not me saying you need to do running if that's what you feel. It's more about finding the thing that is running for you. That can sometimes be swimming, it can be cycling, it can be, or just walking, ultimately. Anything that gets your heart rate above normal can do that. Now, obviously, you know, people with conditions and stuff is different, but finding that thing can be really helpful. I used to call it peditation because it sort of allowed you to think a little bit too, which was nice. Sun loss is well, exactly, yeah. And just seeing the sun. I know it's all like wishy-washy and stuff, but it is genuinely important to get sun in your eyes. I like movement now. I've been out for a month. It's tough to get back into for sure. I think maybe you need like a lower impact exercise. Like I used to do cycling, but stationary cycling. So I would literally have my exercise bike and I would play FIFA. So I'd play 3 matches of Ultimate Team, and that I knew would get me through about an hour and a bit of cycling. And you just zone out. You don't realize you're doing it. The best part is that your player's running down the wing and you're pedaling faster because you think it's going to help somehow psychologically. Weirdest thing ever, but it does actually happen. Pog would always be like, aha, I see what you're doing there. And that's how I lost all that weight originally after I first stopped doing YouTube and stuff, was just doing that. But you're sort of stuck inside still, so it's got its drawbacks too. I could talk about that shit forever, but obviously I realize that it's a bit more niche and not everyone's interested in stuff like that. Your headset broke. See, I do occasionally like a bit of... I used to just be a person that would run with a podcast in the entire time. Always a podcast, no matter what. Now I find that I like putting on shouty, angry music while I'm doing like interval training, because I think it helps me get pumped for it a bit more. And yesterday, I was like, oh, I've not really been in this situation before. What do I do? So I was basically just listening to the new August Burns Red album, which, by the way, best thing they've released in years, so I was very happy with that. Benjamin Chesko, is he? Mask is... Yeah. But occasionally my headphones will die, and it is just nice running along with nothing in your ears and just kind of... It was nice. Sometimes it is nice to just be alone with your thoughts. And I think a lot of people are afraid of that, me being one of them. And I think that's possibly come from a time when my thoughts were more scary, in the sense that they were more more frequent, scattered, and hard to pin down. Whereas now they're not, so I'm less afraid of being with them, I suppose, if that makes sense. He is indeed at... Oh, imagine it's a Polish side. It's just loads of other MLS sides. Oh, it did not work out United there at all, did it? I realise that, Jay. I don't know why I'm so, like... I still think like that, because I always... This is what it actually is, if I'm being real with you. It's more of a case of I don't want to put off new viewers. I know that I realise I shouldn't have to care about that, because ultimately a new viewer would experience that at some point and be like, it's not for me, right? And that's fine too, right? So I suppose I should just continue. Maybe I should just be me more, and that way I'll attract the exact type of people that would already be naturally fitting into this group and community in the first place. Crazy thought. Imagine being yourself on the internet in the big 2026. Impossible. Oh, thank you, Steve. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for all the £10 earlier. I realised we sort of distracted from that with the Feyenoord thing, but thank you for that. I do appreciate that. And I hope your life, as much as the turmoil you're talking about means that you're not in here, hopefully those are for good reasons, where it means that things are progressing for you in a good way, right? Runner versus the clock. Yeah. Yeah. That, and I think people just run too fast. However fast you think you should be running, you probably should be running slower than that by a considerable amount. And I was guilty of that too. Slow running is some of the most fun you can have, because you don't have to get out of breath. If you're with someone as well, you can just have full-blown conversations. I remember one time my dad ran me while I was out running, and he was like, "Oh shit, are you running at the moment?" I was like, "Yeah." But I was like, I can talk, because I wasn't doing anything like especially intense. So I just spent like half an hour on the phone to him while I was running down by the river, because I could. What else am I going to do, right? Plus, it was nice to talk to my dad. Imposter syndrome. Oh yeah, 100%. Everyone gets imposter syndrome. No matter what walk of life and job you do, you're going to get it to some extent, right? I suffer from it just as much as anyone else does, really. I always think to myself, how the hell am I doing this as a job? Why the hell does anyone watch this content? Like, for example, the last recap video did weirdly well, and I don't know why. I just really don't know why. It was like a 1 out of 10, and I have no clue why. It's weird, because it's just like, what did I do? There was nothing different about it. It was just a normal recap video as far as I knew, but maybe it was the title. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. Maybe it is that I'm more natural and trying to be more me in those videos again now. So maybe that's coming across in the right way. It's hard to say. I stopped scripting it so much and started just being a bit more off the cuff. So maybe that's having an impact. Who could say? Right. Okay. We'll have to go with the same guys. French Revolution. That was a banger, to be fair, Andrew. Do you edit for YouTube? Most people don't use editors. Actually, that's not true. Most YouTubers at a certain level probably do have them. I personally don't, because I'm an absolute control freak, and despite the fact that I know it would probably be good for me, I simply do not have the financial backing for that, or the willing to let go, I suppose. The viewer retention was actually down a little bit on that video, but it was slightly shorter, and YouTube doesn't reference it via its percentages. It only cares about the number. So the video was about 4 or 5 minutes shorter than a normal recap, so therefore the retention was technically lower. But yeah, it's weird like that. Barely talk without breath. That's the best part about it. You could just have long chats. I wish I had a running buddy these days, because Pog obviously doesn't run anymore like she used to, because her knees are so bad that she just simply can't anymore, which sucks. So I used to like going running with Pog, because we just run along the river. It was amazing. By the way, we're playing Barca, and I'm going to play this tactic. Enjoy. Cross-eyed stare at the camera back in the day. That's what happens when you get a thumbnail guy that knows what they're doing. They get rid of your cross-eyed stares. I'll tell Will to put it back in artificially. How about that? Nice. Back in favour of the orders. I think so. I think it's because of the types of content that Clates makes. Because Clates makes some of my favourite FM content. Because he makes content like I like to make content. And I wish I had I want to get back into doing that type of stuff. And he's become like a proper inspiration for me in that sense. Because I love what Clates does. I've always loved what Clates has done. But I really love what he's become as far as his YouTube niche, if you like. It's so cool. And he's a really nice dude as well, which helps. I haven't seen that one yet. No, Bolskov, unfortunately. Funniest. I don't know. Have you seen some of the others? I just chat shit. Wait, is it still getting it wrong? We're number 1. That's all you need to know about. We're number 1. Clates is a lovely dude. Yeah, genuinely. I did think about joining a running club at some point. Maybe I will. Maybe I could do that as part of this new video series I want to do. Gomez is at the Gold Cup with Mexico. He decided that he didn't want to play in the Club World Cup because he had better things to do. Because he's just a bastard. Oh dear, he's offside there, surely. This could go horribly wrong, by the way. The tactic we're playing in this game is likely to not lead to us winning. Or, I'm a genius. It's one of those two things. Yeah, he wants to go play in Mexico with a normal formation. And who could blame him? What is that, Jens? If we don't get battered here, I'll, one, be very surprised. And two, be a little bit scared. Like, realistically, I would never play this system against Barcelona in an actual Champions League match or something. But if it just shows little signs of not being completely horrendous against Barca, I'd feel totally competitive. I'd feel totally content with playing this in a load of league games next season, though. Because those teams are not going to be Barcelona, are they, right? Volvo Mick. Oh, yes. Mick's my guy. Oh, that's a great pass. Montparus is already through. Go on, Mompa. We lead! He's surely offside, right? Chat, I dare say we're leading against Barcelona with my mad new tactical idea. Oh my god, we're actually winning! What a pass. Who was this? Look at this ball from... Was it John? Oh, that is sent... Look at the fade he puts on there. And Montparus has taken a chance. It's a very tight angle as well. What a finish from Mompa. But yeah, the guy you're thinking of is Evolving Mick. He's just... Mick was one of the YouTubers I watched when I first started creating content. So it was Jack. Crazy that he was one of the OGs and still does it. And successfully too. And it was Mick, basically. And Get Scout Report and Just Another Guy HD. Those were the dudes that I watched, basically. But Mick is just an absolute lovely man. The reason I got the first big start for content really was because of Mick. He did like a content showcase and put my channel in it back when I'd first started out, and that got me a few subscribers, and it just sort of snowballed from there. He's genuinely responsible for that. Montparus is only like 27, I think. 26. He feels old because he's been around for so long. No, this was pre-Foxy. Yeah, absolutely, Sapikin. If we like it and it's content and doesn't need any changes, I'll just dump it straight in the tactics pack. Jack, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, Daz. Oh, you stupid man. Why is he the one back there, by the way? Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to swap the two strikers over, wasn't I? So he's on his, correct foot. After Sunday's stream, I actually worked quite late, but then Pog's also been promising me that I'll be more work-life balance focused, especially on Sundays when I can. So I watched the F1 and then watched a bit of the NASCAR, stuff like that. Random tweets and non-league. Yes, so Mick does a lot of stuff to do with, is it Enfield Town that Mick's involved with, I believe? Slugs. Oh, I thought we might actually get a penalty save for once there. At the very least, the Grand Prix was interesting in the sense that stuff happened. Aussie guy. There was, Footy Manager TV was an Australian creator. So maybe that was him? Oh, Montparus and Naeem, I think, are the sort of club legends of this stage of the save, I would say. Although Jens, I feel like, probably is a close... He gets in there too, I'd say. Wow, that was a... I suppose most of that's the XG from the penalty, isn't it? Go on, clear it. I feel like transitional phases in this tactic might even be more powerful in some respects. If we could win the ball off them in higher positions. Yeah, Naeem and Montparus are the guys. And then Jens... Big save. I haven't seen the reason for it. I was wondering if something was wrong with it, though, because it did seem like there was far too many penalties being handed out. Or maybe there wasn't. Jens is a character, exactly. And it's rare that we get a real player that actually emerges as a character that we want to keep around long enough. But Jens has just been that guy for us. In the same way that... Didn't we have one like that in the Tromsø save? I swear we did. I can't remember who it was. There was a real player we kept around way longer. Oh, Johnny's in. Oh, square it. Oh, maybe he could have rolled that in. So it was cutting rather than... Oh, interesting. So they were all legit penalties then. Wow. Did they change anything then? Ovalar. Yes. Ovalar and Enrique Araujo, actually, probably. Those two as a pair. I did feel bad that Cadillac didn't get their first point. I was so happy when I saw that Perez was going to technically get 10th. And then he got a penalty as well. I suppose Alonso got a point, though. Yeah, the crowbar, he wasn't around as long, but he was a very fun player to have. Oh. Oh, my days. I mean, honestly, fair enough. That is some strike from Hamuchi. Good lord. Personi on, it makes you... Does that mean you get poster syndrome at that point? That is a phenomenal finish. I don't think we can do much about that, really. Like, we've got bodies in the way, and he's just dug an absolute beauty out there. AC Pong is never getting that. Data shows they were. Oh, really? Well, I guess if you can prove it, then it's a different story. But what would that do for the classified results, or for the results, if Alpine do get that overturned then? Who would that move and where? Maybe the pit lane. Oh, really? I do quite like a good ripple effect situation like that. I'm getting the impression that tactically, this good block isn't probably what we want to be taking into the Champions League this season. And that's okay. We're just here to knock about... Actually, it's only half an hour in and we're only 2-1 down. And we led the game. So maybe I'm speaking too soon. And also, just think, with better strikers in this team, like our actual strikers, maybe it's got legs. The other reason I wanted to build this as well is mostly just to give Sharpek more of an opportunity to play football this season, because if we are playing a two-striker system in the league, it means he's going to get to start loads more matches, even if he's not going to be playing in the Champions League as frequently as before. Or not as frequently as before, as frequently at all. Oh. I need to get into watching some of that sort of stuff as well. It's quite a long race. I suppose you're not watching the entire thing, are you, I guess? Nintendo Direct. I'll be honest with you, I'm not really a Nintendo kind of person. The last Nintendo... What the hell? There's a bit of fluff in my drink. Last Nintendo thingy I owned was probably might genuinely have been a Game Boy, honestly. Pog had a Switch. Oh, hello. Imagine this is a goal. Montperouse. Montperouse! We're level. Barca 2, Wisła 2, Montperouse. What a finish! I mean, that is insane. Was this a flick on? Goalkeeper goes long, and I think it's Hayatu, right? Wins the flick on to Montperouse. A headed through ball. But then, this looked like the outside of his left foot. Outside of his left foot, in off the crossbar. What a finish! He needs to get out of his own head a little bit more, I think. I mean, let's just ignore Barcelona's penalty XG. They're still better than us. But what I think it's showing is that we're creating chances and actually taking them. Rather than what we were doing before, which is not doing that. Like, Barca have definitely been the better team here. Oh, shit, they're going to go straight back in front, aren't they? No! I want Barca to become us, basically, of before. Oh. I think I'd be tempted in a game against a poorer opposition. We need to sort of get the sight in for it. Yeah, it feels like when we're creating chances with this now, they're purposeful. Obviously, against weaker sides, we will create more pot shot type chances because you're on the you're more aggressive with it. But this is allowing for us more transitions type phases, and we like that. Look how many players are forward. That's right, all of them. And that's the downside of having them all. Go on, get back, Steinbergen. Go on, buddy, get across to him. No. Oh, you should have done better there. See, there's the downside to it, but as long as that doesn't happen too frequently, I think it's going to encounter some pretty fun game moments for us there. Probably not best to have all of them in their box, but it's also less fun if you don't. And we get kickoff highlights straight away. I think we're not losing this game like 5-3 in the end, which against Barcelona isn't even that bad, is it? I like how Joao Carlos often becomes our most deep player in this system for some reason. The centre-backs push on beyond him. I think that's the thing. Or the sort of thing you could flip to in a game you're losing and you just need to throw bodies forward. Because it doesn't actually require that many positional changes in terms of the players. Because the only thing you'd need to switch from this to our other tactic would literally be take the striker off and bring a centre-back on. Everything else is the same. In terms of you just shuffle them around. So that's actually where it becomes more usable for me. Like it would actually have a purpose, I guess, in those types of moments. Good save. Good block. It's also making our defenders have to actually defend occasionally. And they seem to be making the sort of saves and blocks that they weren't making before, for some reason. I'd take a 6-all. Oh. Shut up to everyone on Earth. Oh, dear God. That's even more than we had, I think. We had about 17 quintillion, I believe. Could Morocco a dark horse? I don't know. I think there's certain teams that just always end up being considered dark horses no matter what. Turkey, for example, every single time. We're getting a bit more out of Acipong. He's doing stuff now. He's making saves. I like that we actually dominated, apparently, the first 10 minutes of this game. So because of that, and their pass map, I'm going to be serious about this. I'm going to look. So getting a lot of the ball outside with Guerrero. What about opposition instructions? Oh, wait. Would help if I actually looked at their team, wouldn't it? See who's actually doing stuff domestically. So they've got Fontanals in a free roll. Oh, you bougie bastards. Right, okay. Are we going after him already? We are, apparently. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, Be rude if we didn't trigger... Can I just select the whole lot? Wait, does it not let you do that anymore? There we go. Trigger press the whole damn lot. Yeah, they're always a dark horse, and they rarely ever live up to the expectations of that, I guess. Been unlucky so far. We haven't, but that's okay. Show me something else. Go for it. Who's bad? Jens has actually not been great today. Cote d'Ivoire will be fun. But reminds me, chat. Just need to hang this up. We're ready to go, baby. The wall chart is here. I'm thinking just up here. That'll go nicely up there. I had to get a wall chart. Need to figure out something to hang it on the wall. Everyone needs a wall chart. It's a World Cup. I'm ready. That's the last thing I needed. The last ingredient. Canada have got some interesting players. And obviously they'll have home advantage at times too, which will be good. How does that work with the USA, Canada, and Mexico? I assume that all three of them are playing all of their group games in their native nations, right? Or have they not done it like that? Because that's what I'd be wanting if I was one of those nations, at least. This is a vibe. I've been buzzing for a while. Oh, what a save! I think I've been buzzing about it ever since I was talking to the guys on the pod last week. That was probably the thing. Yeah. Particularly as I think one of the things I want to try and suggest as a Patreon idea is simply just looking at World Cup squads from previous World Cups. And I don't just mean like England. I mean like just looking at players and being like, I remember that guy. It's a famous pastime that I very much enjoy. Just the I look at players thing. It's fantastic. I think different groups from... Oh, are they? That would, I guess, make sense because of the travel stuff, I suppose. How are we only 3-2 down in this game? It's not like we can dig deep on the bench and bring too many players on, unfortunately, because we do lack a little bit of options there. But the second half, we've seemingly improved slightly here. I have, Dazza. Yes, I finally tried the 7-0 one yesterday while I was waiting for something. I was waiting for the Patreon recap to render. So I was looking through and I had a little look at one from people posted in Discord. And then I tried the 38-0 one. I managed to get 4th place with my team, but it did have JJ Okocha as Cam in my team. It was great. Giggs on the left, and I forget who I had on the right. I love it. It's so good. Sharpek is... Oh, wow. We have no other strikers on the bench because of all the injuries and suspensions and international duties. But Molsky coming on could not be a bad idea. Because look what he did in the last game. We'll do the wing backs again. And then, where's the other one? I forget the wing backs appear so high up now because they're technically not even wing backs anymore in this system. They're just wingers. That's 3 subs. Henrique for Jens would make sense. And honestly, Mana for... Go on, Lucidio. Get him a go. Let's go, lad. It's the worst part. I need to try that. I can totally see why it would be addicting to test out. I know that one of the hockey podcasts I was listening to, they did a 82-0 basically, and that was fun. It's just such a great little concept as well. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a lot of space. We are giving up a few little gaps here. But hopefully we'll shoot from distance. Actually, the chances that we're encountering, it's weird. It's like we're baiting opportunities for our opponents. They've basically become us, where we're baiting chances that our goalkeepers are more likely to save rather than letting up the bigger chances that they don't seem to save as frequently for some reason. And that's kind of why I think we had success last season. See, those sort of chances are the ones we'd get before. This one was Puck Soup. It was on their Patreon. They did that. And I usually listen to Puck Soup, Empty Netters, and 32 Thoughts. Generally those 3. Less so lately, obviously, because hockey doesn't exist to me anymore. Jordan would be cool if they did. I just want one of the new nations to just surprise somebody, right? Drop a result against a big team. Something like that. No, the Auckland game is up next, James. Sorry, what I meant is which Auckland game? Which Auckland are you referring to? There's just so many. Why can't I hold all these Aucklands? 4-2 in the end. This has not been the embarrassment that I was anticipating. I could see us actually grabbing a goal late on here and making this 4-3. And I think with Gomez in this team, it's... Okay, that is not great. That kind of defending is not what you want to see. Please don't let them embarrass us right at the very end here. Oh, what's a save again? Eshipon's having a lovely time. We've conceded 4 goals and he's got an 8 rating. I now feel like every team we've faced in the last 3 seasons. It's a fabulous turn up for events, although we are still losing, unfortunately. Yeah, the XG, like they've had a penalty in this game too, and they've still underperformed their XG against us. And we've managed to overperform ours, score a couple of goals on the break against them. This is definitely giving, in these types of matches anyway, something we could revert to if we were desperately losing late in a game, like final 10 minutes. Ah, man. Just to throw everything at them. Maybe even throw an all-out attack in the process, right? Same as host switch. Oh, nice. Okay. That's cool. I don't have time to look through that right now, but that is cool. 5 XG in the end. I mean, we've given up a lot against them today. Not created a lot out of that for ourselves, but it's okay. We've done okay. Ashipong did an exceptional job in goal. It could have been a lot worse were it not for our man there. Unfortunately, Molsky didn't quite have the bench impact that he did in the first game. I might have over-egged the pudding on him a slight bit there. Right, we'll grab that. Dump that into fantasy. And hope for the best. Where's he gone? I've literally lost it. There it is. Does that work? There we go. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of points being handed out there. Did Scotland beat Bolivia? Was it 4-0 in a friendly recently? That's kind of quite a decent result. Also, I can't believe we haven't talked about this. Fucking Christian Eriksen. Again. Horrifying, that is. I assume that means he will probably be not playing in the tournament. No clean sheet for us. No man of the match for us. So we'll just give some... It's still, John gets some points. Monperouge gets some points. So does Hayato. Not what you want to see. Yeah, I'm using the Saskin right now. I think at this point, if I was his like partner or whatever, I'd just be like, didn't qualify. Oh, true. Right, that makes more sense. Why did I think that they'd qualified? Wait, wasn't it Denmark that lost to Bosnia? Or was it... I forget who they beat. Well, that certainly solves that problem. But I think if I'm him or someone around... Oh, was it Sweden? Oh, of course it was, yeah. In the worst thing of all time. Wait, no. Shows how little attention I pay to those outside of watching the Ireland and Wales games. Yeah, it happened again against Ukraine in a friendly. They had to abandon the match. But yeah, I mean, I feel like... Oh, sure, my bad. I didn't realise I'd switched over to the other screen. So yeah, we won 5-2 in the end. Oh, sorry, lost 5-2 in the end. It is what it is. We'll make it back in the next game. Yeah, that's the thing I heard, that the device he had installed did exactly what it's supposed to do. But it's like... How long... I mean, you just don't want to risk it at that point, right? I mean, how old is Christian Eriksen these days? Because he strikes me as one of the... Probably like, what, 32? 33? Yeah, 32. So, oh, 34. Oh, well, in that case, then... Yeah, I would just be thinking, look... You've done well. To actually change this stream? No reason to, right? I think this is actually really solid. I mean, ignoring that. Okay, so Auckland FC have lost again. This time to Katsina United. And they haven't played their next game yet, though, which will be against Colo Colo. They're going to get cooked here. 2012. Was it really that long ago? Because he was at Ajax before then, right? Oh, Feyenoord. Yeah, there you go. Steve has gone to Feyenoord. It's happened. Deportiva Takira are doing... I feel like I'm seeing them all the time on this list. So Steve has gone. Is he going straight away? Oh, yeah, he just gone straight away. Damn. Free transfer. I hope he plays there frequently. I really do. Oh. A defender that we've got coming through, albeit out on loan for another 2 years, in fact. Al Hassan Sikiru. I think he's a little bit spicy. He actually... Jesus Christ. Every time I see him now, he just looks better and better. Mid-block. Do I want to play mid-block against them? Probably not, eh? I'm not sure they're going to be able to put any players out there. But it's really weird when it shocks you. Really? Oh, is this one of these things where the media are just sort of taking it because of what it is, but then also blowing it out of proportion a little bit? It's just when you see that, like, that must be scary. Oh, was that song request? Oh, I did that. Baldacchino. Unfortunately, Baldacchino did have his loan cancelled, as it were. Not by me. They just refused to take him back, sadly. Oh, no, wait. Let me check this, actually. Wait. Yeah, so they refused to loan him back again, unfortunately, which sucks, because he's got 9 caps for Malta now. It's the Malta national team goalkeeper they're disrespecting, and I refuse to allow that to happen on my watch. Oh, God. I think this guy might be returning to us in the summer anyway, because he refused to sign a new deal because Zag got relegated. So we will also likely have, well, eventually, have Julio Cesar back in the fold for us too. So there's some quite good players returning. one of the risks. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of fair, but from a liability standpoint, it does sort of make sense. Right. Get through the first set of these. God, I love that this works again now. It's just such a blessing being able to actually look at scout reports again finally after all these years. There was a guy that Real Madrid were releasing on a free transfer, but he was a striker and he wanted absurd money, but I was genuinely tempted for a while. These guys are a bit older. Speaking of strikers, actually, there is Hilmar Coutinho Neto. We can't afford him at the moment, but my goodness, is he a good player. I do like him a lot. And if we were to come into money again and think, ooh, do we need a second striker again? He could maybe be the guy. Some freebies in here that are actually holding a bit of their quality. Right, who's actually good and we can look at? So there was Janicic. This was that right wing back that I liked the look of, but obviously he's way too expensive. That's the theory, James. Yeah, some of the guys that didn't go back, but I want to wait until we actually tick over when they're actually here, because some didn't go back and some are about to not go back, because obviously some came back a little early. This guy here, Dan Lemaire, I mean, for the loan farm, I have to be careful actually because we have so little wage budget available. Maybe I should actually, fuck it. These are the guys I'm allowed. I just have to be a bit careful until we maybe get some more money in the club, which likely will happen. The main sales I'd like this summer would be Lucinho and Marion. If someone comes in for Marion, I'd be very happy with that, because that would get a lot of money off the wage bill for us, and also a huge amount of money in theory just coming in general. I think he'd be a good coach, yeah, potentially. Best I'm very surprised by that as well, Andy. I think Raul deserved better. Fulham have actually been quite bad for this. I was listening to a podcast earlier talking about like best signings we'd ever made, and they were talking about Breda Hangeland and just the way that he was treated as well when he left the club. It's just weirdness. Like, I feel like they don't get the respect that they're owed. And Raul has at times had the team on his back this season and been the only player that's even really... The sheer amount of games he had to start in a row was wild for a player in his sort of age profile. These guys are okay, but we don't have a lot of cash, and I don't know if I'd want to spend it on them anyway. Lucas is a man. Not when I've just signed a load more guys like that. Neuer going to be fascinating. It's yeah, so we try to keep the politics to a minimum in chat if we can, just because otherwise it just becomes not a fun place to be. So we just try to yeah, basically, because otherwise it's just not worth being here. Staff members, they'll get new contracts anyway, I think. Or rather, wait, who the hell's Rico Cheese? Did I sign him because his name was Cheese? I must have done, right? Is he even any good? He's not bad at his job, in fairness. Sorry, what did I miss? Fulham pod. Oh, that's different. Talk about Tony Khan all you want, right? Booty's still at Potts. Good question, because he really shouldn't be, should he? Wait, he's still there? Brave. I'm glad, because that means that he will stay in a job for the time being. Good damn. Yeah, man could survive a nuke. Apparently so. That's insane. I will decline that for the time being. I just assumed with them getting relegated and them literally not scoring any... Sorry, they didn't get a single win all season. I know that he wasn't responsible for most of that, but usually they sack the manager anyway at that point, right? So maybe they... Oh, what if they were so nearly relegated by that point that they just didn't care? Bad news. Auckland FC knocked out of the Club World Cup. The news we knew was... They scored a goal! Love to see it. Well done, this fella here. Ariath Piol. Lovely bat. Oh, was that Real Salt Lake? It is. Oh, good. He did. He's proudly standing on the bow like the guy in Titanic. So they've not scored in that group yet, I don't think, but they have scored in this group. They've still lost both games and have been eliminated. Also, which one was eliminated? We simply don't know yet. I probably should look on transfer room in again. Transfer room out again, rather, because I was getting quite a lot of success with it right before the World Cup. Of course, Geisler's a target. Actually, wait, is Geisler expensive? No. I think I'd rather just have him at the club at this point, right? if no one wants him on loan, although... it's Newcastle and Spurs. Not really the same. Geisler's going to be quite useful for us, isn't he? It's nice when that happens, when you do get a guy come back from the loan farm, and then he looks as good as that. See, look, Oscar Pazos came back from his loan at Corona Kielce, but now he's going to go to Radomiak, who are in the Champions League. He's actually upgraded. As Ober replacement, maybe, yeah. I think he's more of a... Is he a bit more further forward than that? Can he still play CM? Where's he gone? Oh, there he is, Geisler. Oh, yeah, he'll be fine. He's a goddamn amazing player. Where was he from? Oh, it was Unterhaching. It sucks that he came back, though, because he was actually stupidly good for those last couple of years. And now he's got a long-term contract, too. Hello, Paul. Fair Patrick. I know. We did lose 2, I believe, but I couldn't figure out who it was. That was the problem. FM26 has made that notoriously difficult to do because it doesn't even listen to the keep history after retirement part, unfortunately. So another one is going out. That's good stuff. Let me just check transfer room out because there's bound to be some new ones in here too. Oh, hello. Okay, not quite the team. Oh, Lechia, go on. Joshua Hambusher. Sure. I love that for you. Wait, was that? And then these guys will just want someone random. They want Cedric Mbappe. Isn't he quite good? I mean, fair play. That'd be a really good season for him, development-wise. Playing in the second tier. Oh, wait, no. No, I'll leave that. I forget which way I do it. I believe it's a 0 on that and then 10% on that. Particularly with the second tier side. They're probably not going to have the money for anything more than that. Estonia recruitment several players a few seasons ago. Fuck. What was his name? Was it Rose? Is it this guy here? Was he the one that was good? I mean, to be fair, he is actually quite good. Maybe not Estonian international level good. I mean, he's got 11 caps for them. But he's been reasonable. And, crucially, he's got his first proper loan in the top flight. Yeah, I did buy 5 Estonians, but I think it was Martin Roast that was the good one. First goal for Batista. Wait. Oh, underline team. Okay, cool. Oh, fractured leg for Andy Hull. That's not good for the Patreon regions at all. Particularly because he's just got a new move. Okay. German Scourge. I believe he was, yes. Is there any kind of weirdness going on in these groups? Because it actually seems fair. Oh, that's a fun group, actually. Raja Casablanca, Dinamo Zagreb, San Lorenzo, and Al Jazeera. Kink is definitely still here as well, I think. We've got They could find nothing out about Auckland FC. I think they're hiding from us. They fear us and what we're about to do to them. I just realised I didn't rest the players after our last game. Which means that this could be a bit of a tough one, given that we've only got what feels like a large squad, but it isn't because of all the injuries and things in it. A lot of the players I put in the team when I had to register it, a lot of them have since been injured, sadly. Met the Club World Cup. So my guess is that... Oh, I'll tell you how they got there. They got to a Champions League final. So as a result of that, that would have boosted up their coefficients and stuff enough to get them to qualify. They only lost that Champions League final in the 92nd minute, 1-0. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. They're probably not going to be that rested either. Oh, good point. Yeah, we'll have to see how tired their team is before the match. Because this is, what, their 5th game? The results so far have been 4-0, 11-0, 3-0, and 3-1. They're getting better. Sort of. Let's see. How? Hey, Dave Birmingham's back, baby. We get to play against Dave Birmingham. How are they not this tired? I want them investigated. That's insane. If we're more tired going into this match than they are, I will be fuming. That's not possible. That can't be allowed. As if we're somehow more tired than they are. They must have brought a secret team. I told you, it was just their team, but wearing glasses and mustaches. Right, is there anybody available again? No, literally nobody at all. It's the same. We have to go the same lineup pretty much. They've had a very good night's sleep. We do play a very high pressing strategy, in fairness. So that's probably not helping in many ways. Okay. Well, before actually, let me just do that. Make sure we got them on the right foot this time. Or in this case, his left foot. So I'm going to have a quick wee break, which means you get to do the World Cup whiz quiz. So these players are not Wikipedia. Well, they are Wikipedia, but they're not foreign Premier League players. All the players you'll see now are players that are in the World Cup squads for this World Cup currently. I thought I'd mix things up a little bit. Hopefully it works, because it's a new pack and I've not actually tried this out yet. So hopefully this doesn't break. I guess we're going to find out together, aren't we? No doubt it'll come back with the footballer born 2008 or some bollocks. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Okay, so Alan and Ash got 2 each. Don got 1 as well. All time, of course, we're still doing the main leaderboard, which leads Andrew still to be the very top of the leaderboard. That might be the most you've ever got in a single break, though, to be fair. What was that, 9, 10 of them? Fair fucking play, chat. Well done. You're actually leading, Andrew. Would you believe it, man? Incredible scenes. Right. I'm back, bearing Holy, of course. I take it that all worked fine, though. I was worried that for some reason it might break it because of the different pack I put in. Oh. They are a lot easier in fairness, yeah, because you can sort of just go, well, I know this guy's at this club currently, which certainly helps. We could do an extra classer edition. I could totally do that after the World Cup. I just thought it'd be fun to have a World Cup themed one for a little bit while we were doing that kind of stuff, because it's not actually that difficult. Luckily, there's literally a page on Wikipedia that has all of the players in all of the squad, so I could just scrape it super easy. That was much easier than the other one, in fact. It still took a while. It was like 1,000 players still, or 1,200, I think. I believe there's only one player that's missing from it because their Wikipedia article is really weird. Oh no, it was Vitinha. And actually I fixed that in the end because he has some weird structure to it. So, Holy have got some new shit as well. Before it comes, oh, is this something to do with... Oh, no. I really hope not. One, I'd quite like him to stay at Ipswich and see what they do. But two, I just don't think he's what I want in a manager next. I feel like he's better than some of the people we've been linked with, but it doesn't make me go, ooh, you know? So, new Holy stuff. Exclamation mark Holy. This comes out, I think, on Thursday. So these are not available yet, but they've got a whole load of new hydration ones. This one is the new one that I've been sent a big load of, which is Blueberry, which is the one I'm going to try right now. And there's 2 more. Apricot hydration, which is kind of banging, and green apple, which is kind of sick as well. In addition, they've got a load of new stuff, new shit to give away, basically, including football shirts with some orders as well. You get like a Holy football shirt. They're doing all sorts of stuff like that. These are sort of World Cup kind of themed, if you like. If you notice here on the thingy, he's actually got a football in there as well. And in addition as well, they're also giving away these thermo shakers for free with the deluxe starter pack, I think. There's an England one, which is obviously this one, and there's also a Scotland one too, currently at least. I don't know if they're planning to do any more as well. Blue Raspberry. There's Blue Raspberry as well, but this is... oh, that's Blue Raspberry, you're right. Very similar colours. This is it, Blueberry Hydration. I nearly had the wrong one then. Yeah, so there's Blueberry and Blue Raspberry, but this is the new one. So prepare for my face to get absolutely covered in it as I open it. We're suspect when you need them. Oh, that wasn't as cloudy. Oh, no, there it is. Ooh. I brought a second holy flask up so I could have a energy one as well. This is going to be so blue. The holy huffer. You know me. Well, one day we'll have to do a raw scoop of this just to see what it tastes like. Today is not that day. Maybe. Pride of place. Maybe this won't be as blue as the other one. Keep all the scoops. Yeah. I have one in each individual pot with so many of them. Oh, okay. That's like a much more subtle colour. Yeah, if we win the Champions League final, holy scoop it is. All over my suit. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Sorry, my apologies, chat. Raw cocoa. That would... We used to do... Back when I was like a teenager, my mate Rachel, every time we went to our house for the first time, you had to do the cinnamon challenge, when everyone knows what that is, right? Basically the same thing, except I think I'd rather do holy than cinnamon, right? That's quite a nice... It's almost like a kind of violet-y colour. I quite like that. Fair enough. You're almost there, yeah? Right, let's see. And of course, that means you can get money off these, and anything else on there, in fact, for... What is it? It's 10% off with code SYC, or £5 off with code SYC5 if you're doing the smaller orders, because there's like a starter kit you can get that will be much cheaper with that code, potentially, as well. And they've got stupid amounts of stuff. They're always just giving shit away. It's cool. We triggered the release clause. Oh, God. Ooh. I'm so used to having the energy ones, because that's what we've been doing a lot of the time with the last few releases and things I've been trying on stream, that I'm not used to the sort of smoother taste of the hydration ones. And honestly, after my abandoned run today, which I just about got sweaty enough that I was like, shit, I need to have a shower now, but not fulfilling enough because it wasn't a proper long run, unfortunately. To fact check it, no. I saw the thumbnail. You can't get me. I will not be got. I refuse to click on it and show a picture of Willian, probably. The fact that you found it from Ben Jacobs as well, though, that's funny. Well played. Naeem has been injured, so he hasn't actually played a lot in this tactic yet. He got injured in the first game and had to be substituted, and he played the second game while injured, so it's... I don't know if it's an entirely fair representation. I believe that he has the potential to pop off, but it has been more John, for sure. This guy's useless. I'm keeping his name. Oh, let's see. Clayton Frendo. Oh, yeah, Frendo is a Maltese surname. We didn't see it enough when we were in Malta, frankly. Oh, John with the header. Off the bar. And still not over the line. Good Christ. I like it. We've become Goalmouth Scramble FC. Honestly, Andy, that is... meh. If that actually happens, then it's just like... whatever, I guess. It's not who I would have wanted. I just don't know if it's the great move for him either, honestly. I feel like leaving a newly promoted side that you've done so well with like that. And... I don't know, just ain't me. Oh, that's... no. Oh, wait. Sharpex scores. We lead after 5 minutes. It's dreadful defending from AFC Auckland. So AFC Auckland? Auckland FC. But at the very least, it's because they've got other things to think about. Manager for this season. Yeah, but I mean, those players you sign are going to have to play in a tactic. And they're going to need a manager to manage those new players. So I think if we had we've got a decent enough squad at this stage. Hydration on Saturday. I absolutely can, yes. I can bring you some of the green apple and apricot ones if you want. I've got some new stuff. And I've also got some... I don't know if you like Matcham. I'm probably not, right? But I've got some of that as well. I've got loads of things. My Lukic tattoo? No. Does it say Live, Laugh, Lukic? They're rotating... I'm not sure they are, you know. They've got Dave Birmingham in the team again. That's what they were waiting for this whole time. Oh, go on. Wait, oh. Did you get a touch on that? Damn. Does it actually say that? That's incredible. This is why I probably haven't got a Fulham tattoo at this stage. I haven't had a tattoo in a very long time. I keep procrastinating getting the goose one. Because if I'm going to get it done, I wanted to get it done right. Back of your leg? No way. I was thinking of getting a Fulham one on the back of my calf at one point, but I don't know. I'm definitely going thigh for my proper one. This has been an okay start to the game. How many shots have we had? We have managed 8 shots in 11 minutes and 1.71 XG against them. Now, admittedly, we are basically playing against the equivalent of a child. Just Fulham written down my femoral artery. How about that? I wish we could go back to a time when sponsors were like that. That would be so nice. I know that obviously with the banning of the front of shirt gambling. Oh, Naeem? That will certainly help. But then it would just be a next round of stuff we don't want either, right? Oh, is this it? I love that you've got the old badge too. I have a cup that I got with that on it. Lovely. That's commitment. I respect that a lot. Matcha ice cream. See, I'm still not the biggest matcha person. But the holy stuff I've had has actually been really decent. It's not like my top choice. Nothing to me is going to dislodge Cola Koala. It's just the GOAT. But some of the new cocktail ones are also kind of banging too. The Kulishevsky tattoo. I really like Dejan Kulishevsky. I'd like to see him back too, honestly, just because I just enjoy him as a footballer. I like how he looks much older than he is. I get the feeling that he would have looked like that when he was about 10. I think, Don, sometimes it can, though, because I've had it in the past, and that's kind of what it did taste like, which is why I was reticent when Holy brought out that brand, and I was like, actually, I've tried all of them. Oh, no, have I? I don't think I've tried the milkshake one, which is weird, because that's probably where it would go best in a way. Parker to get the job? Oh, God. I think I'd rather have McKenna than Parker, and it's blocked again, and presumably about to get blocked again. And it's in! It's Kowalski! They are allowing us a lot of space to have shots. Kowalski scores another one. It's 2-0. What was it we beat Katsina United by? Was it 7-0 in the end we put past Katsina United? That's the target to beat. Wait. Oh, I thought we were getting a disallowed for some reason. Oh. It's nice to see Kowalski scoring a goal at least. We've already had, in the first 27 minutes of this match, 2.6 XG. We're tracking for 9 XG over the course of this game. We have underperformed it so far, though, which kind of sucks. But we've got to get better. We need to beat Barca's goal difference, don't we? Not that it matters, obviously, because they'll just end up clubbing Katsina United, presumably. But I want to at least beat their goal difference if we can do. We will be qualifying regardless, but... Oh, I think that's offside. But if not, that's a really nice goal. Ultimate Fulham Barkleyman. Ooh. Aaron Hughes, I think, for me. Like, Hangeland gets a lot of the praise for what he did in that. Oh, he's onside. These goals feel like they would have been offside before. And I wonder if it's just the way we're set up. We're now passing the ball faster, so they're not dwelling on it as much, and they're just getting the little popped balls through. Because I feel like the amount of goals we had like that disallowed last season, we're just popping it from anywhere. Aaron Hughes for me is proper Barclaysman for Fulham. And I can just picture him in that kit. De Jagger. What about Alexander Kacaniklic? Another goal by half-time would be pleasant. Oh, off the post this time. Oh, yeah, that's what I like. I like footballers that break the mold a little bit and have that slight, not rough diamond element to them, but where they've just got that little extra thing that makes them interesting to look at and watch. Like, that's why I love Cherky at City. I like that he is sort of almost like he's the anti-City type player, but he works perfectly because he's the one that does that in their tactic, and it's great. Go on, another one now. As the tiredness wears on, we're getting there. Brian McBride. I mean, I love Brian McBride. I have a Brian McBride shirt, so I can't really say no to Brian McBride. That man is my guy. Best of a bad bunch as free kicks go. The FM version of He'll Do. It's another goal for Kowalski. Yeah, David Silva. I liked Bernardo Silva as well at City in that sort of sense. Malbronk. Oh, Steed, my guy. Oh, just to clarify, this is not a tactic that we're using for long term. The idea was to build a tactic that would allow us to be more competitive in games where we are dominant. Because one of the things we've really struggled with is putting that dominance into scoring, basically. We'd have a lot of matches against quite poor sides that are much worse than us, where we would fail to score or win 1-0 for no apparent reason, where we have a crazy amount of XG. What I wanted was to have an option that we could use in league matches and cup matches and against teams that we would be expected to beat fairly comfortably, that would actually allow us to make the most of the players we have at our disposal. And therefore a sort of if in danger break glass type tactic as well that we could use in desperate moments against teams that are better than us too. So say we're a goal down with 10 minutes to go in the Champions League and we need a goal. Oh, this is beautiful. This is oh, look at that. It's something we can switch it to because it only requires one substitute to actually move from our old tactical style to this. And that would literally be a striker on, centre-back off. Which I think is what we kind of want to be. Half time is approaching and we've already hit the target 40 times. Keeper's having a bloody good day. We're doing all right here. But Barca put 11 by them. What I would say is we seem to get better in the second halves of these games because they're going to get more tired. We're not. Well, we will, but less so than they will. And that's exciting. I still think double digits is on the cards, as long as they don't get complacent. I don't want any of this complacency creeping in, lads. Hey, Atu's not even got a goal yet. There's plenty of time for that still. Esperson, thank you for the follow. Put the kids on. We don't have the kids. Not especially. The kid. Actually, technically, we do have the kids. They're on the pitch. With the exception of Molsky, the kids are pretty much on the pitch already. Luis Belmonte, I think he would sort of still count. Great player. She left with them. Sandra's gone. They were having an interesting discussion about Ross McCormack on Fulhamish earlier, talking about how, like, while he was an incredible signing and the goals that he scored for us pretty much stopped us from being in League One, they were sort of hypothesizing that maybe if we hadn't had to play a certain style in order to fit him in, we may not have been in that issue in the first place. There's a lot of, like, hindsight involved there. Obviously, it's 2020, but it's an interesting point, I suppose. Oh, my God. A Carling Darling. Oh, I like that. Damien Duff. Yo, Gira. Yes. Gira's very Barclays. He was a fabulous player. I loved Zoltan Gira. Mostly because, like, well, firstly, the celebration he did when he scored goals was fun. Danny Murphy. I don't know if Murphy was... I mean, Murphy was obviously that era too, but obviously scored a crazy important goal. I mean, scored the winning goal against Pompey at Fratton Park to save us, basically. It's Montparnasse. I'm loving these little interchanges that we weren't getting before. This is fabulous. Lovely ball through from Sharpek. Montparnasse makes the run beyond. It seems that Montparnasse has become... He's just as good in this tactical style as he was in the previous one. He's just as goal-scoring. But I really like the interplays that you're getting here. Like Sharpek just dropping into that spot. What a pass! Yeah, Paul Konchesky, actually, yeah. Yeah, Voltsy scored the... I believe it was 10,000th goal. Because it was against Chelsea, if I recall, at Stamford Bridge. Might be wrong about that. I'm pretty certain it was, though. Simon Davis. Fulham have had some fun-ass players like that. I think it goes under the radar a little bit just how good some of Fulham's signings were when they were promoted in 2001. Van der Sar, Sahar, and I believe Steve Finnan as well. Like, those were some quality player. Yeah, 10,000 volts, of course. Or was it 15,000 volts? I can't remember now. Collins John scored an absolute wonder goal against Middlesbrough. I think it was at the Riverside. See, this is the sort of shit I do remember back when I was just relentlessly watching football and nothing else. When I knew everything. Dempsey, that was much later. Dempsey was sort of in the... was that... I mean, it was during the Hodgson reign. I don't know if he came in under Hodgson or whether he was here before that or not. Stern John, no. Stern John wasn't Fulham, I don't think. Let's fair enough. So in that case, it would have been 15,000 volts. Was Morris Volts then. But I know that was the puns that we were getting off of it. Oh, off the bar. Okay, so it's 5-0. Which is getting there. I mean, we're obviously going to drop off a little bit, but that means I'll just change the players. I will get Molsky on, because that just seems to work, apparently. Maybe I'll bring him on for Joao Carlos. That middle role there is the one position where they're not getting as much of the ball. Let's get you on. Then we'll get... Wait, that's not the right position at all. What have I done there? There we go. That's what I meant to do. And then we will have Steinbergen for Lucinio. No, what, Steinbergen? Yeah, he's on a booking, to be fair. And then Coffey and Alvarez. Gotta be. Naeem actually hasn't got a goal today, but he's been decent assist-wise, it seems. Or at least good in the play. And then Alvarez for Johnny Boy. Nice. Pivot Polina and Zamp. Oh. I mean, I just miss him. I just miss Polina, man. Oh, yeah. Won the League and Cup at season 1. Won the Cup first season. Hell yeah. You won the Conference League in season 2 of the save with Wisła. I'm a level with you, my friend. That seems a little sus. I'm not saying he didn't do that. That just seems extremely unlikely. But hey. Oh, Montparnasse is in again. He's just finding spaces for days now. I think Auckland might have fallen asleep. He must be offside this time, surely. No, he's not. These are just never onside. Oh. The big developments would be that we tried out a new tactical stuff. I mean, he is offside, isn't he? What the hell is the game on about? Bro is literally offside. Sure, why not? He's leaning like this. His head is about a yard offside, but okay, we take that. Can't rely on that in the Champions League. The left back was... Oh, was that the other guy? I don't know, he looked offside to me. The lines didn't look like they were drawn in the right place because we had a player that was... He looked offside. Maybe it was Hayatu that I was looking at instead of Montparnasse. I want to beat the 7 goals that we got against Katsuni United. And with 15 minutes to go, against tired legs, and now watch them all run forward. The amount of volley, and he's going to shoot anyway. It doesn't matter because he scored. Coffee makes it 7. This is, it's surprisingly stable considering what you actually think is going on with it tactically. I wasn't expecting it to, I thought we'd win games with a good amount of goals, but I thought it would be like 6-3, 6-2 type of thing. He did, yeah. Considering he had probably, let's be honest, 9 teammates waiting for him in the box. Look at them queuing up. If he'd missed that, it would have been a bit shit. But hey, he's my guy. He knows how to do it. Oh my god. Just look at the fucking... God, the internet was just bad back then, wasn't it? Here we go again. We are, but that's okay. It's a tired team with the ability of Harrogate. You can only play who is in front of you, and right now they're in front of us. Spin it back. Go on, bang it, Kowalski. Hat-trick. Oh, he's done it. Jersey Kowalski with the hat-trick. Things you like to see. The majestic ponytail. No, I saw the 4-0. I just chose not to acknowledge it, James. I'm in denial. Allow me. I can swim and everything. Despite the little problem. Ah, yeah. Well, they do have some new ones, and they're also giving these ones away for free as part of the new deluxe starter packs. I think these are quite expensive normally as well, so that's kind of sick. Sergei Rebrov, there's a name for the past. No one hasn't got... I don't imagine they would, but he's got a 10 out of 10 rating from there as well. Because I think he's got assists in this game too. Right, 1 more goal. Actually, no, we want 2 more, really, don't we? That's the dream. It seems to really cook in late stages of matches. Kind of feels like against tired legs, if you're desperate and the team's more defensive, which obviously if we were going to use it in a good game, then, hey, there might be an opportunity for us here. Oh, that's poor. Right, up to you, Ashipong. Now's your chance, buddy. He's done all he needed to do. He's done what he needed to do. He came out, closed down the angle. That was their first shot of the match, and it was in the 85th minute while we're still pushing for goal number 9. Sharp at cutting back inside now. I think we had everybody pretty much in their box there. That's the defense. It's the attack of a tired man, right? He's played a lot of games. But they did at least score a goal. 1. Yeah, exactly. When you're chasing a game late on, because they'll be more defensive, it's definitely something you could switch to for that. Okay, now... That's twice that's happened. That's time. Right, so Gillen has scored. And if anyone was going to, Dave is... Not Gillen, Gilligan is the guy. How do we get into the Club World Cup? Usually winning the Champions League will get you in, but we got into it by losing the final because there was already enough teams that were qualified that they couldn't qualify anymore, so we ended up getting in as a result of coming second. But I have seen teams qualify much lower. That's... Hey, he's like, if we get this back to the halfway line, go again. There's still time. Just 7 more goals and they're back in it. Wait. The comeback starts now. It'd be good to have this in the back pocket for those moments, but also just for the league in general. Because if we can start, obviously not every team we're going to play against in the league is going to be like Auckland FC levels, but I think it would definitely allow us more flexibility to... Surely not. Oh, what a save. Liga adverts. I don't know. I guess it just doesn't have the licenses for the Club World Cup or something, and as a result, it's just chosen that for some reason. No, the finals are being played in, what was it, Egypt we're playing in right now. 8-1. That's decent. Shame for the goalkeeper to concede, but it is what it is. Nobody got more than 1 assist as well. A hat-trick for Kowalski and a hat-trick for Montparnasse in this game too. I believe it's to do with coefficient as well, but it's weird because you'd think our coefficient wouldn't be that high, considering last year's final was the first time we'd been anywhere outside of the round of 16 since, well, the last final. But I guess that technically is still on the radar, I guess. So we had final, round of 16, and then... Well, final, then 3 round of 16s, and then another final. So I guess it probably does count. Hello, face kicker. Free agency always want to say, I'm glad he's going to find a place to play, particularly if that place is Wolves. I actually really like that for him. Also, welcome in, friend. How's it going? Right. Loads of points. Kowalski's going to get tons, obviously. Didn't get a clean sheet, though, crucially. But Kowalski does get man of the match award for that. Kowalski captain is living life right now. That being said, Jay is crushing it right now with Molsky as captain. So that's actually a really sick little move that could win in the whole thing today. You do get very big money from it. Yeah, we were surprised just how much money we got from Club World Cup last time we played in it. It was great. Yeah, probably going to just... You get like £1.5 million just for winning matches, but then the progression you get is insane. I think we made like £80 million for our last run in the Club World Cup. The question is who we're going to get in the next round. Not to mention Auckland get to play again. I'd say it's pretty good. There's big points on the card, and particularly with it being towards the beginning of the month as well. It's likely to get you straight onto the big leaderboard. Rodrigo Zalazar. Unfortunately appears, unless I'm spelling his name wrong. Let me just type in Zalazar and see. But it does seem as though he... Let me just make sure. Unfortunately, I feel like he may have retired. Other team's finances. Not easily, if I remember. Oh, there was a way. I can't actually remember. I think there may have been a way that you could do... Wait. Do we actually know the winner of that group? If he's quite old, then yeah, he'd likely would have retired. Simply great. I like that they're bringing out the puns. Qualify for the next round. Doesn't say who we're actually playing it, I don't think. Another £1.5 million. Oh yeah, if he's 26, he'd be nearly 40 by now in this save. This is the team that won it. Context. To be fair, this is sort of ultimately... It's tough to know what these players are because obviously, like... Rodado... Krishnovsky? How the hell's Krishnovsky got so good so fast? All I'm saying is it was surprising to see... winning the Conference League in the second season of a save as a newly promoted side is somewhat surprising. But fair enough, hey? Just a lot better at the game than I am. Right. Went past it. Ah, shit. Can I not rest players anymore? We'll do it anyway. Whoa, Jesus. I only put them on the loan list then. That would have gone badly. We'll play. Oh, we are playing them. Okay, cool. Sick. Oh, yeah, it literally says it there. I'm an idiot. It's weird that it's been drawn even though the other games haven't finished yet. Because I've still got to wait for Auckland FC to finish doing their business. We should be able to beat them quite nicely. Oh, yeah. I wish we could just bring draws back. I would love to bring draws back. Just make things so much easier with things like this. Or just make it an email that you have to acknowledge or something. I think it's normally that's the case, but because of the Auckland FC thing, my guess is it draws most of them out because of the way the fixture congestion is working with them. Oh, Zagreb set to announce new manager. Vichev Wojciech Marek Mazurek. Wow, they are keeping things nice and dull, aren't they? So what's the there's a proper managerial merry-go-round in this save in Poland these days. Okay, that's much better. It's Sam Kerr. Sam Kerr to Zagłębie Lubin. They've had the Alex Greenwood treatment and it worked, and now they're after Sam Kerr. Get in. I will certainly not be asking her to stay. Sam, off you go. Abuti's still in his job currently. Is Alex Greenwood still about, or is she... Oh no, we know if she got a job because obviously we've got her on our shortlist, don't we? Yeah. Amazing. And remember, that's as a relegated side, so she'll be taking over as a team that's expected to get promoted, which means basically you get a free year to bump up her sort of stats a little bit, do some coaching courses. She's not taking over them in a shit situation. That's cool. They'll probably be the favourite for promotion as well. So if she doesn't mess that up, we could have another martyr on our hands here. Is this oh, that's the Dutch guy, wasn't it? Or the Belgian guy. Del Toro's off. He was a young goalkeeper. They'd make a loan approach for Hamburg. Good signs. Anyone new on here? No. Not that we want to care about this point. Anyway, we'll have to find a replacement for her after she leaves because she hasn't actually technically said yes yet. They usually do once it gets to this stage. Be a coach already because he doesn't have any coaching attributes. He's not even... At this rate, he's unlikely to be a coach even when he retires. I think if he was going to be a coach, he'd most likely... Kusi Saris just started 2 weeks. I forget he's there. He'd most likely... Ah, wait. There is one player, by the way, that's coming back, sadly, from the loan farm, who I think is quite exciting, and I would like to put him in our team this year, and that's El Shankiti. That ridiculous Iranian striker that was at Rakov. He turned down the loan extension, so he will be back with us for the start of the new season, which I actually think is going to be really fun, because he's very, very good, and he's had a crazy good season of development, to the point where him, Gomez, and Sharpek, rotating as a 3, or like in those positions, could be kind of filthy. Not starter, no, because obviously Gomez is starter. But what I mean is, especially if we're playing a two-striker system in a lot of league matches, it will give way more opportunities for Shankiti and Sharpek to play. He's not quite Gomez good, but he's very close after one season on loan. I think it was one season. He's extremely good. What level your national youth ranking is at the moment? It's most likely exactly what it was at the start, unfortunately. I would be amazed if it's changed at all, which kind of sucks, but that's just the life of FM these days. It might have moved by a point or two, but at most it would have moved 1 or 2 points. So that's sick. About coming for an interview in full-time position after 2 months of radio silence. Hell yes! I remember you telling us this. I swear I remember you telling us this when you went for that interview. Mate, that's amazing. Congratulations. Seriously, that's so sick. I know it's only just getting an interview, but still, that is half the battle these days, right? Oh, dude, that's so cool. Seriously, congratulations, man. That's so nice. I wish you well on it, and hopefully this is the first step in you getting the job there, because that would be amazing for you, man. Seriously. So he was another one that came back, this time from Brookbet, but he's now gone out on loan, again, to PS Novitsa, which they'll definitely need. Segura's gone. And what I might do is... Oh, we've got a few more days, actually. We get a little bit more of a break this time. I suppose we're just waiting for the... We're getting a little bit more of a break, courtesy of our boys at Auckland FC, I believe. Oh, the second round has now begun. But Auckland do still have a game to play against Tottenham. So there are still things to have happen there. When is their next game actually happening? There it is. They're playing a game against Spurs on the same day as the second round. Hello, One Ring King. It was indeed heartbreak. By the way, in future, for reference chat, if you do exclamation mark previously, it will give you a rundown of what happened on the most recent stream that isn't today. I want to try and make that more of a thing so people know that it exists, because I'm trying to keep up with that, but it is a thing that you can now do. Imagine if you beat Spurs. Ooh. Bit more money there for the extra class, and not a lot. We get more from one single win in the Club World Cup than we do an entire season of the extra classer. But yeah, sadly we did lose the cup, the final, which sucks. Wait, I get to set, and they'll give me basically no more money. We'll leave it as it is. Quarterfinal, winner, the usual bollocks. Wrote the test partner if he was the last. Oh really? Oh, so it's actually further on than... Oh, well, that's even better then. Thank you. Unfortunately, our training facilities got downgraded, and I asked them to improve them, and they said no. Which was literally maybe 3 weeks ago at most. Another 6 million quid there, which I think is the money for the extra class, like television revenue, right? It's definitely gone up, though, because I think it was only 5 million when we first got promoted, right? So it's definitely... I mean, that's still been, 13 years for a grand total of, 1 million and a bit? The TV revenue stuff really does need work. Oh, good Christ. Most of those guys aren't that important, but... God, we are not flush with cash these days, man. We were failing FFP 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that's because of the predictions, though. We're back to being compliant again now, by a small amount. We pretty much need one more sensible sale, and we'll be absolutely fine. And likely that'll either be Lucinio or Marion. I'm glad that it's there, and hopefully we'll see some changes there to it that makes it better. Oh, Kurt's gone. Right, sick. So I'm glad you pointed that out, because I did not notice that. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe we were failing FFP at that point. I wouldn't have even been looking at that. Well, no, I haven't had a chance to try it yet. But, I mean, ultimately... The reason I think I'm not so, bothered about trying it specifically is just because I don't feel like they've really done a lot to it to the point where it's, anything that different. It's nice to have it back in the game, and it's going to be a nice thing to have in the save, but I feel like it's not something I want to go, oh my god, I really want to play that, I guess, right? Players having a youth rating from other nations. How did you find the information? That's just... I say it's not common knowledge, but that is how it works. I don't know how I found that specific piece of information, but that is how it works. Basically, players don't have a youth rating for a start. Nations have a youth rating, but players... abilities are dictated by the youth rating of the nation that they develop in, or rather they generate in. So if you have a player from Spain but they generate in England, they'll be using England's youth rating to dictate their ability ranges and stuff. That's basically how it works. I don't exactly remember how I came into that information, but that is how it works. It's the same way that, so for example, with Roy Fleming, the manager from our previous save, he was from Anguilla, but because he technically came through an English side, or in the English name pool, he used English youth rating, which meant he was way better than he should be, basically. Tottenham put 6 past Auckland in the end. So how many goals did they concede? Co-replacement. Yes, sorry, my bad. So 15, 18, 21. Was that 35? Yeah, 35 goals conceded in 6 matches is impressive. They did score twice, though. You know, it's okay. In 6 games. In their defence, playing in it twice is tough. Like, particularly they didn't exactly get easy groups. Though they did score against Colo Colo and us. Right, we want staff, don't we? Just quickly. I'm not going to dwell on it. Actually, let's see if the staff shortlist has anyone on it that we would want straight away. He's head of youth development. It's just Svetlin and I always forget about Roy. Just completely forget that he's even here, bless him. How do they come up with the nation's youth rating? They basically just decide, does this nation produce good youth players? I.e. Brazil has a really high youth rating, South Sudan has a really bad youth rating. It's basically just based on that. Highlight Bruno. I'll just do the search for it. I would try and... Aggressive in the throws. Well, I have got it set now for our set pieces. That's what I was going to do, actually. I delegated them, I think, but they've not changed the 0 to 200. Yeah, it's just a rate out of 0 to 200. This should hopefully be set up from the last time we did this. Yes, it is, I think. So who have we got? I want someone that stands out. Someone like Bunny Shaw. That I don't know if I could... That's perfect. Bunny Shaw's perfect for this. Finished her career at... Where did she finish her career? Gotham FC. Perfect. Sure, why not? Indeed. Actually, the question is, which role did Sam Kerr leave in order to allow space for Bunny Shaw? Because I can't actually remember what position she was in. Youth rate development. Yeah. There's several different factors. Coach first team. Oh, really? Oh, that's good, because that shows that's even possible. Most of the time, we don't get the coaches from the first team poached. Hopefully, that was actually a first team coach. Sick. I'd take Bunny Shaw. Was there anyone else in there, actually, out of interest, just in case we do have any more spots later? That would be equally as fun. Bruno Fernandes. Sonderberger. We've had too many Fulham players in there already. Sivert Mansverk. Patrick Berg. Mehmet Demirel. Simon Godos. I remember him. A person called Dane Sinclair. Enzo Fernandez. Got quite a lower rating, actually. It does continue a bit further down, actually. Nico Gordon. It's not quite as flush with people in it that it normally is, actually. But then maybe that's because sometimes we accidentally filter it by coach instead of manager. Absolutely. Right. We'll have Bunny Shaw in. She could be the next one. Glad that's actually working, though. I love how well Marta's done. Like, she's been extraordinary. The fact that she did an unbeaten season with Marseille and didn't win the league. Yeah, I guess some of them do retire. I mean, we see how often that does seem to happen, unfortunately. We still haven't got our game. When is our game? Oh, tomorrow. I guess then it has to sort of generate another one. So what you're looking for, really, is those younger players that have just retired and decided to go into management. So we may, in fact, have another batch of them tick over in a couple of days, because that will obviously get right. So there's a lot of loans ending now, which is fair. A bit of that. Another scouting update where hopefully there's somebody in it. The YAG game is next week. Oh, God. Yes, that'd be the Super Cup final, right? Is that going to conflict with the... Could that conflict with the Club World Cup because of the fact that the scheduling for the Club World Cup's been messed up because of Auckland? This might be about to get extremely spicy. There's already one guy in here I know about, and it's literally a guy I can't even sign. Like, he's very good. But I'm sure shit wouldn't pay that kind of money. In a way, I'm actually kind of glad that we don't have knowledge of any of these guys properly, because it means that we're breaking new ground. We're actually scouting newer players that we didn't know about before, rather than just going over the same old players every single time. These are all new people to us, in theory. So the knowledge is going to be, more fun players to see. It's like Dixon Nixon. Is it actually Dixon Nixon job? That's incredible. What is our schedule looking like here? this is the second round, right? And our Super Cup final is on the 12th. There would still be the quarterfinal, semi-final, and final in that 12-day period. I guess that's just about doable. Not easily, but it's just barely could sneak them in there. But I certainly don't remember it taking, like, bleeding this far into the new season as it did before. Right, here we go. Here go all the loan extensions. Zlatan's staying around, though. That's absolutely fine. Loads of loans finishing here. I'll have to check the Patreon list in a minute. Wait. Oh, he's a scout. That's fine. I think every player that was going to be expiring, I've already set for release, so that way they could get contracts sorted out early. Cheese's contract's expired. No! A lot of these ones for next year, I've already taken care of for the most part. They should be between 30 and 31 now, yeah. Youth contracts, that's okay for the time being. I'll deal with that later. And I'll just go and head over. Oh, we have to go after the match anyway. On the 12th. Oh, I imagine they're on the same day. I wonder which would take priority. I assume that they'd have to move and reschedule the Super Cup final or something, right? I hope that some of them do become managers. Yeah, sadly, Auckland didn't quite get through in the end. I like the Spurs, despite the fact that they had to... Wait. How close were the Spurs games that they played? Oh, Spurs played on the Sunday and then the Tuesday. Because their game was delayed because it was Auckland FC, and then they had to play Real Madrid 2 days, and they won. Fair play, Tottenham, on that one. Anyone else back fresh again yet? No. Still the same guys. Okay. We go again. This will be more of a test. Like, Raja Casablanca are a reasonable team. They're not going to be that good, but they're probably better than Katsina United, and unfortunately, I hate to say it, probably better than Auckland FC's teams. But obviously nowhere near as good as Barcelona, which is a nice little tweak. So if this one still ends up with us being quite dominant, I'll be quite happy with that. Start and go back to the numbers. I mean, ultimately, the words are just numbers written as words, right? So they just relate to ranges. And once you kind of know, it's still a weird choice, but I get it to an extent if they're trying to make it more realistic. Because at the end of the day, there's still numbers underneath in the database. It's just showing a word instead. So once you kind of know the pattern of which words relate to what, then it's sort of just, I still haven't got used to that myself. But that's, I wouldn't say it's that much more difficult. And particularly is the fact that it's color-coded too. So if they're green, then you know the word is a better word, I guess. But I suspect it likely could be skinned in. But it would only be... You could only skin it in the sense that the words relate to ranges. So one of them would relate to, say, I don't know, 15 to 17 or something. And so even if you did skin it, it would still only be able to show you the range. But I guess that would still be slightly more helpful, right? Even if it added a bit of fog of war to it. You're absolutely good point. I forgot that Hayatu is leaving to join. Is it Piaskowitz or Jagiellonia or someone he's joining on a permanent transfer? So we're going to be down another striker. Gomez basically had better get back from the Gold Cup really soon. Otherwise, I'm going to be playing... I have no idea who up front at this point. Oh, good block. Right, come on, lads. Back you go. They get back nice and quickly too, which is kind of useful. Kowalski's doing a lot of tracking here. Go on, Jersey. Make it happen for me, bud. Okay, that'll do. I mean, I've not really looked into the skinning side of the game as much outside of just using them. So I actually don't know what can and can't be skinned, but some of the things people are doing... Oh, wow, we're losing. Interesting. 2 competent scouts. One could be 11, one could be 13. Yeah, absolutely. But my point is, if you think about this in a real life situation, if you're doing recruitment for a club, you're not going to know exactly how good a scout is, particularly. So you can know that he's kind of good, but you don't know what level of good he's going to be. So I feel like it makes it less gamey and makes it more sort of realistic because it adds an extra layer of ambiguity, I suppose. Just remembering the order and the middle ones. Yeah, that is actually it. I think what my issue with it is that some of the words that they use are a bit counterintuitive. They are... I'm always forgetting which one average, competent, and reasonable because they all kind of sound the same. Like, competent to me means like, hey, middle of the road, right? Oh, John's hurt now. Fuck. It's annoying because he's played quite well here. But luckily we have Alvarez for this particular situation. Constant slander. I mean, this is why you knew this was going to happen. The second they qualified twice, there was always going to be a bit more slander. You just accept these things. It's part and parcel of dealing with me. Yeah, I mean, Sazza's definitely got some cool stuff saved for the next update, whenever that should come. But he wanted to wait until they actually had another update to release for the game itself so that he could bring it out with that. Exactly. Double the slander, double the money. They will accept it. They're getting well paid for it. We are actually losing to these guys. So, tactically, how's it looking? I think we've been a little unlucky to actually be behind here. So I'm willing to keep this one on for the time being. It's not like they've battered us or anything. They've just taken that one little opportunity. I'm more than content to expect that we're going to create chances in this game too. Oh my god, what a hit that was from Steinbergen. I hate that hit the bar. If that goes in, that might be the best goal he ever scores. Competent better than average, I guess. But is that the one that's... Is competent the one that's above average, or is that reasonable? I simply don't know. You've actually making me question it right now. I actually don't know which order those three terms go in. Naeem now with the block. They're getting very compact there. I'm elite. Exactly. You don't have to concern yourselves with the puny people. Everyone, you're just better than everyone. Fair enough. Oh, here we go. Unsuited. To me, reasonable being 4 to 6. To me, that should just be below average. I feel like you just need below average and above average. Either side of average, and that solves the problem. It's just an odd choice. We've actually been completely fine in this game. We just haven't scored the goals, unfortunately. Yeah, reasonable. If someone said to you, oh, how good was it? And you said it was reasonable, you wouldn't then assume that it was like a 3 out of 10 level, would you? I think that's maybe the issue there. The words that they've used have natural meanings that don't link directly to the words that they're actually using. Yeah, I would have thought that reasonable was beyond average. That's how I thought it was going to be. But then competent also sounds above average, because competency is a thing to be rewarded and stuff. So yeah. So 1.5. Oh, is it? Yep. No, it's certainly in that bracket. Why was with someone else? I'm outstanding in a field. Moderate injuries is another one, yeah. When they describe an injury as moderate and they're out for 3 months, I guess it's like, it could have been worse, but like, I don't think I've seen an injury of that type that isn't moderate, I suppose. Right. Yeah, they've literally had 1 shot on target and scored. We've dominated most of this game. Let's just keep firing. But I would like to win, because this is a very winnable game. And the money that's there would be lovely. Particularly with our FFP situation. So it would be quite nice if we could get past Casablanca here. Zahiri's... Just look at their midfield. I mean, he scored the goal, but that doesn't mean he's actually the one driving the play, is he? It's most likely one of their midfielders, who apparently I'm already targeting. Oh, no, I'm not, actually. Let's go after you a bit more. I might try that trigger press thing we were doing in the previous game for the memes. I'm going to press the bench. Players just running down the touchline, swearing at the people sat there. Okay. Changes will likely be needed. I mean, Sharpek's not done great today yet, but he's very, very young. And just exposing him to football at this stage is what I'm really looking for out of him. Even if he just gets this little run of games in the Club World Cup before the season starts, to get a little CA boost going into the main games that we actually care about. Alvarez, go on, lad. Just square it. We've got so many bodies in there this time. Okay, it's going to have to be Mana, and it's off the bar again. He had such a good opportunity. And, you know, I like the match engine in 26, but that thing where they go to the byline and don't cross it and instead cut back, I think that does happen too much. And I think that seems to be the biggest complaint I see about the match engine, is that specific thing, because it is just a bit too frequent. Now, sometimes they don't have an opportunity for the cross, but often they will have that crossing chance on them, and they will just instead choose to turn back into play, and it sucks. Oh, TSRT, thank you very much for the 50 months. That's far too many months.
50
but I
big
really do
ones for
appreciate
the
it. If we
big
could score
man.
off this place too, that'd be even better. Alvarez. Oh, come on. Come on now. Thank you very much for the 50 months. That's very kind of you, sir. 80 isn't different to a 19. That seems really strange then, because then why have different numbers at all then? So really, then what they're saying is it actually should be rated between 1 and 6. They just can't be asked to change the numbering conventions on it, I suppose. Oh, hello. Go on, Charles. Might be the last time he scores for us, since he's literally moving permanently in a moment. Jens! Thank you! Charles sets up Jens. Equalizer. Thank God for that. Right, change is needed now because we are still looking a bit ass. Naeem's been really poor today. We get Coffee on. I have no strikers on the bench because we haven't got any. Molsky for... Actually, Monparousse has been terrible too. But we've got Paulo Enrique for probably actually Jens. Or maybe Kowalski actually because he's more tired. Mana's a bit tired too, so I'll get Lucinho. Might be one of his last appearances for us as well. Yeah, love to see it. We needed that. Because I think even getting to the quarter-final would net us like over 10 million quid, I think. It's stupid amounts of money you get from this stage onwards. Like, we get a little bit of money for getting in the group stages and doing what we did, but it's the knockout stages where the real money is made. I think I worked it out last time. It was nearly £90 million that we made from getting to the final, because I don't think we even won the Club World Cup last year. Building a Nation Gibraltar, good luck. It's going to be a slog, because one, you start so low. Two, you won't have many teams to actually loan players to, because the league is so small, and also it's semi-professional for most part. Or is it amateur? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they are semi-pro. It's going to be incredibly difficult. Like, I probably wouldn't recommend it to a player, that level of difficulty. But hey, people take on these challenges all the time, and maybe you'll be the one to succeed where other people can't. But it's not an easy task. Like, we've got a little semicircle approach here. Little mother's meeting of players. Ooh. Go on, win. We've definitely improved as the game's worn on. I'm just worried that they'll get that one chance, potentially. But if we do go to extra time as well, they're going to get tired. They'll have this facing them. Oh, yeah, we are smashing them, but it just takes that one little moment for things to go wrong, like here, if we don't get ourselves back in our defensive shape sensibly. Because, I mean, Coffee's really struggling to track back there. But what does happen in this situation... Never mind. Well, the Champions League... Oh, yeah, winning the Champions League is one thing, but doing a Building a Nation is not winning the Champions League. You could win a Champions League with a Gibraltarian club. That's still a hell of an achievement, for sure. But the things that are required to do Building a Nation in Gibraltar would be a much, much more difficult task, because you'd need the other clubs to do stuff in Europe too, which they simply wouldn't do generally. Well, here we go. Transition phase. This is where we could finally do something. Maybe. Never mind. He's just clubbed it long for no apparent reason. Unless Molsky catches this. Nah. We haven't had a lot of transitional opportunities in this match, really, considering how deep they've been most of the time. Go on, get across to him. Uh-oh. Don't let him cut inside. Do not concede a penalty here. Well played. Yeah, no lower league, so you're limited to whoever you've got. And given that they're not professional, that seems to be harder to loan players to as well. This is a very long highlight. Best Polish side outside ours. I think it actually might be Radomiak at the moment. Pound for pound, I think Radomiak Radom have some crazy good loanees and have some really good first teamers of their own. Oh, it's another big save. So I think they're actually an underrated team. They gave Bayern a proper good go in the Champions League knockouts last year. They went out 7-5 in the playoff round to Bayern and showed that they could score goals. Hey, we've scored a goal that wasn't a short corner. We lead, and it's Lucinho. It does exist. Our set-piece guy has finally started putting long corners in play. João Carlos has just whipped one in. Oh, it's a dream. Lucinho up with the header, and we lead against... I don't know why I'm celebrating this goal so heavily against Raja Casablanca, but I was worried for a bit, man. Well played, lads. We needed that. League to make play. That's still crazy good, impressive. What have the other Gibraltarian sides been like in terms of Europe? As in, have they produced anything for you? Or are they largely... Has most of the coefficient game come because obviously you've been able to do stuff with your own side? Because I think you could get a team pretty close to the top 6 at least, just without focusing on the other teams at all. I think I kind of did that with the original Building a Nation in Poland, because I didn't know anything about that at the time. God, look at the dominance certainly got better in the second half when we pressed them even higher. Nice. Amazing. Well played, lads. I'll have to do the fancy thing in a moment. Well done, lads. So how much money does this get us? It should be close to 5 million, I'd have expected. But the question is then, oh, we're playing Spurs next. Oh, do I play that against Tottenham? I'm tempted. £5.5 million. Lovely. And John's hurt, which is even worse. It's a bruised ankle. They like a good bruised ankle, don't they? Right, more money for us. Let's nick back into here. Why was I about to highlight the game? That's not what I meant to do at all. I was about to grab a screenshot of it for some reason, as if I was doing the post-match stuff that I do for the recaps, which obviously will feature these games this time around, probably in truncated form. There's only so many goals you can show, right? Take that, whack that in here. Also, chat, just to confirm, the fantasy command thing does still stay pinned to the top of chat, right? Because I have it set to hide from me, but hopefully it doesn't just randomly disappear so that new players know that it is actually a thing that's going on. Because I was wondering about it. It does. Okay, that's sick. Right, good. I was worried it might not be. Because you never know quite what's going on when you're not actually in charge of it. So there we go. Bit of that. And loads of points for Lucinio. For all the Lucinio havers out there. But Jay still leads with Felix not in behind. It's weird seeing the top 3 or 4 actually having different squads for once. It's nice, makes a change from all the Naeem holders. Okay. Rotate, or not rotate, sorry, rest the squad again. Because we've got nobody else to use at this point. Training, rest players one day with some wanted symbols on people now. Lucinio wanted by Newcastle. Okay, I'd take that. Hernandovski's got some options there too. Oh, Kowalski's wanted by Newcastle now. Okay. Got to the Champions League, yeah. They do well in the Europa Cup. Really? Round of 16. Okay, that's actually pretty impressive then. I'm surprised. That's probably about... Oh, Christ. As good as you're going to get, but still, that's mega cool. I think the biggest issue is just that without the extra teams that you've got in Gibraltar, there's just a limit to what you can do. One of the benefits we have is lots and lots of teams based around us. Wisła Płock went loan. Sure, why not? Oh, very nice. Yes. So Ibanez came back from his loan at it was a lot of guys at Piast Gliwice that came back for some reason. If he goes to Zagłębie Lubin, Sam Kerr's straight in there for Rivas. Wait. No, he's on loan. We don't do that. Bye-bye. That's decent. We'll take that. And now we are on July 1st, which means the Patreon shortlist will likely feature people without a club. Oh, my days. Loads of them. My hope is that they will actually accept trials. I worry that they might not do, and we might be in a real trouble here. Potentially. Recommend for full-time prints. So I'll give you a little rundown, because actually we are, of course, sponsored by full-time prints, and they are still, will still, in fact, I believe, be able to get stuff out by Father's Day, potentially. So these ones here, this is the A3 ones, and I'd say that's a pretty good size when you consider that sort of Matto for scale, if you like. They're really high quality too. I would hold it closer, but it would just blur out, because you do, like, get good quality frames. And, I mean, obviously I've scratched mine up a little bit because I keep dropping it on things and stuff like that because I can't put stuff on the walls at the moment. But the custom ones are dope. And I was really hoping to get one after the last Champions League final had we won it. But that'll have to wait for another day, sadly. But I would say the A3 ones are really, really solid. I've had several of those, as you can tell. There's that one there. There's another one down here as well. And there's also one I believe I might have knocked over again. Christ. Yeah, sorry, Brentford fans, on that particular one. Okay. Whoa, what's happening here? This is what I was worried about. Right. A load of the Patreon regens are rejecting the trial offers now because they've been here on permanent deals. And my concern is that they won't find clubs and will now retire and there will be nothing we can do about it. It kind of feels like there's sort of no way we can win here. Although Golovsky has signed for Piast Gliwice. But that is an issue. Because I don't really know what we're supposed to do about that. And we won't even know if they've retired. That was the downside of actually signing them up. How many are there? Quite a few. Sadly. Custom orders too. I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure, actually. I think it should do, you'd think. Football Hawaiian shirts. I do love a football Hawaiian shirt. I'm still gutted that Fulham decided not to sell that one in the end. Ooh. That's actually kind of nice. Just because it's really subtle. It's not just got the black, the Bradford badge all over it. That's kind of nice, actually. Fair play. I like the old Fulham one I've got. That was probably better than the one that Fulham were making anyway, as it happens. So we'll get these guys in on trial, but it's the others that I'm concerned about. Because how many is there left? There's still these guys here. Particularly as none of them have any interest on them. And I can try and... I mean, I can ask my Doff to sign them up, maybe. Maybe that would help. Keep dropping them. Well, if anything, it's more the frame quality of it that makes more difference in that situation. I need to do VOD comments. I'm being alerted by my alerts to do VOD comments. Let's see. We do have a few today, actually. We're going back further here, apparently. So, it's actually Mike again. The feeding off people's joy thing. Yeah, I always refer to myself as an altruistic vampire. Like, because I just like seeing other people be happy. It's sick. Like, if something goes well for someone, I'm just so genuinely happy for them, and I just really like seeing nice things happen to people, and that's where I get my joy, I suppose, right? What I would say, Mitt, that we're probably not that far off in some respects, like, of having a lot of these, but there are some nations that so rarely even produce players. Like, then again, they always have national team squads. Even the St. Bart's type teams, they do still have players in there. We'd have to make like a spreadsheet or something. That'd be quite a good idea for a little fun save in general, right? Realistic targets. I mean, my personal one of those ones would be, I'd love someone like Kjetil Knudsen, honestly. But it looks like it's going to be someone like McKenna or something. And I don't know. It just feels very uninspired. I would just like us to take a risk on someone and try something fun, because football ultimately is fun, right? So this was relating to the player that we want. He wanted to be a star player, but then we offered him like youngster and he accepted it. I used to get really perturbed by that and would just say no, but apparently this happens quite a lot. So I need to get into my head to not do that and actually just start knocking it right down. Doesn't apply to your order. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry about that, J-Shox. I actually didn't know the terms of that specifically. I don't think running Muellen's team was fun, as it happens. Knudsen, yeah, I know, but I just liked someone like that. I feel like he gets a really good amount of strikers, and we've struggled with that for a while, really. Obviously, since Mitrovic left, really. I love a good World Cup goal compilation. I might watch another one after stream, honestly. Oh, I didn't read that part. Sorry, that wasn't why I was showing that, but thank you. Yeah, it's always tough in situations like that, because you want to make sure that it's just evident exactly how grateful you are and how much you appreciate it without hamming on it too much. It's such a tough tightrope to cross, because that really did overwhelm me, as you could probably tell from the fact that I had to pause the game for like 5 minutes to recompose myself slightly. But it's not something I'm used to. Like I said at the time, that's never happened in all my years of streaming. That in that instance like that has never happened to me before. I'd like a Schnitz. I just think it'd be different. And I like different sometimes. It's good. Right, so we are now... Everyone's back from their loan, right? So now what we're down to? Oh, no, we're not. I think we have to go to the second, technically. Was that Sunday? Yes. Someone was I'll say someone. C. Lambert was insanely generous with a gifted sub bomb that I've never experienced before on stream. It's completely took me off guard, shall we say. She showed we couldn't actually win. Oh, wow. PSG go out to Freiburg. We can still win this. We have to win games first. So Buddy Shaw's now in, which is awesome. Should be the next manager to end up at Zagłębie Lubin, probably. Oh. Then again, Freiburg are actually kind of decent in this save, so maybe I'm selling them a bit short, that one. Fulham Academy. I mean, we've got some more prospects coming through. I mean, the biggest one to keep an eye on, although he has had quite a major injury lately, is Seth Ridgen. So he's probably the next one in line if he could get back to fitness again. And then there's a few more further down. I believe Man United were trying to... I think his name is Amissa. I believe United were... Someone was sniffing around him. So Scott McTominay is already here, of course, as one of our coaches. It seems that Zagłębie Lubin weren't interested in McSauce. They were only interested in Sam Kerr. They only had eyes for one. And that was the Kerr. Tiki-taka star from McTominay. I guess he's been to Italy and all that. He's got those vibes these days. It's just what he does. I do like his hair, though. Get rid of that. Then... No, not Alfonso. I would be amazed if Alfonso Davies is still playing, honestly. Nah. Given that, I don't know how old he is in real life. I know he's not super old, but 13 years in, it's pretty unlikely that he'd still be knocking about in there. There is a few surprises like that, though. Loads of people happy to come back, which is all mostly the Pushkin Neapol Mitsa guys, to be fair. Mostly because they didn't play, which is fine. A couple of them are sad, though, which is odd. Handle Townley. No, why would I want to do that? What was the point of that? Oh, I can see why. Fucking hell. He wants 40 grand a week. I can't sign him for that. Does he actually want 40 grand a week? Regular starter? 50 cents. I'm sorry. I cannot sign him on 50 grand a week. That's just simply not possible. Leipzig in for Mbappe? Wow, okay. Is he on loan, though? He may end up retiring, yeah. And there will be nothing I can do about it because I can't sign him on 40 grand a week. Then again, he's that good that he probably will end up finding a club. The only problem is that we won't know if they retire. Ah, dear. F1 26 just makes it so difficult to deal with these things. At least in the past, it was slightly more doable. I mean, very slightly. Lawns have signed Quentin Coman. Wait, who was he playing for before? Oh, he left ages ago. I guess we get a tiny little bit of that. Oh, fun fact. Michael Pheeler. Oh, mate. So now Naeem's hurt again. Michael Pheeler left Watford, and I sold a clause to Watford, the sort of percentage of profit clause to Watford, the day before he left. And there wasn't even the day before a bid came in. There was no bids on him at all. I looked at him and thought, well, are realistically Watford going to sell him for that much more than we paid for him, or we gave him to them? So I sold the clause for like a couple of £1 million. Within a few days, they'd sold him to, I think, Napoli, or some kind of Italian side, I believe, for like £52 million. And so that kind of sucks. £52 million in the end, yeah. That one irked me slightly. We did lose out on... Actually, I don't know how much money we would have really got from that. Because it was 20% of profit and they sold it for 52, so there'd have been like 20% of... Yeah, that would still been a lot of money. That did cost us a wee little bit. Oh, he's going to do this for all of them, isn't he? So Gus Showbiz also wants 50 grand a week, so we can't do that either. Tottenham make a loan approach for Geisler. No, because it's a loan approach. That's not really useful for us either. 6.4. So yeah, we definitely missed out on some money because of that, but it's typical, isn't it? Kowalski making positive develop. Oh, Jersey's now 3-star. Oh, look at the value on him. He's an absolute monster. Like, what's this? Look up. There are 16 players born outside the country they represent because their fathers played abroad professionally at the time. Oh, right. That's kind of cool. So specifically because their fathers were born. Wow. I think there's more. Fair play. That's a cool stat, actually. Let's see the graph. Go on, then. Let's get to the graph. And this is the thing, Watford was, and I really hope that this comes across. That is hyper generous because you're choosing to. You don't have to do that, right? Nobody has to contribute to stream, be it donations, bits, anything really financially. No one has to do that, and I hope no one ever feels obligated to do that. And so anyone that does, I see that as the height of generosity because that's what it is to me. It allows me to keep doing this. So that's why I hope that people, when they do things like that, feel like it is incredibly appreciated. Because to me, it absolutely is. And that's where sometimes I feel like when it is something like that completely come out of nowhere, it's like, what do you do? Because it is just the craziest things. Get a chuck from it. This better not be Willian again. There aren't many players at the tournament. Queen's Park Ray. You're right, that did cheer me up a little bit. We've got a few. Actually, we've got quite a few. Let's see, what do we want to look at? I guess all of the... just looking at the giant graph in general is just such a pleasant thing to see. Because it's pretty much just everything going in an unmistakably upward direction. Even if this graph is still the height of usefulness. And by that I mean the exact opposite. What do he's gained the most in? I guess the upward arrows would be the ones that are pretty obvious about that. So his dribbling... Wow, his dribbling's gone up. Quite a lot, actually. First touch... from 14 to 6. That's more of a recent thing, I think. Long shots? Damn, his long shots have actually kind of chefed. What's that, 6 or 7? I think you should have... I wasn't baiting it, chat. God's sake. Thank you, Brian, for the 5 good stuff. That is extremely kind of you. And again, really, really unnecessary. I cannot stress this enough. I wasn't baiting that. I was trying to, like, I guess... articulate what goes on in my brain during those things. But thank you very much for that. It's extremely kind of you, and I very much do appreciate it. You're one of the many assets to this community. I'm more of an ass than an asset these days. Big up, Brian, indeed. I guess so, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I'm subscribed to quite a lot of different Patrons, because it's like content I like, I back through there, just because that's the way that I find most convenient for me. It's mostly podcasts and stuff, right? But I enjoy that kind of stuff, so I do it. Particularly now Patreon's easier, because I can actually funnel my earnings straight from Patreon straight into the patrons I already use, so it doesn't even actually come out. It just goes straight through to it. Also, thank you so much for there's been a lot of Patreon signups lately, and I don't entirely know why, but I guess it may be to do with the transfer room in thing, but again, that is not, you don't have to be on there to use that, but again, I'm very grateful. I'm twerking everywhere, that's what I do. I couldn't right now, actually, not with the muscle soreness I've got going on currently. So his concentration must be the biggest thing. Oh my god, yeah. So he had maybe 6 or 7 concentration, and he's already up to 12. He's found my meds. Positioning too? Oh yeah. Jesus! His positioning has gone from 6 or 7 all the way up to nearly 14. 14. Wait, is his teamwork gone up? No, it's remained the same. Vision. It's found his glasses. It's gone from 9 to 14 on that too. Pace. Even his pace has gone from 9 to 14. He is... Where's the ceiling on Jersey? Like, he's just a fabulous footballer. And he's 18 years old. He's such an exciting player. I'm so happy we've got him. Can't take my board member director from my transfer room. Oh. As in... just see if I'm reading this right. I'm assuming you mean that the person that's doing this here is a board member and not your director of football. I believe it has something to do with the way responsibilities are set up, because we have had this issue before. There was 100 resubs in one go. Well, Watford Wizard, that's exactly what happened on Sunday's stream. That exact thing happened. It was actually a level 12 hype train, I think, as a result of that. But that's why things kind of got so crazy on it, because someone did gift 100 subs at the same time, and I've never, like... I've had 50 a couple of times in the same bomb over my time doing this, but never 100 at the same time. I didn't know that you can do that. I thought it like stopped you after a certain point. I went, are you sure about that? Let's see. Jersey could do with a proper face pack pick, you're right. But something that shows off his majestic ponytail. So we've got Chalk here, but no twerks. I like Shark Dieterman, though. Would that be pronounced Shark? Because if so, I'm well on board for the Shark. Sharp-baked, as it were. I'll refund your points for that, though. Still only balanced. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's doing all of that with only a balanced personality, it just shows you how important playing is. Just getting game time for players is so crucial. Can't take him off. I don't know how to fix that. I'm not even sure. The only thing I can think of is that it might not be in responsibilities, but it might be in the advice and reports part. Maybe. Somewhere in here. I couldn't tell you, but maybe it's somewhere in here. There's so much shit in here that I haven't had a chance to look through, but I think that's where we likely found some of the good stuff before, right? Pog would have appreciated that a lot. Existing subs renew the sub organically. That simply wouldn't happen because people's sub renewal dates are obviously so varied over the course of each month, and I only have, as far as like renewal subs, I say only have, as if that's not a huge number. I think there's only maybe about 200 of those in total over the entire month, which is still incredible, and I'm very grateful for that. But they wouldn't line up enough for that to work, for that to happen, essentially. Sometimes you do have certain streams, though, where there'll be a lot of resubs, and it's just because certain days of the month it kind of gets like squished together. No, I'm using default training. I haven't even got around to touching training yet. This is just default, as far as the squad training anyway. Individual training we're obviously doing, but not the actual squad training. Oh. But my God, it's probably for the best, Brian. It's that's good. Although that's annoying because wait. Oh no, he's made an offer for him. Never mind. Ah, dear. I thought it was actually something good happening there. For David. Who's David play for? Nobody. Oh yes, lads. Go on then. 1.6 million. Done. It's not worth a lot of money. I'm guessing his contract sort of goes up there, and he's failed. How much did he want? He can't have wanted that much money, surely. Oh. I love that my Doff doesn't talk to his agent first. Right. So he wouldn't have... Oh, that's why. So it fell through because he wouldn't join the club. We got 123 numbers assigned. This could go horribly wrong. Enjoy your numbers. That doesn't make any sense. Stream off around payday is probably... Yeah, that's the other thing as well. That has happened as well. Hello, Inferno. How are you, man? As a default. Really? 1,000? Christ on a bike. That should not be a thing. Hopefully it's not as simple as just like you click a button, right? There's hopefully lots of like, are you sure trying to do this type of thing? Twitch gives you the old financial responsibility chat. Right, okay, it's going to have to be... Oh my God, so we've lost... This is going to go poorly. Right, with that in mind, we switch to this. Gomez is back! Thank Christ for that. Just as well, really, because otherwise we'd have been in trouble. We'll move you there. And wait, I've got to move someone else up from somewhere else, haven't I? Because we got Hjertedal sat too deep. Get you there, except you're not in the right spot. You want to be there. And then I'll have you there. Then you there. Got there in the end. Auckland City and Auckland City have done quite poorly. They did score a couple of goals, including one against us, which we don't want to talk about. But it has gone quite poorly for them ultimately. They conceded 35 goals in their 6 matches in total, which was... wait, you're not going there, are you? We want Steinbergen. Nice. Wait, no, you're already in the squad, Matt. You moron. I want Pud. There we go. Got my Pud. Couldn't worse. We put 8 past them. We beat them 8-1 with our new tactic, which was something, I guess. Right, we'll go with that for the... Stop it! Brian! Thank you again. That is immensely kind of you, and I am so grateful. I really am. But please, stop. Don't make me do the talk. The pocket is... Oh, no. I was going to say it's unzipped, but I'm wearing different shorts. They're already unzipped. I came prepared, all right? See you later, man. Thank you very much again. That's extremely kind of you. If you have just been gifted a sub by Brian, do be sure to thank him, because that's unnecessary. But I'm, again, very, very grateful. Yeah, they didn't do great. Right. Oh. That's good. We can always bring in... Sharpe... Wait. Where's he gone? There he is. Off the bench for this one. It's nice to have... Oh, Gomez is absolutely fucked. I think Sharpie's going to have to start. We're writing in permanent marker here. Let's go. Hello, peace. So the biggest thing today is we were trying out a new, very, very, very aggressive tactic with the idea of seeing if we could get a few more goals going in. And we put 7 past Katsina United. We then lost 5-2 to Barcelona, but when you're playing a system like that against Barca, you expect that. We led the game, though. And then we put 8 goals past Auckland FC as well, which is good. We then beat Raja Casablanca playing it, which was much more narrowly 2-1, but we were the better side. But now one of the strikers that was in that team has been sold. So as a result, we're kind of lacking players a little bit. And now we've got to play Tottenham. But we want to go as far as we can in this tournament, in theory, because the money that you get for progression is, wow, okay, Johnny boy, is insane. And we really do need the cash right about now, because despite the club having loads of money, we're FFP hold a little bit. And Felix, thank you so much for the Prime. That's very kind of you, friend. You can do Prime on mobile, but it's incredibly messy. To the point where you might have been able to do it, but if it did come through, it may have come through like a day or 2 later. I've had loads of offline primes where people have tried to do it on stream and then it's just not happened. Oh my god. The second we switch back to our other tactic, we just go back to conceding normal goals. That is so us. But I guess we'll get to test it at a point where if we're losing with like 20 to go, then I can switch it to the other tactic. Ah, dear. Screw me forever. You just never lets you do it anymore. I bet Pog regrets the fact that I got her a permanent sub to the channel, so she never gets to do resub messages. Which I do kind of feel a bit bad for. You'd think you'd at least get to do resub messages as part of that. But when she gets the permanent sub, it doesn't let her do that anymore. Why is he flicking it there? I guess he's got used to playing with 2 strikers. Permanent subs are a thing. So basically... Oh dear. When I made Twitch partner, you can basically... You get, I think it's 5? You get 5 permanent subs that you can basically assign to people's usernames. It's usually used for bots and stuff. So say you've got a bot that you use in your channel that does loads of stuff for you and it needs like subscriber for things like emotes and things or stuff like that. And you can basically get Twitch to give it a permanent sub and it will just never expire. So Pog, for example, because it's Pog, I gave Pog one. And so that's why you never see a resub message from Pog, but you always see a subscriber badge on her when she's in chat. Oh, go on, coffee. Oh, what a save. When I say they're a thing, they might not be a thing anymore, but they're still there. Yeah, it does get you a fair old discount. I just promise I'll come through at different times. Oh, is that why it's like that? I have always wondered why sometimes it feels like a person resubs twice in what it feels like quite close together, I guess. Normal and reasonable, and yet losing. Maybe we should have just stayed doing Leroy vibes. Okay, well, it looks like we're going Leroy, because we're 2-0 down to Tottenham now, while actually trying to play football. Okay. So the change is obviously centre-back off, striker on. So I will... God's sake. And then shuffle around a little bit. Jens will move back there. And I think that's actually fine. Sharpek on the other side. Technically, they're both left-footed, actually, so this isn't going to make too much of a difference. Ah, dear. Good news. Love to see it. Gone through probation period. All been good. Offer the job on a permanent basis. Hell yeah. Offering more than originally expected. Even better. 3 positions higher. Wow. Oh, I imagine that would definitely make you nervous, but ultimately, right? This is come back to the imposter thing we were talking about earlier. They wouldn't have offered it to you for no reason. You deserve this. And that's fucking sick, man. Congratulations. So when Pog first got the new job, and within 3 weeks of her working there, they had a pay review, so she got a pay rise after 3 weeks, which was quite nice. And then next, I think she's got another review coming up for that, because I think they're changing the pay structure at her job. And because the job that she does is completely unique in the... Oh, wow, what a strike. She may potentially get another pay rise and a new job role, because that's when she becomes the River Ranger, potentially, at that point. They'd have to carve out a brand new job role. Tactically familiar? No, I don't think so. Particularly because it's not technically the primary trained tactic we were using before. The one we actually started this game with, I think, was the primarily trained tactic. I would get a bit suspicious if we actually end up coming back against Tottenham while playing this system. Because it would also be like, how has that happened? Oh, that's a nice pass, actually, Johnny boy. Go on. He's got support on the edge of the box. Monperos blocked back away again, but we've looked better since we switched, which is mad. A placard about, 100%. Like, the River Ranger is just what a great title. It's just because, like, the role that she's currently got has sort of been aped on. They've piggybacked it onto another role that exists, but Pog's job responsibilities are entirely different and outside the scope of that. So it was a test program to see if this would work, and obviously it's worked with flying colours. How have we not scored there? And as a result, they need to sort of make those changes now. River Resilience Officers, that's pretty cool. Because Pog's actual job title is River Inspector. Jurisdiction over the geese. Nobody has jurisdiction over the geese. The geese are a law on themselves, as you should know. That's unfortunate. We really should have scored at the other end, and now we're 3 goals down. Well, all we can do is keep throwing bodies forward, really, at this stage. I must admit, Pong hasn't done the greatest job there. Really? We've not been that bad here. Not getting a lot of the ball. A goal back and it's on. Bringing a Power Ranger. Indeed. Well, that's what she said, actually, to her boss. She was just like, do I get to be the Yellow Ranger? Do I get a new costume and everything? So, maybe. But technically, with a new role and a new department thing, she could even get to have say over things like the uniform colour and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't sound as good, River Inspector, does it? I mean, it's still kind of good, but it more implies you're sort of there like, yes, that is indeed a river. Whereas River Ranger, like, you're picturing a powerboat and a straw hat, perhaps. Or even a hat with corks on it and stuff. Go on, Johnny. Oh, he's just overdoing it a bit now. And we do get one back, right? That's what we should have done before. And nearly did, in fact. Right. Tottenham 3, Wisła Kraków 1. I don't think this game is done. We're putting a lot of pressure on Tottenham now. And what I'm hoping is they're going to start to retreat. Look how far up the pitch everybody is. They're basically all in the Tottenham box nearly. It's fantastic. And that means we're going to outnumber them. We're pretty much guaranteeing an overload because they're leaving a guy forward. So it was cool campus. That's cool. I actually looked up the other day. This was almost the verbatim Google search. Can I entice geese to my garden? I later found out that I don't really have a river in my garden or enough wetlands to really make that happen, sadly. Which is a shame. Oh, God, Bergwell's through again. Right, come on, keeper. This is your moment. There we go. We're going to have to take these risks. My logic is if we could get ourselves back into the game playing like this, then we could switch back to the other tactic and be a bit more sensible again. Because Spurs will surely have to stop taking as many risks as they are. We're a bit unlucky to be 2 goals down here. Vermeer. Okay, I want to do a bit of the old... Oh, wow, they're already doing it. Nah, these guys are usually the ones driving the play. I will engage... Oh, dear. The super press. It's worked for us lately. Why can't it work again? If we're going to press, we're going to press. I'm going to yell at them. Bruce has been a bit shit here. Geese groomer. I'm just like, is there a way that I could get geese to my garden frequently? Yeah, he obviously doesn't consider this a good match or a big match. Ours apparently does, though. As that half war on, we definitely improved. Like, we're creating stuff. If we get this back to 3-2, they'll start to get a bit worried. We are missing Naeem, I think, though. As much as he's not been great in this tactical setup, he's still a very good player. Oh, bit of space now. Right, come on, coffee boy. Back inside, maybe? Okay, that was a little excessive. But on the plus side... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say on the plus side, we're going to get to this, but apparently we're not. That looked offside. I think he's just passed that for no reason. Oh. I thought that he'd run ahead of him there, but no, he has technically just behind him. He actually is just behind the ball there. But I thought for a sec, why is he even passing that at all? He's now 4-1. Okay, that's tough. One New Garden. I think they get a bad rap. Personally, I'm more of a grey lag goose fan. That's my favourite type of goose. Certainly the ones I see regularly, which is basically just those two. I'm hoping at some point over the winter maybe to go to some of the wetlands places to see some of the more fancy geese that you don't normally get as much. The like pink-footed or pink-bellied goose, the Russian geese. Okay. I mean, at this stage, it is really just hoping that something magical happens for us and they don't create another chance. But Kowalski's tired as hell, so we'll go with Paolo Enrique. The bench is getting smaller and smaller as all these injuries start happening as well. Alvarez on for Johnny Boy, who's done okay, actually. And then it's mostly just defense. Do I do Molsky for Montperus, who's been terrible? Why not? He had that one really good game. It's bound to happen again. And Lucinio did score us a headed goal. And man has been kind of bad. Fuck it, why not? See you later, Peast. Have a lovely rest of your day, my friend. Oh, God. We'll now concede our own corner goal. I definitely think that we showed signs of promise with this in terms of, wow, what an effort. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be so quick to switch to it in matches, but once you fall 2-0 down, you think, oh, well, it's a knockout game anyway. You've got to throw bodies forward and hope for the best. But I definitely think there's moments where it could be useful. I'm more thinking final 15 minutes of a game when you're a goal down, perhaps, when you've got nothing else to lose. That's where I think it could come into play, especially with fresh legs. And the other team will be more defensive at that point because they've got a smaller lead. Oh, this is nice. Oh, it's a good save as well. It's those little moments. We need someone there that's going to bury those, and they are very much not burying them currently. Yeah, it feels like a lot of what we've had in the past was just slight tweaks to the current system and did make us slightly more aggressive, but not dramatically so. Whereas this feels like it actually would add a proper extra layer of aggression, or especially in moments like this, if you can find the right ball across. It's blocked again. Like, we've definitely not been 4-1 bad in this game at all. Especially if we've got some fast defenders on the pitch too that can cover off for these guys right now. Because this is way better. Like, we should have scored more goals in this match. 4-1 here is actually a bit shameful from us. 4-2 at least make it slightly more. Like, we've absolutely dominated the entire second half. Pretty much, other than, you know, the goal that Spurs scored. But we won't talk about that. Dark horse of the World Cup. I don't know. I think it's tough with dark horses because it's hard to define. I think everyone has their own meaning for it. But Norway, I guess, because Norway've got some bloody good players, though. I guess maybe it's not completely throughout the squad. Like, they've got some elite players. And Turkey's the one that everyone picks. Congratulations, Hayden. You're a normie. I don't know. I'm honestly not sure about Turkey. I actually don't think that they are... I'm not sure they're going to do that well. Because I'm being a contrarian. I like being a contrarian. Okay, that was us out. Sucks. Because I don't think we were that bad. But shit happens, I guess. Let's see. Nice. I just want one of the fun new teams to actually do something. And by that, I just mean win a game. Score a goal. Have a meaningful moment that people remember. You know, I want Goal Bafana, but Uzbekistan edition, or Jordan edition, or something like that. That would be nice. And after all, the World Cup has been designed specifically to suit me, and therefore I'll be disappointed if it doesn't do that. Okay, get that ball in there too. I don't think there's a lot of points to hand out here. It's basically just Jens and Olafemi John. Nobody else did anything of note in this game, sadly. But that's okay. Because John Havers will rejoice. Right, let me do that. We have to click twice for some reason. I'm just looking forward to some players I'm not super familiar with, and that's nice. And maybe one of them breaks out a little bit and then gets a move that is far better than they should have done. Yeah, no man of the match awards for that, to be fair. Curacao, I mean, it depends on the group as well. Most games, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will watch games that are on at sociable times. I'll stretch that for really interesting things, and England games, obviously, but most of their games are on at reasonable times, at least in the group stages. So we still got another 10 million for being knocked out there. So we've still made about 20 million quid from the Club World Cup. It's not as much as last time, admittedly, but it's helped with the money situation quite an amount. In fact, we're now projected 43 million over the FFP budget, which is nice. Jesus! Well, that's a good sign. The second team just put 9 past someone. Good lord. That's just change it. Wow, we're down to 111 loanees. Just watch some of them in the morning. Oh, some of them are on actually. You definitely catch the end. It ain't worth ruining my sleep over. I value my sleep far too much because I know how important it has been for me to get decent sleep. And as a result, not letting that happen. Unless it was unless it was an England game, I don't think I'd stay up for it. Sucks because I really wanted to watch Scotland-Haiti, but I'm not watching it at 2 in the morning. Absolutely no chance. Reese against. Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much for the 18. How's it going, Reese? Lovely to see you, man. What we're doing here? Oh, I was going to look at the second team. No, transfer room in and out as well, actually, because there should be loads of guys on here now. 31 players. Oh, that's what you like to see. That right there. Magic. I'm just going to go for the big ones first, because they'll have so many to choose from. Aren't they really bidding on him? Fair. Pogon as well, their top flight. Hey, that's one of the guys we signed this summer. Amazing news. Piaskowicza. Freddie Clements to Piaskowicza would be superb. I accidentally buggered his loan up because he was on loan and they wanted to pay like £300,000 a month to keep him on loan. And I basically said, that's dumb, pay nothing. And then they turned down the deal. So what I've learned with those, if you are going to put the amount down, always put some kind of money in there. Even if it's just £1,000 to renegotiate it. Because if you don't, they have this weird propensity for turning them down for absolutely no reason. Leo to Arca. I'll try it. I almost hope he says no in a way, because he's one of the guys I was thinking would be quite good. Vorta Poznan as well. They must be back promoted again. Actually, where's the top flight sides first? Probably best focus on those guys for the time being, just to make sure. Ooh, Jamise, that was the guy we got from Waterford. What is going on here? How very strange. Only England's first game on, really? Is it just because they don't have the rights for it? It might be that, because isn't it sometimes on TalkSport, the other games? It's always the issue I have whenever there's a game on the radio. I'm like, where am I watching this? I always go to 5 Live first and hope, but TalkSport, I think, sometimes have rights for them as well, right? Yeah, I've been using 10%. I don't know if it makes that much better, but I think it does do enough that it's worthwhile having the 10% wages on there for some reason. And I think what it is that the team sees it as if they're getting a good deal because you're offering it for 10% of the wages. Whereas when you offer it for 0 or unspecified, it's like the game treats it as if you're trying to get them to pay full money for some reason. And I don't really understand why, but I think that's why the 10% thing works so well. These guys again. Oh, Wroblewski, the wardrobe. By the way, feel old yet? The wardrobe is 26 years old here. Crazy. Brazil, Scotland. What time is Brazil, Scotland on, actually? I think, yeah, that's one. Yeah, true, because the Scotland-Haiti game is on, what, Saturday night or something? Because England's first game isn't on for a while. 11 p.m. is not too bad. I'll make a stretch to 11. Football matches don't last too long. We've got to try and figure out how the hell we're going to try and record the podcast this week as well, because we normally do those on Thursday night. So I think what we're going to do is, because I'm going on the WFM show this week as well, so we're going to do that before the game, and then I'm going to do the other podcast after the game, with the game in the middle. There is Peter. I believe so. I can't remember who that is. We've got so many players in this list now. It's actually crazy. We don't have any players for him. Don't have for them. Got a bit of you as well. 11 p.m. on a Wednesday. Ooh, Wednesday. Day before stream. I think, is that the second or the third match that Scotland play? I feel like context will do a lot of the heavy lifting for me there too. As in game state. Oh. Yeah. I feel like 0 in the playing monthly fee seems to be okay. It's the wages that seem to be the one that drives it. Second game. Ah, okay. I could see them randomly doing something there, and I'd be very happy if they did. I love a bit of Scotland. Straight into Scotland, Haiti. Oh. Still buzzing. God, Vorta Poznan. It seems like teams promoted to the second tier really like taking loans from you and really want and actively go after your loan players. Because we had this happen a couple of years ago too, where I can't remember which team it was exactly, but it happened so frequently. A lot of these guys feel like they're new loan players too, because they've not even got the default values in here, which means I've never offered them out before. I'm guessing Stalzhezhov are also newly promoted. I think I've at least offered this guy out before I have. Yeah, nice. Because they'll get grouped. I think it's just so hard to get grouped in the 2026 World Cup because, 3 teams basically get through out of every group. Not quite every group, but nearly every group. There was a chart I saw going around social media a couple of days ago that basically listed based on simulations at least, the average points, what getting a certain number of points in a position in a group would get you in terms of percentage chance of qualifying, and it's never been easier to get out of a group, basically. We're going to have some very interesting third round matches, or second round matches, in 8 third place teams. That's so many teams. And when you think of that, a lot of the groups have got like that one team in them that is not up to it, likely. You never know. And they're going to hold them down a little bit too, so it's probably going to be straight through. I saw someone describe one of the groups as the group of life. How many players do they want? I thought we would run out at some point. No, it's another one. Grzegovski. Yeah, Canada's group, I think, was the one, because it's Canada, Bosnia, Qatar, and one else, and I can't remember who it is. But that is a weird-ass group. Whereas I feel like England's group is actually quite difficult, compared to some of the other ones, at least. Oh, the Swiss. Oh, the Swiss will win that fairly easily, I suppose. Like the new format. I don't know how else you'd get that number of teams in. Because you no longer got an amount that you can divide easily down. What's the bet that Scotland randomly lose to Haiti and then beat Brazil or something nuts? Which will still get them through, but it would just be like, really? Why couldn't we do this? Too many teams. I was certainly against it at first because I feel like it does water it down. But now that it's here, I'm kind of just like, Viva Uzbekistan? I have to see how it plays out. My concern is that we're going to win too many dead rubber matches too fast, which isn't great. And that maybe will be bad. But right now, I'm just in for it. I just want international football at this stage. I'm so on board international football. Reached the last 16. I don't think they did. No. I think they were in the playoff round. They definitely qualified for the knockouts. But I don't believe they got through a round. We'll have to check in a minute if you remind me. I just want to make sure. I wasn't expecting this many loan out offers to be in here, to be honest. We can circle back and have a gander in a moment. As always, remind me, like, if I miss something in chat, please do, like, don't feel like I'm just ignoring you. I do sometimes just miss things, as you know. Feel free to, like, tag me or say it again, right? Oh, this is a new guy. This was the tiny Uruguayan striker that has no strength. Enjoy him at Zagwimbier. Wait, is that the... Oh, it's just not yet. Of course he is. He'll join all the Patreon regions out there. Polonia Beaton? No, no one for you. No one for you. Okay, I think I might have exhausted. Oh, no, one more. Sometimes new ones seem like they pop up in here while you're doing it, too. Some more at the bottom now. Have we exhausted all of our options? Nope, another one. Where did he come from? Ilton's actually not a bad player, actually. Get you as well. Right, is that all of them? Nope, there's more now. I'm convinced this screen doesn't show all of them at any given time. Another one. Crazy. This might actually end up with us getting 30 or 40 of these guys out before I even do a major offer out. Right, that's all of them done now. There it is, finally. Phew. After I've let these guys have gone through or not gone through, then we'll have a look at the transfer room in ourselves, because we have put about... I suspect we'll still be full of Spanish Scourge players. Probably the last year when it is, but still frustrating. Carlos Perez, who are you? £2.2 million. How much did I pay for you? He's not really done any much on loan. Can I at least give you a better deal on him? Nope. All right. In that case, he's yours. Enjoy the £2.2 million. Porto in for Gasser. Here we go. Castellini. They were quick as well. They were not hanging about with that. Oh, of course, yeah. Got the fucking Super Cup, haven't we? So yeah, with Waterford, they definitely reached the knockouts, because I think they came like 17th or something, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so they got to the quarter-final. Wait, hang on. No, that's this season. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Wait, no, wait. No, I'm not an idiot. Holy shit. Sorry, yeah, no, they are... You are absolutely spot on. They did, in fact, get past the round of 16 to the quarter-final. I guess we didn't notice so much of the Conference League because Cracovia got knocked out so early that we stopped focusing on it. That's mental. Fair play. Where did they actually finish in the league phase? It wasn't even that high up. Oh, my days. What the fuck, chat? Stop it. Thank you again. That's very, very nice of you. You really didn't have to do that just because Waterford did well. I know you said if they got through, but that's like... They did so much. I didn't even think they went as far as that. Wait. Oh, that's this season again. I've done it again. That's wild. So where did they actually finish? My bad. I actually underestimated them. They came 13th in the end. And then they would have earned a good amount of money from that. It's the fact that they beat, albeit it's Torpedo of Georgia, but Georgian sides have been a little bit all right so far. But that isn't. It's the beating Hammarby. That's some result, particularly as, you know, Shamrock Rovers were busy being knocked out by Trabzonspor. Meanwhile, Waterford just casually sweep past Hammarby like they're not even there. And then, I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit gutted that they didn't go further because they probably got the best draw they could have got at the next round and only narrowly went out to Lokomotiva. They were so close to nipping through to the semis, where they would have obviously faced Athletic Club and been clubbed, but fair play. Are they back in Europe again this year? Or do we not know yet? Oh no, they actually are. Champions League first pot. Well, that means they won the Irish League again, right? Yep, back-to-back winners of the Irish Premier Division. I don't know what's gone on at Waterford, but I am a huge fan of their random sudden upsurge in relevancy. It's bizarre. Wait, team leader meeting? Who's this? Tobias Steinbergen. He has a 5-year contract and he wants a new contract. There's really no advantage to me doing that other than to not upset him, but he's 5 years on his deal. Silly man. So that's the game there, which is actually perfect for us to finish. We normally end up getting to the Super Cup final anyway. I feel like we've not signed as many players today. But I'm okay with that, actually. Then again, it's not like we even could, really, because we haven't had any money. We only have, like, that money we've got there is as well. It's supposed to last us a full season, too. Declined to make an offer for Augusto. That sucks. I was really hoping they were going to put a bid in for him. Then again, does give me an excuse to play him more in our first team, so I'll take that. They don't want him. They don't want him. They don't want him either. Isn't he also a really good centre-back? Guess they must have found someone better. Yeah, I think it's doing a better job of building Ireland than I ever did when I was managing there, so that's a little bit concerning. Did you stay in Portugal? I don't know, actually. I'm going to just try and offer these guys contracts again or something, but I feel like some of them may have already just signed contracts because there's 8 of them. I'll try it, but I'm worried that they're all going to retire, unfortunately. Let me just quickly get through these because who does Rivas play for now? He plays for Corona Kiel, so I can't sell him from them. Even though he's not even worth that much, to be fair. Loads of loan bids here. God damn, they've almost all come in. Except for that little tiny batch. Pretty much every one of these loan bids is in, and I didn't even... Oh. Actually, wait. Making decisions on loan... No, I don't want him to make decisions on them, because if he makes decisions on them, then he'll end up saying no sometimes, because he did that once when I tried this. I always find it weird that despite me offering them out for that specific amount, they're still coming in with offers of mostly 0. But yet, had I offered them out for the 0 amounts, they would then not put in bids at all. It's like they feel bad about it. Oh, there's Peter. That's the Peter you're on about. You're right. Yeah, he's just called Peter, isn't he? Or Peter, I guess. 1,050? Ooh, that's a bit much. Batista, 2.3k. The other issues, oh, Leo to Arca would be good. I can't believe he's going there. Freddie Clements to Piaskowitza is great for them in Europe as well. Pogon getting 1 too. Lovely. The first post on Patreon is the autoclicker for transfer room. There's 2 posts about it. One is the post that has the more detailed stuff, and then another one is a post that contains the video tutorial. But that's also linked in the other post as well, basically. But just to clarify again, and I really cannot make this clearer, the thing that you're downloading is not an auto-clicker. It is a piece of, like, an app, essentially a web app that allows you to create a script that does the clicking for you. You do have to do a lot of stuff to set it up first, otherwise it won't work. But eventually you do end up with a thing that will do clicks for you. But that isn't what you're downloading straight away, basically. It does require you to sort of calibrate it to your PC and stuff like that. But yeah, essentially that's what it is. I'll accept both. He can go to whichever one of the 2 he wants to go to. Shrewsbury United, they, I think, just sat down in the second tier, basically. Haven't really done a great deal. Get rid of all these. Oh, sneaky. Grab that. Another scout report. We do have like 1,500 players on the scouting list as well, but I'm just like that there's so many of them are new players that we're not so familiar with. Right, get rid of those guys. Same to see the Tanzania guys drop off the bottom of that list. Older players. I say older players. He's 20. I mean, he is older. At Boca, Juan Jose Gonzalez. Oh, he's a Spanish Scourge player. Wow. Spanish Scourge player that came through Poland for a little bit and then went to Argentina. He's Why did Vidyev let him go? For such a low fee as well. Damn. Fair play to them, I suppose. But frustrating. Palmeiras dude is 27. What's the bet he's the same? 5 clubs. And he is. Oh, no, to be fair, Real Madrid Castilla is a little bit different. But still, back in... It just shows you the quality of some of the Spanish Scourge guys that these guys can't get game time for them. Fluminense guy there as well. Luciano Anastasiadis, who's a Brazilian... Oh, my God. He's not Spanish Scourge. He's a Manchester City youth prospect. Luciano Anastasiadis. What a name. Brazilian English. Where was he born? Good question. Probably Manchester? No, he was born in Salvador. He's going on the shortlist. He's actually so good. And not crazy expensive either. I mean, we can't afford him, but he's not crazy expensive. Right, I need to have a second wee break, even though we're right towards the end of the stream. But it's just fine, because it means you get more World Cup shenanigans. I shall return in a moment. I'll let you have one more go on this one. Just in case. In case anyone does have this one. And he's got it. What a pro. Leaderboard there. 4 in 1 break. What a play from Andrew. He's going to be flying ahead now, surely. 14-8. Nobody can touch him. He's unstoppable. Things you love to see. Oh. And for some reason the music stayed really loud. That was weird. FM? Stream Deck? That was weird. Oh, dear. I'm back with a second Holy. Although, actually, as it turns out, I already had this on my desk. That is hella knowledge. Right. There's still so many bloody players in here. I'll get through those for the time being. Oh, now, they're still mostly not been scouted properly yet, which is amazing news. This guy called Dennis Karp there. I do like the surname Karp. And this guy who we already know about... Wait, who's he got? Oh, £58 million. Why was I looking at him? Because I thought things... League Truro City. And actually, I could tell you what League Truro City are. And I believe they are actually in the National League in this save. Was Ronaldo one of them? I guess with it being a slightly smaller player pool and being current players, more difficult. It's completely randomised. It does feature every single player that was in a squad as of yesterday, according to Wikipedia. It seemed to really not like Vitinha for some reason, but I did manage to force it through in the end. Let me just see. I realise I haven't had my caffeine for today. It's got a bit late for it now. Oh well. I can't go too long without having a bit of cheeky Cola Koala. It is the best. Exclamation mark holy. In fact, I'll do it for you. It's that good. Atlanta, it has anyone who's in a squad. Unless, I know there was one squad that had 25 players and not 26. I believe it might have even been the US. So if they weren't in the squad as of yesterday afternoon, then they won't be in it right now. But I can always just add a player later to it. It's literally just a JSON pack that I have in a separate folder that I can switch out before stream to decide which pack we're going to be using. Right. Moisic. I'll just look for Radomiak, right? There you are. You are listed for 900k. So hopefully you find a move. Because you're good enough, clearly. Just back to Portugal. Yeah, I was making a 20 pack of JSONs. My life has had way too many JSON files in it lately. Gotta say. Don't know what. Oh, Podolski's retired. That sucks. So Lucas Podolski is retired as a manager and retired in general. Wait, does it not show you their managerial history anymore? Oh, wow. So his history after retirement saved. That's the first one of these I've actually seen before. Those positions. All of the positions. So yeah, it doesn't seem like it actually shows their managerial history on these anymore. That sucks. He's also only 52. I guess when they're without a job for a while, the same thing tends to happen, right? Wait, what the hell? Oh, I thought those were... Christ on a bike. I genuinely thought those were loan offers going through, but no, it's just all these... I'm very worried about them. At least I suppose we now know who very likely is going to be the next retirees from the Patreon pack, because I can't physically do anything about them. That's shit. Oh, Slavka! Wait, where was Slavka? Drago Slavka. I remember him from way back in the day. And to think I thought he was actually going to be a first team player for us one day. But then again, he's moved to Dinamo Zagreb for £5 million now and does have caps, technically, whilst being injured. Kebabs now. So, what's the situation with... Because he owns like a load of kebab houses, basically, doesn't he, right? Which is sick, by the way. I'd love to do that. I wish I could do that. Pog would love me even more if I had a kebab house. Fastest way to a Pog's heart is through the kebab house. Let me tell you that. Oh, probably should look at transfer him in now, actually. How many have they had? Oh, it's 250. That's fine. I'm sure the best ones will all be Spanish anyway. Oh, I know why some of these guys are coming up here. It's because of the dummy report. I always make a dummy one because you have to for the automated system. And, yeah, it's mostly still Danish. Oh, hello. It's mostly still Spanish Scourge guys, but that's all right because we've got a new purpose for them anyway, and I'll hoover those up later. But there is a Danish guy in here, which is better. Jakob Overgaard. 19-year-old Dane. 100% worth a scout. Can't afford him, but completely natural on both feet as well. That's nice. Oh, when you're tipsy, and there's nothing better than like... Well, you know the type. The counters up here, there's pizza boxes piled to the roof. They sell basically everything, and the menu is clip art. Those are the ones you want. I ate a dill... Actually, it was a terrible pizza off of a bin once. Not off of a bin. We used the wheelie bin, the biffa bin, as like a table. At Viking's wedding. It was fantastic. I've got me like that? Yeah. I'm more of a dutty pizza type boy, to be fair. But Pog obviously is a kebab aficionado. Oh, hello. Damn, that's like... This looks way too professional. I would worry that the hygiene rating is too high. Do you know what I mean? I feel like for a good kebab shop, the hygiene rating needs to be suspiciously low. Like you're rolling the dice with your stomach every time you do it, but you know that it's worth it when it works out. AFC Telford's Golden Nugget. From the pandemic. Really? Wow. How did they do the recruitment for that? Watford was like, where did they find him? Also, someone asked about Truro City. I'll just do it like this because it's just easy to find out. I believe they are National League in this save. Yes, they are. They have been a bit touch and go over the last couple of years, but they were... Oh, here we go. Actually, in the end, they were fairly safe. It's a fair play to them. Yeah, it needs to be difficult. It needs to be like some kind of gauntlet, I suppose. A Nigerian fella at Linares. Philippines, Spain is cool. Kenneth Bassa. I think pretty much from next year or the year after that, we should be ridded of these guys. Moroccan dude at look. Oh god, they're all at Spanish sides, aren't they? Wait, is that... What? I'm assuming he is just a Spanish curse player that's moved. Yeah, okay. Dear me.
German man of fortune and Jay
months,
must
man.
seek my fortune. Henry Everys, 1994.
There you go. We learned something new today. Thank you, man. I hope you're well. Arsenal trial because... Oh, fair enough. That's still cool, though. I love players that were discovered in the strangest ways. Because is there anyone in here that isn't from Spain? A Dutchman! Love to see you, Stan. Oh, God, you're worth £30 million. Maybe later. We'll still scout him, though. Oh, the fact that when you click back off a player's profile... Yeah, what it's doing is because it registers you being... The reason this happens is because it's treating the player's profile like it's a pop-out when it's not. So when you click back, it takes you back to this screen because it still thinks that this screen is the active screen underneath. So, do you know what? Actually, no, it doesn't, does it? It's just fucked. This is the default state, so it just... Yeah, oh my God. I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt there. Never doing that again. What a waste of time. Anyone at all? Dutchman? Romanian, Spain? Guinea-Bissau, that's still... No, that's not Spain, is it? That can't be. He's free. Paulo Biage. Just checking. Nope, that is... Right, cool. We found a player. Deary me. At least they're still within that same bracket, though. We're not seeing 17-year-olds on that list, because if we were, that would be worrying. That's a lot of money there, fella. I don't know if I can be offering you $3,000 a week. Not with the fact that I kind of run into a bit of trouble with our wage budget. Partly because I kept signing players like him on $3,000 a week. That is my fault. Senegalese guy at Las Palmas. Where? Oh my days. This is insane. Belgian guy. Yay. Yay, Belgium. Utrecht have produced some quality players in the save, in fairness. Brazilian Englishman, which is the guy we already looked at. God, I'm so glad I put that accidental recruitment focus in there. Nigeria. Oh my God. They were already down into now the 4-star dudes. I could totally see why people were right about how Transfer Room In does get a little bit less useful later into the save. However, I suspect it would be more useful were it not for the fact that it's just flooded with Spanishmen. But even when it isn't, once those guys age out of that, what I'll do next time, I'll set the filter to be slightly younger. I'll build a new set of Transfer Room In requests that max out at 19. HJK just put 12 goals past someone. I believe that was Santa Coloma, wasn't it? That Andorran side. That's quite the result. Is that them? Yeah, a little bit. 12-0 is excessive away from home. Offer 5xg. Can I have your tactic, lads? What are you doing? Nobody goes 4-2-3-1 gegenpress. Oh, we Willie finish up top as well. Did he get goals in that game? He must have done, surely. He only scored once. They scored 12 times and their striker scored once. Willie, you have to do better than that, bud. He is also one of the highest scoring Patreon region. I think he's got the most goals of any Patreon region. He's the only one that's cracked 100. To refresh, that's cool. It's one of the things I'll have to check, actually, before I finally do get around to starting the Ely City thing, is to see what the actual in-game editor, or the editor database, actually has for real players that are at the club, because I can't imagine it's particularly detailed going down to the 9th tier, right? So I may have to do a few little bits there myself, because it'd be nice to be able to start with the real team, or at least close enough to the real team that's actually in the game. Because once you start getting below the playable leagues, they have some good data for some of the sort of 7th and 8th tier sides, I feel like, but 9th and down can be a bit more hit and miss. I'll at least have it right at the beginning, even if I go straight through that first season and end up £42 million. Yeah, I'm probably not going to give you that, lads. It'd be nice to have it at least good for the first summer before I inevitably replace them all. Still haven't exactly decided what sort of tactical approach I want to run for something like that. Oh, there we go. It's like, do you go really aggressive in the hope of winning the matches, or do you just try not to lose so you don't have to go running for ages? He's gone to there too, which is nice. The loan farms actually... Oh, those loans haven't gone through yet, have they? So he scored in the first minute and then did nothing for the rest of the match. I like him even more. That's how me. He sort of rocked up with the group project, done the bit where you introduce the group and then passed it on to the rest and just stood there with his hands in his pocket the whole time nodding and looking really intelligent. That's unfortunate. I can't offer them anymore. Oh, I could get some money back though. Not a lot of money back. It's probably not worth it for the amount that it would upset the team when you take the bonuses down. Bring that again from 1 to tier 6 in the pyramid. Well, that is FM, isn't it? I mean, that's what FM is. As far as the base game goes, that's what you're going to get. But they do have a lot of research and editor data that goes down a lot further than that. It just gets a lot more patchy as the further you go down, understandably so. But most of the teams, I think, from like the 7th tier and 8th tier are probably going to have relatively complete squads. Speaking of Waterford, they've just put 4 past FK Sarajevo. They're back. They're not resting. They're having another go at it. New year, new them. Also, San Marino have entered a team called Juvenes Dogana. That looks like 2 teams. They're going down the Auckland FC route. Master Schlock! For a bit, briefly. They're not going to be here for long. Let's be honest. I kind of want to play the fun tactic in the Super Cup final, because I think that will give us a really good idea of how it's actually going to play. Oh, National League. Are they actually Waterford Wizard? That's sick. Tell me more. Oh, I see what you mean. You meant like step, right? Because they call like National League step 1, don't they? So I guess step Ely would be step 5? Perhaps? Marshall Slotman's the Maltese Prem. I guess they must have done, yeah. Which is a hell of an achievement to overthrow, you know, Birkikada and Hamrun and various others. I want to investigate that, though. Have there been any other big signings in Poland while I'm at it? Typical classic me getting distracted again. But it's what I do, all right? I know it's past 3 o'clock, but I still want to play the Super Cup final. And I want to look at those things because it's fun, damn it. So what if it makes my life harder? That's okay. Life doesn't have to be easy all the time, right? Oh, God. I feel like this is going to help my posture, if nothing else. Right. Marseille in for Geisler. Maybe it's big money. Tango DKH, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. That's very, very nice of you, my friend. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon or morning, potentially. Injury replacement. Does that mean I'm going to have to update the pack or chat will get mad at me? I couldn't possibly. What if you get it? What if you're all looking for a player that's been taken out and then there's a riot? And everyone unsubscribes at the same time. It's like Y2K. Right, why have I clicked on the multinational team? That is not what I meant to do at all. I'll just do it like this. Go Hamrun, and then they don't have the league in. Oh, of course not, yeah. I'm actually not sure we can do much here. Oh, BOV Premier League. No, we can't even click it, can we? So we actually can't see the past winners of the BOV Premier League because it's not technically existing, because Malta isn't even in the game as a playable nation, even in the base game. I remember this happened with Cyprus once, so we can't even see like past winners of it. It just, we have to assume that most likely, yes, Master Schlock did in fact win the Maltese League. I guess we could just look at Master Schlock's profile, actually. That'll do it. World Cup Fantasy. I haven't done my team yet, actually. I just did the auto picker so I could get the thing put in for you guys. Also, by the way, I mentioned this earlier, but if you do want to do World Cup Fantasy with us, ! WC Fantasy, and there's a Predictor League as well, ! WC Predictor. And if you're watching this on the VODs and you want to participate, just quickly, if you get a chance, while I'm offline, these things all still work, head over to Twitch chat, do the command, and it will just let you click it from there as well. Because I feel like I don't make enough of that. If you're in my chat and it's offline, you can still type commands and Nightbot will still tell you whatever you're looking for. The amount of times I wake up in the morning, come into my office, turn the monitor on, because I always leave the Twitch panel open, and there's just like loads of commands in the offline chat. So yeah, I'm assuming they did win it. Yeah, there you go. 1 Premier League. Wait. Do you know what, chat? I've got no fucking clue then. Apparently they didn't win the Maltese Premier Division. They're just in the Champions League anyway. Maybe it really doesn't count it at all. It might be that they actually did, but it doesn't even count it. £16 million is not enough for Geisler, I'm afraid. Even for Marta and her lads. I can't be doing that. More progress for Kowalski and Steinbergen. Never get Bardassi in those. Facing uncertain future. Really? Maybe we could benefit from that, perhaps, if we could get the money together. Pierre Sage. I don't know much about Pierre Sage. Is he good for accountancy? What's his numbers like? Playable team in the new year. So hang on, sorry, my apologies. Did you respond? So what was this new game you referred to, Waterford Wizard? Because that's fascinating to me, and I'm really curious about that, because that sounds sick. I don't know anything about this. Oh, is he the lot? I did see something about that. It said something about Palace being linked with the Lons manager, but the headline didn't actually contain his name, so I didn't put 2 and 2 together. He said, pretending that he knew what he was talking about. I get used to that anyway. So Ibon Ibanez is gone to Zagwembe Lubin to be managed by Sam Kerr. That's a very good signing, considering he was playing regularly for Piaskovitsa in the top flight last year. Now he's playing in the second tier. Oh, Fabrizio. I mean, so who did he steal that off? Where's his source? Tap in motion. Oh, God, come on now. Wait, are they both injured now? That sucks. Hello, Hazard. How are you, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Okay, I can't be the only one that's noticed that the Jagiellonia takeover thing, I think that pops up every single stream now. It's actually kind of dumb how much that comes up. I am seeing a lot of articles though. Even when I went for the bathroom just then, I had a little look on my phone because I just do that. And I noticed there was a lot of stuff to do with Fulham triggering the release clause on Kieran McKenna, which kind of sucks. I mean, that is that, but like that doesn't tell me anything new really. Like, he's... Yeah, I don't know. Have they done well? Like, is that a good one for them? I would know nothing about it. Okay, specifically for teams in the National League, it's 5 divisions below. Have they really? Have you got a link, Watford Wiz? I'm really curious about that. I've not seen that. It might be because I've not logged into X on my new phone yet. I keep forgetting. I keep my other phone handy because I've been doing this thing where waiting for any notifications that come through, and I always look for my new phone. But then if it doesn't come, I'm like, that's the problem. But I have like notifications turned on for SI and stuff to see that kind of thing, to watch for updates mostly. Oh, some of these guys, I tell you what, either loans. Wait, is he 5-star PA now? God, I hope he finds a loan, man. Because he's 21. Maybe a late developer, perhaps? Yeah, I must admit, Andrew, I find that obviously he's a journalist and that, but I just feel like most of the time when you see things that he's reporting, it's just reporting what someone else has already reported, which I guess someone has to aggregate these things, right? I feel like maybe he gets a bit too much credit for doing it, perhaps. Yeah, absolutely. Watford Wizzy, if you get a link and put it in stream, in the stream chat, but if you find it later, do let me put it in Discord. I'm genuinely curious. I've not heard anything about that. That sounds sick. But I guess my question would be, why does it need to be a separate game? Surely it would be in SI's interest to have that just be an extension to FM and a sort of opening up the playable leagues further down the English pyramid, considering they already have the licenses and the databases and the engines, right? It seems odd that that would be a separate game. I'm still fascinated by the idea of it, though. First draft ready. I have nothing for that at all. I literally put an auto pick in just so I could set up, because it wouldn't let me make a league until I picked a team. And oh, that's my sister. Finally get to see my sister again after what feels like ages on the weekend, which is going to be nice. Go for a nice meal. And chat, you're like, I'm going for a barbecue next Saturday. And importantly, I get to see Patrick. And Pog also gets to see her friend. But I get to see Patrick. And that's the real quiz. It's the main reason I'm going. And that's going to be nice. My social calendar is... I'm a social butterfly. Oh, is this it? Which is the game on stream? Non-league football manager. I don't want to click that because it will just load into Discord. Let's see what's about. Oh, let's have a look. I guess, I mean, if that's the case, that's kind of cool, but I'm trying to see where this is related to SI. Steam, Discord. It says Black Cannon Studios. I'm not sure this is related to SI in any way. I mean, obviously, from an aesthetic standpoint, it actually kind of reminds me of like FM13 type vibes. But I don't think that's related to SI. Still cool to see people doing this sort of stuff. So Spectrum play across schools, maybe they do too. Maybe. Sunny again this week. Oh yeah, apparently the weather is about to take a massive sort of turn in the upward direction. To be fair, today, as you can see from the light upon my face, it's very much doing that already. It sucks that I had to turn around on my run, but I was being sensible. I got to like a mile in and I was like, nah, not having that. Just got to get home. No, I don't. I thought I would have. I think people would have made much more of a big deal of it if it was actually integrated with FM itself. Hailstones, no way. Oh, it was thundering at Tesco's yesterday. I was wearing shorts. Came out with the trolley and I was like, that's going to be good. Now all of my brand new reduced to clear chocolate cake was going to get wet. Nothing better than the reduced to clear section, particularly near the bakery aisle. You can pick up some bargains in there. I got a full-on Tesco's finest chocolate fudge cake, baby. I guess you can tell what I'm having with ice cream later today. Oh, yes. Henendowski, no, not for that price. I could get some more money later, I think. He's worth more than that. So we're apparently looking at potentially as high as 30 over the weekend, here at least. I don't know about where my sister lives. Probably kind of similar, right? It's Northamptonshire. Tesco Reduced is goated. I got this Thornton's gift cake thing from the Tesco Reduced aisle the other day. Retail price was £6.50, which is mental, by the way, for what it was. I got it for £1.20. Oh, it was brilliant. 20. I guess with Cornwall and Devon sometimes it can be a little bit cooler, can't it, because of the sea breeze. I'm really looking forward to go down and see Pog's parents at the end of next month, actually. To get away for a little bit, but also just because it's nice down in Devon, right? It's nice to be able to go down to places like that. The league should be okay for the squad, but I do want to just check, just in case there's someone that should be registered that isn't. Kowalski doesn't need to be registered. Steinberger doesn't. Leo doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. Right, you guys. Augusto. Is there anyone I could take out for Augusto? Jesus Sands doesn't need to be in the squad. Augusto definitely should be, though. That'll do. Don't think anyone that needs to be registered isn't. Nice. It's just nice to get away sometimes, isn't it? Nightmare off the pitch. Or what's this? Oh, okay, we're back to politics again. Cool. Consistently. It's tough, Michael. I've been trying to figure it out myself. I think the... there tends to be certain instructions that do seem to work better than others. I feel like trapping inside seems to work quite nicely, and inviting crosses has always been a thing I've quite enjoyed doing in FM, and that doesn't seem to have changed this year. But it does seem like tactics are more inconsistent this year. And in a way, I actually think that's probably better. It does seem like, unless you're playing one of the stupidly meta, really highly meta tactics, you're not going to get quite such consistent success as you would have done in previous games, where it was fairly easy to build something that was going to consistently work. It does feel like now there's more variables, and I wonder if that's just because of the way the AI teams are set up. They are more dynamic themselves, and as a result, your reaction to it is likely going to be just as dynamic. But we spent so long, like we built a tactic that was really high on control, and the idea was to just strangle games. But what ended up happening was that anytime they would get a chance, they'd score, and we wouldn't take our chances. So what we did at the end of last season was actually ended up basically building a tactic where it's the same kind of thing, but the idea was to basically give the ball away a little bit more, so that we weren't always the ones in possession, to create more transitional phases by allowing our opponents to have a few more chances and get the ball up the pitch a little bit more, and then allow us to get a few more counter-attacks to just open things up a little bit. I will never not be giddy about cake. Cake's the best. I like being able to eat it regularly now. Shout out to that strawberry gatto thing you can get in Tesco's as well. Pog and I will literally sometimes buy one of them, and they're about this long, about the length of a Viennetta, but it's obviously a bit lighter than a Viennetta. Let that defrost. Bit of raspberry ripple ice cream, and absolutely howls that. I think you might be right, Michael, honestly. I think it's because what it does is it seems to encourage a lot of junk XG. By the way, you might have just noticed that the Bayern Inter game was taking place the same day as us right there, meaning that had we got through, there definitely would have been a game on the same day as the Super Cup final, so I have no idea how the game would have handled that. Maybe that's why we lost to Spurs. The game screwed us because it knew that we couldn't possibly win. It was never going to work. I think for the Super Cup final, I'm going to go back to this. For the Maymays. And I will start Steinbergen, though, because he's actually done all right. Actually, he hasn't done all right at all. His average rating is dreadful, but that's not entirely his fault. So Kwasiopud will come out, which means Yenzi Boy will not be a striker. But then Gomez comes back in. Oh, Shankiti's back. Okay, this was the guy I was on about. The ridiculous loanee that was out on loan at Rakov last year that developed like nobody's business and now, unfortunately, refused to go back out on loan. That's exciting. I'll show you his profile in a sec. I just want to get the bench sorted. We allowed a bigger bench. Oh, it's only a 9-man bench, isn't it? So Naeem's back again. Clements is going to leave soon anyway. Sharpek will go back to the bench. And who else? Molsky, of course. Silly, isn't it? Wait. Molsky. There we go. Wait, is there any rules? No restrictions like that for them. So yeah, this is he. Ready? He's a little bit alright, isn't he? He's a little bit fucking outrageous. Mohammed Al-Shankiti. Oh. 21 years old, Iranian international, and he's had 3 years out on loan at Rakov, and admittedly hasn't scored that many goals for them, to be fair, but the development that he's had just from playing regularly is insane. He's worth nearly 100 million quid. How much did I pay for this guy? Oh, he's the guy from NAFT. Hot dog. Homegrown Training Nation. He might be, actually. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think so. Homegrown player in Poland, too. Not ever Homegrown Training Club, but we got him early enough. Yeah, I'll be curious to see if that one... Is there any price for it, Waterford Wizard, yet? I think I found Mark Tighter works really well when you find the right player to mark tighter. One thing I've been doing a lot in games is looking at half-time, looking at the pass maps, and then the average ratings for players, looking at which of their midfielders is the one creating those things, and marking them tighter, and that has done a massive thing for us as well. Okay. I mean, Shankiti's great. I think, though, for the purposes of this, Gomez should be on the left and he should be on the right because he's right-footed. It gives us options this season, at least. The Western League, no teams were actually relegated. Really? Oh, so when nothing's happened, wait, Twickenham? God, I wouldn't have thought... When you say like St Austell and that, I just think, you know, really far west. But then Twickenham, I guess it's very west of London, isn't it? Okay, let's go. This is the first real test of this tactic, he says, as if we haven't already been tested a lot. Is Naeem actually fit for this game? Because Coffee kind of isn't. Can Naeem play? He'll be in here somewhere. The game just doesn't rate him very highly for this role. Let me just do it for out possession. They're about as fit as each other, really, aren't they? Plus, I could do with Naeem just getting some football here. It would suck there'd be no relegation, but I guess the other teams probably wouldn't be too bothered about that, given that means they don't get to survive without having to do anything, I suppose. Oh, God, I've got to improve my posture. Get that lower back pain again. Although it might just be because my muscles are so tired from yesterday. The aim with part of the strength training was to improve the posture too, but I suspect that at the moment, because I'm so achy-breaky, which I don't think is going to get any better after tomorrow, I'm in that horrible phase when you don't do any working out for ages, and then you do, and then your body feels like it's going to collapse. Like when I finished yesterday morning, I could barely pull myself off of the floor. Their striker's already injured, which sucks actually because he's a lone player. Jesus, they've had a lot of shots to start with. That does concern me. I mean, oh, good Lord. That is so dangerous right there. Don't lose the ball here, please. Actually, he's going to keep that in, I think. Now the pressure's on. What are you going to do? Mark all 10 of our players? Impossible. Hang on, is everybody... I'm pretty certain now that Jerzy Kowalski here is the most... is the deepest player in a Wisła shirt. And he's basically a foot away from their penalty area. And it's in from Shankiti. 7 minutes into his first ever appearance for the club and he's already scored. Love that for him. People already marking him down for fantasy for next stream. Please don't tell me he's offside. Wait, what? Actually, he might be. No, he's not. Wait. No, he's not. Well, we're all good. We're good. And an assist from Naeem to get us started there. Nice to see. First chance of the entire game for us, in fact. I forget which competition Jagiellonia are even in next season, but I believe there is... Oh, they won the cup, didn't they? That's why we're playing them. For the second season in a row, they actually won the cup against us. This time, we weren't trying to throw the game to them. They just happened to be playing a cup final against us while we had bigger things to think about, like, you know, the Champions League and that. Take him on the outside again, Natmoir. Oh, that's fine too. Oh, it's a good save. We're definitely going to concede today, for sure. FA reports also were suspended from the league in late 2026. They failed to comply with the league rules, failed to meet their financial obligations. So basically, they done goofed. Essentially. Good Christ. So it sort of seems like they might have been going down anyway, though, given the 144 goals conceded. Even Auckland FC are looking at that going, you know, we could have done better. Weren't as good. Actually, weirdly with Europe, it was strange because we had an overinflated quality of squad quite early in the save because of the Spanish Scourge players. So we did have quite a lot of success early on, in the sense that we won the Champions League in... Was it season 7? I think it was season 7 that we won the Champions League. Then we're in the final again in season 8. But then 9, 10 and 11, we were knocked out of the round of 16. And then last year finally got back to it again. And then lost again. So we did have quite a strong start in Europe, I suppose. That is definitely a foul, but we're going to take it anyway. And at times it can be a little easier when you're the underdog because there's more tactical options for you. Oh, Joao Carlos. And it should be 2, and it is. Joao Carlos, my guy. Very 90s flat 4-4-2. I think you could do it in 26. You may just have to do some weird stuff with it, but it's definitely possible. How to do a full week of PE and Lanzarote after a lifetime of never working out. After every morning to go. Yeah, I probably should have done that, actually. Yeah, I'm doing it every day as well. You need ample rest time. Wait, is this whole highlight going to be... Fucking hell. I can see how that would not be great. It seems like a recipe for any kind of injury that is occurred through consistent use. Like microfractures, basically. Oh, nice one. Thank you, Watford. That's very kind of you, man. I'll have a little look at it after stream. It does make me wonder. You see a lot of, like, the amount of, probably every other day, I would say, I get an email that's related to some kind of what looks a bit like slop Steam games, where it's basically just random thing, insert manager. And some of them are crazy. Some of them are actually really well made and are not that at all, but they get lost in them. And I think I've ended up on one of these lists that they just send that stuff to you, which is cool and all. Oh, he's in again. Shower. And it's hard to distinguish between them sometimes, because there's a lot of these things about now. And I think it is good to see more people creating games, and particularly in the football space, because it seems what a lot of people are doing are creating games that are taking like an aspect of FM and branching that into being the main gameplay loop. So there was Football Academy Manager, which was actually not too bad. I played quite a bit of that. And there was a Kitman one, which was kind of interesting. I haven't actually had a chance to play that, though I did get a key for that. I think Size played that. I have to ask him what that was like. And then there was also that like match day one that you could do. Oh, good block. Wait, this is not done yet. No pricing though. That's always suspicious, I suppose, when you don't see the pricing for it. He's through, actually. That's annoying. I think the striker who was injured has scored. They had another guy laying on the pitch during that entire play. He just doesn't care. Doesn't care one bit. Frustrating to concede, but also understandable. But we're still winning. That must be really nice to have Raul back, right? Because he got a lovely reception at Molineux when we played you guys a few weeks ago. Almost too good of a reception, I would say. If anything, he was giving you quite a good reception in that game too. When he came off I think he came off the bench in that one, right? Ah, shit, that's not onside, is it? Good save either way. I like seeing players go back like that, especially in those types of scenarios. There's just something so wholesome about it. We've given up spaces in today's game, but we have dominated largely. Just maybe haven't created as much as I would have liked. Hello, Alice. How are you, my friend? I'm not going to yell at them. I'm going to be gentle with them. But Jens has struggled a bit. So's Montparnasse again. Typical. But no world class. Yeah. Makes you wonder, right? What could have been... he's still a fabulous career. Still had an incredible international career, especially. But it does make you wonder what maybe could have been if he doesn't get that injury. Like where he could have... The heights he could have hit would have surely been a lot higher. Not to say that he's done badly either at all, but it just makes you wonder, right? What could have been? A non-league manager company only registered in January, so it's clearly not SI related. It's certainly one of those things to just keep an eye on, I suppose. As Naeem hits the post with it this time. I like how John let that roll through his legs. I'm assuming it's because he was offside there. Montparnasse is... I might even roll the subs earlier in this game, honestly, because Montparnasse has been dreadful. Socio Adal, actually, both of them two have been terrible, which means Molsky. Wait, does it mean Molsky? I could have sworn I put Molsky on the bench. There he is, yeah. And then Yenzi boy. Of course, nice actually having a bench again. Naeem's been decent, but tiredness is a factor. And then Alvarez for our guy. Probably save the other sub just in case. Really? You think it was that important? That was the downfall? Jesus Christ. I think that you guys are shaping up very nicely squad-wise for next season, though. Surely you'd have to be one of the favourites. Particularly with the... Wait, who's in charge of Wolves these days? Is it still... Is it Rob Edwards? I forget. Yeah, I think it's because... You're right, though. You'd think in a normal match, our defenders would normally be on 6.5s, probably with conceding a goal with the way we normally play. But I suspect you're right. It's because... with them getting into the play, they're getting an opportunity, I think, to complete enough passes more and to have more impactful passes. And I wonder if it's because it counts more of the things they're doing as progressive passes. I'll check after the match, but I think that's likely what it is. And when we do have those games where there's lots of shots too, I think they're often getting the pass before the shot sometimes too, which is bumping their ratings up as well. We've had 80% possession in this game. 80% possession over a full 90 minutes is absolutely batshit. Right, get this down. Let's go for one last little play. Oh, he's in actually. Shankiti for the hat-trick, maybe? Oh, let's say the hat-trick. He's got one goal. Go on, have a shot. Somebody. Joao, please. Manas over the bar. Vuvuzela Victor's. If he's playing badly, that means he's staying under the radar, I suppose. Oh, God. Here they are again. the tactic. So this tactic is brand new as of today, so there's not a lot of logic to what we're doing with it. But I could sort of try to run you through it as best I can, because it is basically a case of the idea here was we keep getting junk XG in matches. Let's try and find a way to try and utilize it a little bit more and create a higher quality of chance by just being so unbelievably aggressive in matches that the game basically has no choice but to let us score occasionally. That was the theory behind it, at least. Still not entirely sold on it. What I'm going to do, though, is I'll run it in the league for a little bit after stream, and because I've got to get us up to Champions League and stuff for a Thursday. Maybe we'll do better with it in there, or I come back to you when we've lost like 4 of our first 5 league games or something, and then maybe we've got to rethink things slightly at that point. Let me get the clean sheet. Was not possible there, but the man of the match was lovely. And that will be the last one of those, which means the winner today is indeed Jay. Jay sneaks it there, but just refresh to make sure that is correct. I believe it is. Jay sneaks the win. I say sneaks by 12 points, in fact, with Rob sneaking in a second, and then Felix and Tome in there as well. Anyone? Oh, Dazza and Adam with a sneaky little point with 69 points as well. Things you love to see. Hey, Leaf, well done with the 6 points on top of 6 points. 6th place on top of that as well. Let me get off of this. Oh, dear. We were okay. We won with it against the team in our league that are actually kind of decent, so that's probably a good sign. But the performance wasn't exactly spectacular there, and now we've got the league starting next week as well after that. Hopefully this has been saving. It should do. I feel like I haven't seen the save thing pop up as much as I would have liked. No, it's still set to autosave. Oh, shit, it was incrementally doing it. Fuck. I was doing an overnight sim with something slightly different, and I forgot to turn it off incremental autosave. Well, that's... hard drive just filling up. Oh, dear. It does need a better name than what it's certainly got right now, that's for sure. Let me just save it again out of... Oh, no, I've saved over the fucking... Never mind. I'll resort that. The amount of files that are going to be in there, particularly there's one for every game. It's probably not that many, but it's probably a few too many, I would say. Whew, okay, so where that leaves us, loads of stuff over here for the summer. Probably come back around about here. I'll usually bring us back before deadline day, that way we can still do deadline day stuff, because there is likely going to be some recruitment, but not too much, because I just don't have the money available. We've got a bit more cash, but the wage budget is so low, I'd have to move most of that into the wages just to try and get any signings. If I do see someone good, I'll try to pick them up, but there's a limit to what we were able to do this year. It definitely feels like we've kind of done most of our recruitment up front with those guys we signed in like January and from March onwards, really. Like Wirtz and the £51 million I spent, basically. That seems to be where the bulk of our money's gone this year. Right, let me see if I can find a raid. As if I would somehow struggle to do that. It's difficult times. There's a lot of people I follow live this afternoon. Let's see. Who have we got this afternoon? Well, it'd be silly. Striker roles. In that tactic, I'm using channel forward, but normally in our actual main tactical setup, we use a deep line. No, not deep line forward. A target forward, even though he's tiny. Not because we're pinging the ball up to him, but because we like the way that he operates in the role to spin balls in behind for people and do all that kind of jazz. Basically, it's just a lot of trial and error for the most part. That's what you have to rely on, generally speaking. Just keep testing things. I mean, it took us three and a half years to even get a tactic that was going to get us back to a final with the squad that we had. So Thursday is going to be Champions League. And would you believe it? I would be willing to predict that we will be playing Liverpool in the Champions League. Don't ask me how I know that. It's probably because we played them for every of the last 5 seasons. Maybe not 3 English sides to start with, though. So I'm going to send you lovely folks over to Kev. Thank you very much for the support, as always, chat. You've been wonderful, as per. And I'll see you on Thursday. So doing stream Thursday, same as always. 11 till 3. Those are my streaming hours, basically. Those are the hours I do. Sometimes I overrun a little bit, but those are the hours, generally speaking. So I'll see you guys soon. Oh, I need to sit down. Hold your gun, capybara, and I'll send you lovely folks over to Kev. You know what to do.